Hello, pre-notification gang. Oh, goodness. I have a fleshlight. My man! It's nice to hear. Hi, everyone. Teach you? Oh, we're all gonna learn together. GM Daniel's hopping in here in a little bit. We'll all get a big lesson again. Learn what it takes to be the best. Next tournament match is in 2 days. Oh, fuck. I thought I still had like 3 or 4. I really gotta pop off. I'm hopping in. Thanks to the resub, Flanny. And the Prime Steel. No, GM Daniel Naroditsky has been the one training me. Thanks to the Prime Setyan. Thanks to the resub, Lavender. I was gonna play a bit of a trap that I remembered. Well, not really remembered. I looked it up to refresh my memory. I was gonna play the legal trap, but this kind of fucks it. Thanks to the Prime Bag of Salad. So I don't think I can really do that anymore, but I'll try. Thanks to the Prime Quack. Thanks to the Prime Leesus. Yeah. I don't think there's any chance of me pulling off the old legal trap. That's a fucking shame. No, Daniel. GM Daniel is going to be the one giving me lessons. He's my sensei. Thanks to the resub, Strange Kings. Thanks to the Prime Chic. Why don't you use dark mode? I keep getting asked that. How do I... Where's dark mode? Where's dark mode on Chesstock? Oh. There. Not that I think it makes the biggest difference in the world, but just for the sake of having it. That way I stop getting asked about it. Thanks to the resub, Swamp. Do you have a match today? No. Today is a training session. My next match is on June 9th. Thanks to the resub, Pages of Time. Let's see if he takes with the Queen. Without paying attention. Damn. No such luck. That's a fucking shame. I was hoping he'd just mindlessly take with the Queen. It is what it is. Thanks to the Tier 1 Wizard Laboratory. It's even on material. Do I trade knights? Yeah. Play Duel Links? I actually hit D-level max last night after stream. I was so happy. I had to win 5 in a row to hit D-level max. That shit made me so tight. I'm just gonna play like a madman right now. Hopefully he takes with pawn. I don't think he will. Yeah. It's alright. Where are we at? Thanks to the resub limited. I'm doing alright, Krill. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the 2 gift subs. Good fig. I'm not gonna fucking change the chessboard or whatever. Remember about not doing Petrov's defense against XQC? I don't really know what that means. I don't know Petrov's defense anyway, so it's not like I was planning on using that. It's just a common opening. Is Petrov's defense where you push queen instead of kingside with the pawn? Oh, Jesus. Wow. Appreciate the raid, Saru. Welcome to the Thunderdome of high-octane action. Really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Thanks to Tier 1 Psycho Heathen. Please shave. No, there'll be no shaving. Not for a while. I'm letting it all grow out for quarantine. I don't think it's going to look good or anything, but I still want to see it. Thanks to the Tier 1 Kit Kat Cutie Girl. It's my move, right? Do you fart? I've been known to all queef from the asshole from time to time, yeah. I won't lie and say I don't. Thanks to the resub, Saru. And thanks to Tier 1 Dicky Barbecue Pit. Really appreciate all the Tier 1 generosity. This guy trying to trade rooks or something? That's not going to work. I put him in check. Thanks to the resub, good vibes. I'm playing XQC on the 9th. Should be a pretty high-octane battle, I'd say. I'm excited. What's he looking for? This pawn and this rook? That's the best position for me. Thanks to the resub, Rich Wise and Filthy Casual. I'd just give up the pawn, I suppose. Ideally, I wouldn't lose any pieces, but I can't protect that and this. I'm a fucking idiot. Well, that's what happens when you zone out, I guess. Favorite movie is The Mummy. It's not that big of a deal. I owed him a free piece anyway to make it competitive. What's he looking for? I don't really get anything off of this check. No, I haven't played Apex in a long time. I'll still do it anyway, though. The Tom Cruise one? No, the original 1999. Brendan Fraser. That movie is just incredible. I need to keep one rook back here so I don't get back ranked. Maybe push rook here, get queen off. G3. Why would I push pawn G3? Then he just comes down here. Then he has a good position. Well, I guess it's not a great position, but you get the idea. I'm just going to keep chasing him around in check until I can find a checkmate somewhere. Get something a little cheeky going. Actually, tier 1 gelatiny? Gelatoni? Probably gelatiny. Thanks to the resub, Obama's Twitch. And the prime Reese. Damn, I can't put him in check again right now. Can't take that bishop, can't take that pawn. Queen's watching it. I'm thinking push rook. He'll have to move queen. And then I take pawn. And then I'm threatening his rook. Well, he could just move his queen up. I guess I will actually move that pawn up. F7. Are you dumb? I take pawn on F7, he takes with queen. This is why Twitch is useless when it comes to Twitch, or when it comes to chess backseat gaming. Bang, bang. There goes my queen. No. Tits or ass? I've always been more of a titty guy. I mean, I think both are great. You need a complete package. What's he trying to threaten there? Taking pawn on b2? Like I give a fuck about pawn on b2. Now I can take this. Progress in. Next match is June 9th against XQC. So I got a training session here in like 10 minutes with Daniel Naroditsky, my sensei. Why would he do that? He's just giving me his rook for free. Yeah, guess so. He can't take this rook without losing his queen. He can't take anything else right now. This man's gone insane. I'm pretty sure I can find checkmate here in a minute. Or I can just slow roll and march these pawns up. He'll probably move bishop here. I think maybe that's what he's looking at. Protect with queen. I was wrong. He just wants to do a full-on assault of my rooks. You know, I might be able to chase down a checkmate here. I'm thinking push rook up, take pawn. He can take, well, then I'm in check and I won't be able to progress as fast as I want to. I think I'm just going to need to defend. Drop rook over here. Then I'm protected. And that's what I'm seeing. I'll give that a whirl. I only have 2 minutes though, so I do need to hurry up and find this checkmate. Rook f1? I like b1 better. Now I'm threatening his queen. Do I keep them both here or push c1? Thanks to the resub, Cynical. That's a bad idea. I push here and he just goes here. We'll just keep going back and forth. Ooh! I just glanced at chat. This actually seems like no, it's a terrible move. He just takes my fucking rook for free and puts me in check. It's a bad fucking move. Never mind. I almost listened to that. That looked nice on paper. For now, I'm just going to keep it like that. I'm running out of time. I'm not going to take bishop. I don't want to lose any of my rooks right now. Right now, he can't do anything about my rooks. And I want them for an easy checkmate with queen rook. Or I could just push these pawns, I guess. It's a little slower. Even taking his bishop, he'd just put me in check. Take this pawn. I've got a big play cooking up. I need to remember how to chase down with rook and queen now. It's diagonals, I know that. I just don't remember how far away I need to be. This looks good. Yeah, I'm in a good position right now. I think I can checkmate in then like maybe 2 or 3 moves, as long as I don't misplay. Thanks for the resub, Homer. Damn. I'm just gonna march pawns. What? He really wanted that guy, huh? Am I missing something? What is he doing? He's got to go up left. That's forced. He's got a couple options here. Is b6 the move? b6, right? b6. No, pawn. a6. I can't be protected like that. Man. Shit. I'm running out of time. Ugh. Just take the rook. I can do this with just queen. Oh my god. Just take it. I can do it with the rook and the king. I don't have time to think. Take it, please. I'm out of fucking time. Oh my god, I just pre-moved it. There goes that. Whoops. I still get queen. Oh, that's not where I want. It's not where I want. Stop. I need to see where he goes. Always a knight's distance away. Always a knight's distance away. Knight's distance away. Can't. I just ran out of time. Dope. Man, that gets me every fucking time. I cannot manage my time, even in a just blowout game. I can't do it. I overthink everything. Actually can't fucking do it. I'm pretty sure if we tallied up every single game I've played, I'd say about 85% of my losses are via timeout. Bare minimum. Bare minimum. Can't click links, but why would you want my feedback on a beat? Could have had easy checkmate, win. What is he doing? What the fuck? Alright. Oh, I can't take what's got me in check from taking this? If I take that, oh, it's queen that's got me in check. I see. I forgot. I moved my knight, and that's open. There that goes. Actually a good move. Didn't see that. Thanks to the resub, please don't do it. Now I'm tilted. Not too concerned though. Thanks to the resub, cold hyper. I ran out of time on the last guy. Thanks to the resub, balls in your face HD. I'm tight, man. He'll probably take. Oh, he wants bishop. I see. Man, this guy's coming in real aggressive. So I take here. He'd take bishop with queen. Exit prime ADTR. I think I just need to defend with the rook. Or I could just throw knight up here and that defends, but I don't want to lose rook. Why would I take his knight? This is what happens when I take his knight. Bang. Or rather, I take here. Bang. Bang. You can just get like a big play going. But yeah, I've already taken so much time. I'm just going to move this over. Protect that. I could have done it with the knight though. I don't know which would have been better. Why would I just take the knight? I lose substantially more by doing that. I guess not actually, I lose the same. I should have gone with the knight play initially. I lost exactly the same amount. I should have taken queen. I wasn't paying attention. Well, this was a real fucking embarrassing game. Yikes. Yucky. Good lord. The tilt is really set in hard. I want to take that, but can't. And then I lose bishop. This is sad. This is a real sad fucking game, man. Take. Please. I need to get something going. There it goes. Oh, well. I'm just gonna end this one quick. This was one of those games you just need to forget as quickly as possible. And there goes rook. Yeah, I'm just getting out. No dignity after that one. What a fucking sad game. Well, that's what happens. Yuck. Take queen? When could I have taken queen? I made like 1,000 blunders, but when could I have taken the queen? What takes queen? What am I missing? You think rook takes queen from there? Where? Yeah, I know, I could have taken queen here. Like I said, I fucked up. I like pre-moved on bishop. I didn't think he'd go in with the queen. Or I thought he was going to move the queen, so I just kind of pre-moved on this bishop and kept queen there. I could have taken it with the knight. I said that. At the end here, there was no way I could take queen. The fuck takes queen? Rook can't go this way. I really need to just stop pre-moving, yeah. Alright, Sensei's ready. Hey, man. Yes, sir. That nice sultry voice is coming in hot. Yeah. That's what it was. Yeah, that was definitely a real stinker. Yeah, I just got real tilted. Oh wait, oh here, there we go.
Best Buy, the mouse department of Best Buy is I'm the greatest customer of all of the mouse stores here in the Charlotte area. Because that is my particular technique of expressing my rage. So, a bishop's opening here.
Yeah.
I'm already following you. I never stopped following you. Stalking you since the last session.
That's what I like to hear, man. I need critique, real-time analysis.
And you shall get it. And I will give you that one piece of praise, but after this game. So we've got a bishop opening. You're developing. You can develop that bishop on f8, basically wherever you see fit.
Yeah, I was thinking c5. One thing that I've been wanting to try, there was something I used to do back when I used to play this in high school. I don't remember what, I'm pretty sure it's called a legal trap. But
I thought it was called winning, but yeah.
well, that's a long forgotten ancient technique. But it relies on him pushing the bishop up to g5 here, right, to pin the knight. I can't go legal trap any other way, yeah.
And then is it something that you're supposed to do after that?
Yeah, so isn't it he pushes bishop g... I can actually do it right now. So this is how the play works.
I don't see it, so maybe you want to say it. Maybe I'm missing something, but are you going to take his pawn with your bishop? Was that the idea?
No, I can't do it. I didn't see him move his bishop. So what it was is you move... I looked it up again to refresh. You move knight on f6 to e4. He'll take queen, and then you would...
I know what you're referring to.
Yeah.
And I'll show you where that works. It's called the Legal's trap.
Okay, Legal's trap, yeah. I can't do it, though, because he moved his bishop, so he still has that open tile to escape.
Right, exactly. So he's got the f1 square is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I know what you mean, though. So here, I personally would tickle his bishop on g5, basically ask it where it wants to go. And there's a high chance if you play h6 that he's going to take your knight, which would not be a very advisable idea. But I would either do that or continue my development, whatever you prefer.
I'll make him flee. Most people don't take down here from what I've seen.
His best move would be bishop h4, maintaining the pin. I don't remember if I mentioned the rule about... Yeah, so he does do it. And now you have a wide choice possibilities. The most logical being taking a look at your undeveloped pieces and opening up diagonals for them.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So start moving up the d pawn so I can move bishop out.
Precisely. Yep, d6. We've got sort of a symmetrical position.
Yeah, it's Daniel Naroditsky.
Yeah. I changed my name to Belreet after that last round, but I never forgot about him.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a name that you'll never forget again. I forgot to put on push to talk.
Knight to d5, so he thinks he's very cool. Now, he's doing something that makes perfect sense, but because he played h6, you can actually deal successfully with what he wants. So what does he want? What is his idea here?
Is he going for that pin on c7? Can't do it with the queen there, though.
He's going for after your knight on f6, so he wants to capture it. Now, you're going to capture back, but again, you have that Roman ruins pawn structure. So what you want to do is cut off that pin that the bishop is inflicting on your queen, and that's why you played h6, actually. That's one of the benefits of that.
So now you can push the g pawn up to protect it.
Bingo. Exactly. Forcing the bishop back, you've got that nice little wedge on your king side, and he's been screwing around moving his knight instead of actually developing. Yeah, clearly Sol Koresh has not gotten good tutorship in his chess career.
It's almost pathetic. I can't even imagine not getting tutored by a GM. Sounds sickening.
What a fate. So what comes to mind now?
Now I was going to push my knight on c, probably up to like d5, try and get some positioning up there.
Perfectly good move. And another benefit of that move is that you can then push away his knight with your c pawn because you've unblocked it with your knight.
Yeah. Oh, that's not even something I considered. See, I like that.
Oh, I just thought you were testing me, making sure I knew all the purposes of this move.
Well, yeah. Well, that, of course, was going through my head, but I knew I wasn't going to fool you.
Now, he can do the same thing. He can chase your knight away with his c-pawn, but then you can move the knight on e6, where it's a little bit more centralized than it was on c6. So that's basically a maneuver. And maybe you didn't hatch the idea of making a maneuver with this move, but you've been forced into a maneuver.
That's my favorite position to be in. When I don't have to think too hard, where it's a forced position to be in.
Yeah, you know what you have to do. He's attacking your piece. And that's also one of the best techniques of playing beginners, is basically forcing them to make decisions. Because people are good at reacting when the move is forced, but when they have a choice of 5 or 6 moves, they just frequently, nut themselves. I mean, like, it's just hard to make decisions the less experienced you are.
Yeah, that makes sense. That happens to me all the time.
Yeah, it even happens to me. I mean, I do make mistakes regularly. If you watch my stream, it'll seem that I'm rated 500, given how I talk about myself. But
no, I don't know about that. I've tuned into your stream where you give yourself like a handicap where you play 30 seconds and then your opponents play like 2 minutes and you still win.
Yeah, that's sort of my specialty. I'm like, the faster the time control, the better I become.
Yeah, I see that.
Slow time control requires thought, and that's not my specialty. So yeah, so he's attacking your knight. He did do that, and now you can move the knight to a more centralized location.
Yeah, dropping it to the e6.
Precisely. And now he can kind of do the same thing with his knight and move it to e3, and then you'll get kind of a symmetrical position. But if you compare the placement of your dark squared bishops, right? You see your bishop on c5 is pressuring the f2 pawn. It's at least kind of a law-abiding stand-up citizen. His bishop on g3 is doing diddly squat. It's like staring at the pawn on e5.
Yes,
so that's sort of comparing piece placement, which means you're actually slightly better in this position.
I do like that.
And he should probably just develop his knight here. I don't know what he's pondering exactly.
What do you think the odds are that he takes my knight on f6 and lets me slide my queen d6 and checkmate? Probably slim.
Well, in addition to doing that, he'd have to move his bishop away from g3. But if he activates your queen, that's still a good position queen. So when he castles short, you can start attacking him. Basically, all the pieces will be in place already, literally. And he has this decision to make, right? Do I take the knight or not? And that's kind of agonizing. He's agonizing over that.
This is probably my first game where I've actually been up on time.
Nice. So you still have games against XCC and Yasuo, is my understanding right?
Yeah, June 9th is the next one, so I got 2 days to get to like raid boss form.
And I actually have an idea that I will float to you after the game about something we could do.
That sounds good, yes.
We could actually prepare for your opponents, and I'll explain what that means.
Okay, I like the sound of that.
I know Slicker yesterday was commentating with Robert Hess on one of his. He was talking up a storm about how much he prepared psychologically for his opponents, but preparation actually just means very specifically understanding what your opponents play and what their strengths and weaknesses are, so that you can try to guide the game in the direction of sort of an undesirable position for them.
Makes sense to me. What do you think the odds are that this man fell asleep?
Well, in Poland, it's 4:24 on the East Coast. I think it's around 11 p.m. Very high, actually. And now he does take on f6. As soon as you mentioned sleep, he made a move. I think that's suspicious.
Yeah, I think he's stream sniping.
That's actually quite possible. But so he did release the tension. Now he wants to trade queens. Question, do you want to trade queens here? Why or why not?
Well, we're even on material. I don't think trading queens is like an optimal play right now. If I was up material, though.
Definitely not. So you could either move your queen away or you could block the diagonal of the file.
Yeah, blocking with the knight, I'd come out on top of those trades, right?
Absolutely, and that's the best move in the position, knight f4. So even though his bishop is badly placed, if he takes your knight, you're going to drive a little pawn wedge into a place where the sun doesn't shine. And his knight is having a hard time developing itself to an active square because the queen is occupying the knight's kind of a rightful place. So he's in some, he has some problems to solve here.
Now, if he does take this with the bishop, which pawn is the optimal one? Would it be to free up the middle there with the e-pawn?
Normally, the rule goes that you capture toward the center, so you would capture with the g-pawn. A rule that has a lot of exceptions. Another problem with capturing with the e-pawn would be that he would then have an opportunity to claim more of the center with d4.
Okay, I see.
That makes sense. And blunt your bishop. So that's a rule of thumb to bear in mind. Capture toward the center. And again, you're forcing him into these decisions, sucking up a lot of his time, in addition to his clear lack of rest. Yeah, he is pretty freaking slow.
Reverse poop to regain lost
he's just
minerals.
Thinking about,
like breathing from your ass.
I wonder what is going through his mind right now.
He's probably noticing that I'm being trained by a grandmaster. He's like, fuck, I can tell this is Daniel. This has Daniel written all over it.
Exactly. There's the style of play, the queen that's out.
Yeah.
And I have my dirty fingerprints all over this. So now my guess would be he's going to develop his knight to e2. And then you have something pretty cool that you can try to do.
If he moves knight to e2, I have a cool move to make.
Yeah, it's a cool idea. There's several. Okay, so he goes g3, trying to undermine your pawn. Now, obviously, you cannot take.
Right.
Because the queen will be hanging.
Yeah.
And my advice for looking at this position is, again, you ask yourself this question. Which one of my pieces is unemployed? Which one of my pieces is sitting on its fat ass?
Is it the bishop on the C tile?
So the bishop could actually jump out to g4 if given the opportunity. And that's the key to understanding the position. The g4 square is not protected right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So could you use one of your other pieces that are not really doing anything to secure that square for your bishop?
The rook, yeah.
The rook. rook to g8, and notice that you're actually depriving yourself of castling rights, but that's okay because the center is locked up. Your king is perfectly safe. And now you want to jump out to g4 with your bishop, and his queen is going to be in trouble. It's actually going to only have one incredibly awkward square on g2. I mean, if you play like this against XCC, I think he'll resign on move 2.
Just break his psyche. Well, I mean, he can't be any slower than Sal Karaj over here. This man is going into a fucking coma every single move.
Yeah, vegetating. He's going from vegetative state back to some sort of... Yeah, this guy might be the slowest player I've ever seen in my life. I don't know how to enable There have been cases of people falling asleep in real tournament games, Grandmasters.
Really?
And one story can... Okay, so you'll make the next move, and I think you can... He made a mistake here, actually.
Yeah, either get the queen or the rook here.
Exactly. Very strong French Grandmaster. He was stronger than me, and
Thanks to the resub,
he was playing a tournament in Europe at a very late night the night before, as many European Grandmasters do. And this night was composed of activities, the nature of which you can probably guess. And the next morning, the round was about at 10 a.m. He came to the board, and 3 moves in, he fell asleep to the point where he lost on time. So that's like an hour and a half of sleep.
Is there no like sportsmanship? No one bothered to wake him up?
He got disqualified. He was in such a condition, and apparently he got into a fight at the bar the night before, that I think they might have woken him up and forfeited him from the tournament.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was gonna say, what an asshole, not waking up the boy wonder.
To wake him up. But I have played a guy, I actually played my friend once, who fell asleep during the game, and he exited the tournament hall, sat on a chair, and I saw him sleeping. So I kind of bumped into him on the way to the bathroom. But that does happen because tournaments are so grueling that you just don't get enough sleep and you're always tired.
Yeah, I guess I could definitely see that. And especially something like when it comes to chess, needing to be alert could really fuck you if you're even tired a little bit.
Oh, exactly. Now here I would take care of the position of your king. And I mentioned that it's safe in the center, but yeah, perfect. And also that involves your other rook.
Yeah, now I got that bad boy freed up.
Exactly. And he's got a minute and a half. I mean, it's like he's oblivious to the time situation.
He's honestly playing like me. This is exactly what happens to me. I analyze every possible move and everything that might be under attack until I have no time left, and then I just fucking go brain dead.
Yeah, when you get down below a minute, it's like panic time, and your hands are shaking. Okay, it gives you a check. Big shit.
Yeah, is it better to block with the rook here than move the king?
Move the king. The rook, blocking the rook enters a self-induced pin.
Oh, yeah, I see. Okay.
And you don't want to pin yourself when possible.
Right.
Oh, and he opens up your rook. Look at that juicy file the rook is controlling. Now, what do you want to take with the queen or the pawn? What comes to mind?
I was thinking queen to get a better position. I don't think I get too much out of taking with pawn, and I give up the middle.
Okay. Take with that queen. And look at your queen. Look at his pawn on f2. It's weak. He's busted here. Even if he had 5 hours on the clock. Oh,
that's huge.
That is a blunder.
So
do you see why?
Yeah, because he frees up the knight to attack with bishop, so I could take knight with bishop. If he takes with rook, I take with rook, and I put him in check, yeah?
Bingo.
Perfect.
And you could have taken the knight with a rook too. I like taking with a bishop, though, because if you compare your rook to his rook is like, I don't know, like that rook is sitting in its mom's basement doing nothing. Your rook on g8, should his queen move from h3, could jump into g2 and combine with the queen to checkmate him.
Yeah, I like that.
There is this rule you might have heard that you want to trade pieces when you're up in tier. I mentioned this last time, but I'm 50-50 on that rule. When your pieces are attacking, you don't necessarily want to go out of your way to trade. And
flip the board. So why? I'm in the lead.
Probably going to lose on time before he gets checkmated.
Should be the one flipping the board.
But yeah, like falling asleep during tournaments. And sometimes you have a hard time going to sleep. Like, you're so worked up over a game. You're very tired, but you can't sleep for like 6 hours.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. One thing I've noticed is I play chess for like 3 hours after like every stream and just get like either meat hammered or just run out of time. So I could definitely see getting like absorbed in practice as being another big thing.
Oh yeah, and I've had 24-hour streams where all I did is play, but I've also had off-stream sessions where the time just evaporates and you don't notice it.
Yeah.
I had a midterm coming up and I'm playing till 6 a.m. I mean, chess players are amazing at self-sabotage. Well done. That was a very smooth game.
Yeah, that was. It felt pretty nice. The game
And
has analyzed one blunder from me, so I'm curious to see what that was.
it said you said you made a blunder.
It said there was one blunder. Isn't that for me personally, or is that just
That
in the
probably
game?
was for him. It tells you the overall number of blunders, I think.
Okay.
Although I'm not sure. I'm actually on your stream right now, so I'm looking at what you're seeing.
No, it was his move, the pushing pawn up move. Yeah.
Yeah, and he also kind of blundered by castling that gave up the rook. So
yeah.
Yeah, but that was a very smooth game. So we can play another one. I had several ideas about what to do. Whatever you prefer, we can play. Maybe we can do one more while you're kicking ass. You're over 700.
I was at 740 like last night, and then I just,
what
like I
baller.
said, got meat hammered.
Mm-hmm. That happens. I've lost hundreds of points. Oh, Weehoff. I don't think you should play him. He's a known. He's basically Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, of the weeb community. Look at that.
F6. So you're playing the Russian game. Is that a thing that you did wittingly?
No, I just autopiloted. I was actually looking at his anime thing. So this is the Petrov's defense.
Petrov, yep.
I've been told this is not what I want to play against XQC. I don't know why, but that's...
No. It's just it requires a lot of knowledge. It's like driving a bus. You got to really not that I know how to drive a bus. You got to really know it well. So what you have to do, I'm just going to tell you the move here. It's D6, chasing his knight away.
Okay.
And there is a famous trap where you cannot take his pawn on E4. You have to chase away his knight first. And I'll show you why when we analyze this game. But yeah, this is the Petrov or the Russian game. Petrov was a 19th century Russian player who wrote a book on the Petrov.
Okay, well that sounds interesting.
Nothing better to do, so he decided to. Yeah, what can I do? Let me write a book on this random opening that nobody had been playing at that point. Now we take the pawn. And the drawback of the Petrov from a sort of a general standpoint is that you end up moving your knight many times, especially if he now chases it away with his pawn. Okay, so he plays the main move. And you have only one way to avoid losing the knight. I want to see if you can find it.
It's pushing the pawn up to protect it, right?
Then he will push his own up to attack it with d3, and because you are pinned, you will lose that knight. So you need to unpin yourself and simultaneously defend the knight.
Well, there's only one. There's only one piece that does that, right? It's the queen.
Exactly, queen e7. Yes. Now the Petrov is known as a very chill opening because notice what happens if he pushes his pawn up one square to d3, which he did. Yeah. You have to move your knight back.
Wow, this is interesting. Yeah, this is
This is the main line of the Petrov, one of the main lines.
So when moving the knight back, is it better to go back to the f6 or up on c5?
Both are legitimate moves. I like knight f6. The knight on c5 can kind of get attacked by more pawns.
Okay, that makes sense.
And the drawback of the Petrov is white can trade the queens by force. So it's kind of a boring, somewhat boring. Now he played bishop g5, which actually gives you a chance to avoid the queen trade. How?
Is it by pushing up the bishop?
Bingo. Bishop e6, yeah. And he kind of should have taken the queen because now
I can see that.
The position gets a little bit sharper. And you have a really interesting plan here where if you look at your bishop on f8, right, it's being blocked by the queen, which means that you don't have an easy time castling short. Okay, so he plays bishop f6. He kind of solves all your problems for you.
And so now I take with the queen to keep pawn structure, right?
Exactly. And he's moved his bishop twice. He's let your queen land on a really nice square. Now, which side do you think you should castle on? Long or short?
This should be a short side castle, right?
Actually, trick question because either is totally fine.
Oh, okay.
But I personally would even castle long because... Ooh, now, wait a minute. Look at this position carefully.
Could I push up and take that pawn on b2?
You absolutely could. And that is an intimidating... Is that a picture of a... What kind of picture does he have? Oh, that's a... I thought that was a tiger, but...
No, that's a waifu. Yeah, no, that's a waifu.
Oh, I'm supposed to know what that is, but I've been living under a rock my whole life.
Really? You don't know waifus?
I don't. What is that? What category is that from?
It's when dudes fall in love with cartoon women.
Oh, yeah. Interesting. So he's defended his rook with his queen. And now the question is, how do you proceed? What comes to mind?
I still have a lot of undeveloped pieces, so I was thinking developing. I could throw bishop up to g4 for a pin, though, right? Would that be something feasible?
Your instincts are right. I would develop first.
Okay.
It's like you want to adhere to the fundamentals. Like somebody good can get away with violating the rules. I'm not suggesting you're not good, but that's exactly what you're suggesting.
No, you'd never suggest that. Yeah, no.
Never, I am. Not my style. I'm always very polite. Knight c6, exactly. Now he could chase your queen away with a rook, and then you actually have a really nice square that you can park the queen onto to keep annoying him.
If he chases away with the rook?
If he chases, I don't think so. I think he's going to develop his bishop to e2, knowing Jordan Wehoff. Oh no, he does. Oh. Okay, now which square am I referring to?
Is it the c3 square?
It is. I mean, I don't even have to explain it because you're pinning that knight. He can't chase the queen away further with rook to b3. Do you see why that is?
Yeah, because I have bishop on it.
Yeah, you're covering the square. Now he's like so proud of himself. He's taking one. But now you can actually just kind of basically go in for the kill here. And this actually does violate the rules of development because you do have that bishop that hasn't been developed yet. But do you see what you can do here? Is
it pushing the bishop up and taking the pawn on a2?
That would be like, again, cashing in a lottery ticket for $10.
Okay.
What I want to be aiming for is the pawns closer to white's king.
Okay, so I'm looking to attack.
And this doesn't involve activating another piece, but it's already developed. You just have to kind of develop it further.
Are we still talking about my bishop?
No, it's actually a knight move.
Okay.
Sorry, I misled you. It's a knight move.
Okay, so is it pushing the knight up to b4?
Yes. Okay. And again, I think we talked about the knight and the queen are probably the strongest like piece tandem on the chessboard.
Actually,
they are known to cooperate incredibly well together. Cobra. That's just like a fact about attacking. Whenever you have the knight and the queen up in your opponent's grill, like that's trouble. Do you see that he can't defend the pawn on c2 without giving up material?
Yeah, because if I take with the knight, the only thing he could take with is the queen. I don't think he'd want to do that.
Precisely, and he can't throw another defender on there. He can take your knight with his rook, but that would be giving up a rook for a knight. So right. He probably should actually do that. Otherwise, he might get checkmated.
I don't think he will. So this would be a nice little experiment on how to checkmate in like the middle of the board because he's gonna have to move the king out, right?
Yeah. Now, okay. So okay. Now look at this carefully. And again, this is an exercise in avoiding tunnel vision because I think you're immediately drawn to that pawn you're attacking. But look at the whole board. What has he just done? Anything jumping out at you? He's taking a pawn with his rook.
Yeah, well, I was able to deduce that, yeah. I don't...
Look at the fucking rook.
I just take it with the queen?
Thank you.
Oh...
What took you so long?
I don't know. I guess I really was just tunnel visioning too hard. I thought you were telling me like he opened something up for like a checkmate.
And I maybe misled you. I take some of the responsibility. He blundered. Now the thing was, you could not have taken the pawn with a knight, and I'll show you why after the game. He would have had an X-ray defense.
Yeah, if I still progressed, he could have just taken with the rook, right? That's why I couldn't keep going.
Exactly. Actually, yeah, exactly. But now you can go ahead and
yeah,
with the rook in your pocket, you can keep attacking.
Him putting the queen there doesn't really change anything. I just push back up to c3, right?
Yep, I would actually do that. And you could have even taken the pawn immediately with the knight, but I like this move even more.
Yeah, because it keeps the knight pinned.
Sorry, not to cut you off.
No, I was just going to say, is it because it keeps the knight pinned to the king?
Exactly. Keeps the knight pinned, keeps your queen active in the attack, and he's completely lost here, but I want to see how you convert this advantage. What comes to mind?
So what's coming to mind right now is pushing bishop from e6 to a2, taking that pawn. It'll be protected by the knight.
Great move, and actually his queen is only one retreat square. So you can go ahead and do that, and he'll play queen c1 here, which is the only move that's not covered. And then I would advise you to look at his weaknesses and try to involve more pieces in the attack. You can kind of probe which of my pieces can jump into the attack as quickly as possible.
Well, it looks like my rook, right? Because my bishop, my bishop is still blocked. So which... Oh, Jesus, excuse me. So would it be better to go from C or B file?
Actually, the c file, because on the c file you'd be specifically attacking the c2 pawn.
Okay.
So rook c8 is the best move. Rook b8 would have also been fine, but do you see that you're actually attacking the pawn on c2? Now it has 3 attackers and only 2 defenders.
Mm-hmm.
Now it has 3 defenders. Now he's completely paralyzed, so you can afford to spend 2 moves now, activating another piece.
So yeah, she'd probably get the bishop involved here.
Exactly.
Which way should I develop him? On like pushing the g pawn up and coming in that way, or just moving?
Either. I would play bishop b7 because it has the added benefit of allowing you to castle should you need it. But when you put the bishop on e7, it also has access to a very, very strong square, and we'll talk about that once you do it.
Okay.
So, do you see where the bishop can? Okay, so he attacks your queen. What's the simplest solution here?
This is just taking the knight.
Yeah, get rid of that fucking knight.
Yeah. That's one less
Get it out of your
defender.
sights. And now the simplest is just to keep developing. Zen mode. No need to rush. You're up a rook. Everything is great. He's paralyzed. Just make sure all the T's are dotted and no, the I's are dotted and the T's are. I don't know the expression.
I's are dotted, T's are crossed, I think is what it is. Yeah.
Cross the T's, dot your I's.
So is this the powerful square I have access to? Is it the g5 with the bishop?
Yes. Yeah, so you can go there immediately. What I meant is you can also castle first, but you don't have to. Like, I would castle at some point just to be safe. Now he has only 1 defense, which he's got to find, which is knight back to f3. Otherwise, he loses his queen or gets checkmated.
This is
I
interesting.
mean, this is an amazing game. I don't know where you learned all this from. Who is your coach? I want to hire this guy.
I don't know, man. I don't know if you could afford him. He's one of those Fiverr premium kind of guys.
Oh, one of those fucking assholes, I see. No, I don't want to deal with him. But, you know, most of the time when people of his strength are put into situations like this, that's when the total collapse comes. Yeah. You're a little bit low on time here, but that's okay. You're only a couple of moves from checkmate if you play accurately. Yeah. Let's see if he finds it. He's probably tuning into my stream right now. Find out. Okay, so he doesn't. Do you see the checkmate?
Yeah, it's just pushing the queen to d2.
Brilliant. Queen d2 mate. Wow. 2 miniatures. 19 moves, I think, and 20 moves.
Not bad.
At all. So we can take a quick look at this game specifically. There's a couple of points just to share, and then we can do the preparing. We can look at your game against Hutch, or we can play more, like whatever you prefer.
Oh, it's whatever you think is going to be best. I need to be prepped out of my fucking mind. I need to come in there like as you. Like I need to be playing like Daniel Naroditsky would play.
Are you playing XQC on the 9th, or are you playing Yasuo?
XQC on the 9th.
Okay, great. So what we're going to do is we're going to analyze this game really briefly. I actually want to note a couple things from your game against Hutch. Just we're not going to go too deep into it, and then we're actually going to prepare for XQC. We're going to look at his games, his recent games, and through the lens of some of his games, we're going to talk about what kind of mistakes he makes, what you should be noticing, and hopefully I can also sort of just give you general advice on the basis of those games.
That sounds good to me, man. Hopefully we have enough time to cover all the mistakes he makes. It's a laundry list. It's a laundry list.
It is a laundry list, yeah. We can fill several volumes with XQC's mistakes. So I'm going to invite you to an analysis board in just a moment. Turbo Fisto.
Yes, sir. That's the one.
not to be confused with Turbo Fist.
Yeah, no, that guy's an asshole.
Piece of shit. Fucking imposter. Okay. Just invited you. Let me know if you...
Do I have to go back to live chess?
Anything popping up?
No.
Try again. Turbo fucking Fisto. Invite
drops enabled. Yeah, I'll be dropping chess for all the subs here pretty soon. I'll drop some keys.
I might just have to refresh or cancel the invites. Let me pull up another analysis board.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Sorry, but this is like the glitchiest feature of anything I've ever seen.
Do I just have to exit that and then I can get invites again?
If not, I might have to close out.
Go to the connect. Okay, no, try it again. It's supposed to just pop up here. There it is.
There we go. Perfect. And can you see me sort of moving the pieces around?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay. Pray. So knight f6. Yeah, this is the Petrov. So you're aware that knight c6 is the move you're going to be playing.
Yeah. So when I see XQC go Petrov or something, the knight c6 is the best way of starting.
Yeah. I mean, he's not going to know.
Stuck.
these openings too well. I mean, Hikaru might be preparing him a little bit, but
Trickster.
The key to understand is if you encounter a move in the opening that you're not familiar with, you have to adhere to the fundamental principles. Am I developing my pieces? A. Am I protecting the squares in front of my king? B. Like, if your move doesn't fall in one of those categories, chances are you're doing something silly. And that's sort of the key. Like, that's what I do. I still encounter openings I'm not familiar with, and that's when you have to stick to the kind of basic principles. Okay, so here you play knight f6. Now, the reason knight takes e4 immediately is bad is because he can actually go queen to e2. And you might be saying, well, big shit, I can move my knight back. But do you see what's wrong with this move?
Yeah, now he can move that knight and put me in check and just get a free queen out of it.
Which square specifically?
The c6 square. Or, yeah, okay. C6.
And then you can't even cover with the queen. Like, the knight covers both of those squares.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's the reason we have to kind of prophylactically chase the knight away, then take, and then play queen e7. And so you want to kind of avoid position. You want to avoid endgames, stuff like that, because you're an attacking player. This position is about equal. The Petrov is one of the best openings in chess, but it's not the kind of opening you play when you're a beginner. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. I don't think so in all the games I've played, I don't think I've seen anyone actually pull off what you showed right there with pushing the knight to the c6 and getting the queen. That's interesting.
So you're saying you've seen this position before?
Yeah, I've 100%. I've done this on stream too, and I don't think anyone's ever followed up with the knight to c6.
Right, a lot of people, they will either take the pawn because they'll get in luck, and they don't see that the king can escape the discovered check and take the knight, or they'll move the knight back. This move is the second best move because it does win the rook. That's also good, but obviously not as good as what do people do here? Like, they make one of these other checks.
So typically, the one or two times I've seen this, well, probably more than that. Mm-hmm. When I take their pawn, they just develop their knight or develop something else.
Oh, they don't play queen e2. Okay, so they'll just go here or develop the bishop. Yeah, it's hard to have this understanding if you just don't know this line to realize that white is already much better here is not an easy realization. But if you do fuck up like this, it's fine. Like, don't kill yourself over it. I know you will anyway, but I'm assuming that you're actually a good student.
I will recognize from now that I've seen it once, it'll be locked in my memory forever.
You will never forget this to your last day.
No, I will always
be thinking about together with Valerie. So anyways, this game was very, very smooth. I mean, everything else you did perfectly. Noticing the hanging pawns. Like, against XQC, really, if I'm honest with you, he's going to make one move piece blunders. And you just have to notice them. And this is sort of the key learning moment here. You're playing knight b4, training your eyes on this pawn. And then he takes on c7, right? Do you see why you can't take the pawn on c2 first and then take the rook? Why would that be the wrong order?
Because he takes my queen with the rook. Oh.
And then you take his king with your fucking knight.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. So the reason I can't take the queen right now is because you just wait.
No, I'm saying, why can't you as black take the pawn on c2 with your knight?
Oh, because now it's his move and he just takes the queen with the rook, right?
But it's check.
Oh, right. Fuck! I don't know then, to be honest.
Yeah, plus, so he takes with the knight with the queen, and this is called an X-ray defense.
He gets two pieces.
It doesn't look like his queen is defended literally, but it is. You see this?
Yeah.
He takes. So it's hard to identify those X-ray defenses.
Okay, that makes sense then.
And so therefore, and why does tunnel vision happen? Because your opponent makes a move on another side of the board, the side of the board that something is not going on, and you sort of just ignore it. This is the same thing. Everything's going on in this little square. You see my arrows, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you're like, what a big shit, he's taking the pawn. Okay, now what do I do? Let me go back to knight takes c2. But you have to force yourself to, you have to ask yourself, okay, what is the purpose of my opponent's move, regardless of where on the board it's kind of played. And everything else you did perfectly.
Yeah, I didn't even recognize that as a problem. I see now. That makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but if you kind of consciously ask yourself, you're at least going to avoid some of the times that it happens. So let me open up the game against Hutch. I'm going to find it in your game history, and then I'm going to invite you to another analysis board.
Sounds good, man.
Let's see.
You're going to see some lights out moves with one big fuck up at the end.
And you have to, I've seen him play for years, actually, so This is the one time, the one piece of praise I'm going to give you. You really stepped up, and I think you played well above your rating. So I was happy. Not with your blunder. I knew you would fuck up.
Yeah, I mean, that was
a joke, but the question is when.
I'm glad it happened towards the end.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, I just invited you again. Yeah, perfect. And a couple of points. We're not going to look at it after the blunder. Now, the 4 knights defense which you played, there, d3 is not a great move because it blocks the bishop. And this is another thing that I mentioned last time. You make a move to develop one piece, and you don't realize that in doing so, you fuck another piece. So what would be a sensible developing move in this position?
Would it just be pushing that bishop out right now to c4?
It absolutely would. And then you play d3, and then you develop your bishop to one of these squares. So that's something to bear in mind. Not a big deal. And here, you actually have the right idea of attacking this pawn. But remember, you want your pieces to be aiming first and foremost at the center. So instead of knight b5, could you suggest an improvement that does the same thing in a better way?
Instead of knight b5?
Correct. It's the right idea. Everything you did with that is right. It's the right piece, but there's a better square.
Yeah, is it going b5 and looking for the fork?
I think you mean d5.
Or, yeah.
Oh.
No,
well, I kind of gave it away there, but I thought you said knight d5 is the right move.
What move did I make? I thought I made that move.
You played knight b5. No, you thought you were a good player.
Damn.
So knight d5, and I think you see now it attacks the queen also. So it forces the queen off of this good square. And then you can
I really played b5?
But one thing that I was puzzled by is that you took the knight. I wasn't sure why you didn't just retreat the bishop here.
It was honestly just to be aggressive. Let him know I wasn't a pussy.
But in reality, bishop takes f6. I hate to break it to you, but it's more of a pussy move than bishop h4 would. Just because it's a retreating move, right?
Yeah.
You're still maintaining the pin. And the fact of the matter is, if you play knight d5 now, you can do what Solkaraj tried to do against you, with pinning that knight and ruining the pawn structure.
Mm-hmm.
Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. Now, if he pushes that pawn up to, what? Well, now I lose the pin, right?
You lose the pin, but the reality is this move g5 also has a drawback. He's pushing a lot of pawns forward, and he's introducing, whenever you push a pawn forward, you're weakening the king side. So if he ever castles, his king is going to be very poorly protected because he's pushed these pawns up. And the reality is a lot of players are not advanced enough to realize that you should now prepare castling the other way. So I would like black's position here in general, but the opponents you're facing are not going to feel comfortable in it. So you can just keep developing with bishop e2. And I'll teach you an interesting technique here. Let's say he develops his own bishop. You can actually undermine this pawn on g5 because what he's done is create a hook for your pawns, and you can make a very interesting move here. Does anything come to mind?
Is it so? Not really.
Kind of a creative move. It's the move h4.
Oh.
And you're creating a threat of capturing the pawn on g5. If he ignores it, he cannot capture back.
Yeah, he loses his rook.
Not only one rook, but actually two rooks. He has to drop the other rook.
Does he? Oh yeah, he would, because I mean, blocking with the knight doesn't do fuck all for him.
And he loses 2 rooks and a knight.
Yeah.
What idea you suggested? So if he pushes his pawn forward and you move your knight away, then he's pushed his pawns even further forward. Now this pawn is weak. He's tied down to this pawn with several of his pieces.
Interesting.
And now you can reroute. This is really advanced stuff, but you can reroute this knight potentially to one of these central squares. And this is a maneuver. Do you see a way, even temporarily going backwards, that this knight could land on one of these 2 squares?
Yeah, is it dropping back to f1, pushing to e3, and then going up?
Bingo. So that's a very common maneuver in these types of positions, actually. You'll see it any Grandmaster game you look at in these types of positions. This maneuver is like very commonplace. So that would have been a good idea. Now, c4 is a good move. You're controlling the central square. And now you did play knight c5, and you took his bishop. Everything, you're better here. You're fucking better against Hutch because his pawn structure is now ruined. And this is where things started to go wrong. You might not realize it, but d4 is actually a very big mistake. The reason why, and he didn't exploit it, is because you're opening up the center before you finish your fucking development. Now, what is the simplest way to finish your development?
It's just pushing the bishop up to e2, right?
Yes, and then castling, and then you can play d4 to your heart's content. Now, what Hutch missed is that in this position, there is something very much free lying on the table.
Yeah, it's just that pawn right there, yeah, e4.
And it's not just a pawn, it's also check. Look at your king. You have to move your knight back. He takes another pawn. He's going to put his rook here. You can barely develop. You're lost here.
Wow,
so,
yeah.
You're trying to be aggressive, but in reality, you're biting off more than you can chew. And he got away with it. And here, you could have defended this pawn. I'm not sure why you sacrificed. Like, you could have played bishop d3, guarding the pawn. I think you were just anxious about making your king safer.
Yeah, maybe. That's probably what I was thinking at the time. I actually don't really remember.
Unacceptable. All right. And finally, of course, bishop e2. So, do you think it was a matter not to? I'm sure you've like agonized over this for sleepless days. I don't mean to rub more salt in the wound, but if you had to sort of identify, is it just that you had a blind spot? Did you play too fast? Sort of.
I don't remember how much time I had left at this point, but I was looking obviously at d3, but then ultimately decided on e2, and I don't remember why. I don't quite recall.
Yeah, I mean, bishop d3 would have had the added benefit of controlling the h7 square. So he could have unwittingly like allowed something like this. And if he doesn't move his bishop away, this is checkmate. Now he's up a pawn here. Black is better. But in return for that pawn, he still has a ruined pawn structure. So it's just a regular endgame. The game should kind of end in a draw here if both sides play accurately. Which, this guy's 1400. All things considered, had you played bishop d3, you would have had a great position. So well done in this game. And if you play like this against XCC and Yasuo, they have no chance. That's the reality.
Oh, that's what I like to hear, yeah.
But now, you're still a piece of shit, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Do not misinterpret or take out of context that sentence. I'm doing this for the crowd.
I agree.
So now let's get on to the preparation phase. And what I'm going to do is if XQC is currently in live chess, I can download his games directly. If not, I'll need a second to XQC. Do you know what his account name is? There's XQC Cow Dad. Is it just XQC Cow? XQ Cow 1. I think it's XQC OW1. You guys in my chat would probably know. I think it's XQC OW1.
The tier 1 Stefan in the bits.
It's just XQC OW. Okay, so give me 1 minute to download his games, and then I'll paste them into this analysis board.
Yeah, no worries, man. No rush.
Perfect. I'm gonna go on to full cam. And
that's how I learn best.
Yeah, XQC has gotten a lot of coaches, but he
reinforcement.
He went down in flames yesterday.
Yeah, I heard. I didn't see the match, but I heard it was kind of brutal.
Yeah, Yasuo was pretty good. Yasuo was pretty sharp. Okay, found his games. Okay, completed games.
June 9th.
All right, now what we're gonna do is
that's the showdown.
I'm just making sure that the games actually contain some information. Okay, let's start with this game. I'm just gonna take his latest game. And we're going to go through them pretty quickly because I want to look at a lot of games to kind of look at his mistakes and what he plays. Do you know your color? Are you white or black?
No, I don't. I'm not sure.
Okay, because that would actually give us information. Because if you were white, I would mostly look at his black games. But that's fine. I mean, we'll look at his games from both colors. I'm pasting it in right now. Let me know if you see.
It's XQC OW1.
Do you see anything happen?
Yeah, I'm seeing moves. Is this XQC 1 or just XQCOW?
XQC1. So okay. The opponent names don't change, but XQC in this game is playing white against round of 600. And XQC is with the white pieces here. So his opponent already made a mistake with bishop c5. That blunders the pawn. XQC didn't take it, but he knows to control the center.
I don't think I'm seeing the same game. Yeah, there's no bishop movement here.
Oh, no bishop movement? Okay, so then what I'm going to do, I'm going to open a new board, paste it in, and then I'm going to re-invite you again. That's probably the best way to do it.
Okay.
You'll see another invitation pop up in 3, 2, 1.
Right on, Mark. I'm ready.
Okay, and I need to change my webcam to scene. Okay, there we go. Do you see the movements now?
Yeah, now I see them.
I pasted this in one of my old games, but it's not actually my game. So XQC plays d4. His opponent is just fucking around in the opening. And XQC just wins a pawn. You still see the moves, right?
Yep.
So let's see how XQC handles a position where he's a pawn up. Okay, his opponent chases away his knight. XQC moves the knight. And, okay, so XQC takes D takes C5. Not an amazing move. He doesn't take toward the center. He should have taken with this pawn.
I'm seeing it. Now it's the right board.
Okay, so you're seeing what you're supposed to be seeing?
Now I am. Now I see.
I see. I'm looking at your stream too. Yeah. Perfect. And he should have driven this wedge off the position, but that's not a big deal. Now he ruins his own pawn structure, and you can see what XQC does in this position. He gives a check, and he blunders a knight in one move.
Right, yeah, I see that.
What should have XQC done here with the white pieces? What would you have done here?
If I was in this position?
If you were in his shoes here with the white pieces.
Oh, I mean, this is all fucked. I would have resigned. This is disgusting. I hate even looking at this, but if I was forced to be here...
You were in a knight to your throat.
Yeah, if I had to play this garbage, to be honest... I'd probably push Queen out, try and get her involved because I'm just way behind. I have nothing developed.
Yeah, or you could have taken the queen.
Trading queen.
I know that you don't like trading queens, but look at his king now. The king cannot castle anymore. So if you ever slam a rook on d1, that's going to be a very unpleasant check. That's what XQC should have done because he's already a pawn up. And trading when you're up, not the worst idea. But instead, he gets tempted by a check like this and doesn't count the number of defenders. Boom. Okay, so he gives a check, he develops, so he knows the general principles of development. Don't expect him to kind of like nut himself immediately. His opponent plays here. XQC attacks the bishop. Okay, so here XQC finds a very good move. He plays e5. But his opponent finds an even stronger reply. So this is a fork. And do you see why bishop takes pawn would not have been possible?
Yeah, because, where are we at? Yeah, rook, right. Well, no. Rook.
Yeah, exactly. That's right, because the knight is pinned.
Oh, yeah, because the bishop's there. I didn't even recognize.
Right, so he wins back the piece, but now his opponent finds... I don't know if you see the notation, but yeah, you do. So queen b6 check
Jesus, here.
Picks off the bishop. That's a fork. Wow, his opponent was very good. He actually noticed this when he castled. Yeah. And black retains the extra piece. So I'm going quickly here just to look at where XQC went wrong. He's already lost here. He's down a piece, and he keeps blundering pawns. And his opponent just crushes him, basically. Check. XQC gives up the rook. Yeah, after XQC blundered that knight initially, the game was virtually over. And his opponent converted it fairly well. And you can see XQC a little bit later on. He blunders his bishop and the knight. So he makes a lot of one-move blunders. You can see, he doesn't notice that the bishop is hanging.
Right.
Okay, so that's good information. Let me paste in the next game. Let's take a game where XQC was black against a different opponent. Let's see. Okay, let's take a game that he won. And he's definitely a 1e4 player. So that's... And let me know if you see the new game pasted in.
Yeah, it just changed.
Perfect. Okay, so XQC is with black here. He does play the Russian game. Okay. So, by the way, if he does this against you and you have white...
It's a different game. This was Bishop moving up here. He did not play the Petrovs.
Right, but do you remember... No, but that previous game XQC was white. Here XQC is black, and he actually Petrov.
Okay.
So, do you remember the move against the Petrov here? His opponent plays d4, which is not the move that you should be playing if he plays the Petrov.
Yeah, you push the pawn up to defend, right?
Actually, you take the pawn.
Yeah, I was definitely looking at a different game. Yeah, 100%. We're good now. Now we have both knights on the E file, right?
It aligns. Yeah, sorry about the problems. It sometimes doesn't align. And this, you remember this trap. So if he plays into this, he might actually blunder his queen, and you win the queen in the opening. So this is what I would suggest. Now his opponent plays d4, and now XQC captures, and now he captures the free pawn. His opponent brings his queen out. XQC defends the knight. So XQC playing well so far. And his opponent blunders a piece here by castling. Now, what should white have done in this position?
He should have pushed the c pawn, c3.
Excellent. And you're much sharper than before at basically identifying threats and stopping them. So I'm happy to see that. And here XQC, instead of dropping the bishop back, he plays rook e8, so he literally blunders this bishop. Okay, so here's what I've diagnosed about XQC so far, just from these two games. XQC sees you know, like he sees moves that create a threat, obviously. So you see this move queen f3, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's obvious that this move threatens the knight, but when his opponents play a subtle move that doesn't seem intimidating, XQC has a hard time understanding how the position has changed, and so he's very likely to blunder a piece.
Here.
So what you need to be looking for are and somebody's saying you might be black if you were white in the first game, so that might be possible. But what you need to try to do is make these subtle moves that create kind of a hidden threat, right? It cuts the queen off from the bishop. He might not notice that, and that's what happens here. His opponent wins back the piece.
That's
Does that
interesting.
make sense?
Yeah, that is very odd. Yeah. Wow.
And his opponent now drives the queen in. Wow, white is attacking here, but XQC wiggles out of it. So knight b3 attacking the queen. His opponent playing perfectly well here. That king is super weak. XQC blundering pawns. Yeah, his opponent just had a great position until he blundered a queen in one move.
Oh, that's sad, yeah.
That is a fucking sad move. So what should white have done here in this position? White can actually win another pawn here with a two-move sequence. Let's see if you can find it.
Is it just pushing over to the h7 pawn?
Oh, yeah, I didn't even see that. You can do that, or you can give a check on c7 and then take on g7. And that actually simultaneously defends this pawn on b2.
Oh, so that's a much stronger move then.
It is, yeah. So that's good. Now, people in my chat are telling me that you will most likely be black. So let's actually prioritize the games where XQC was white. And I will actually prepare you and tell you what XQC is likely to play.
Okay.
And
I like that.
Okay.
Get in his head.
I'm going to do this professionally. I'm going to do it as if I was fucking. And for that, you need to give me like 30 more seconds. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to download XQC's last 100 games.
Okay.
Put them into what's called ChessBase. That's a professional program that grandmasters use to prepare, and it processes large numbers of games. And I am going to, and there is a feature on ChessBase which basically tells you what XQC does in certain positions.
Wow, that is some in-depth shit. That is some high-tech shit. God damn.
It's the first thing, basically, and sorry if I'm like over-explaining this, but in ChessBase, there is a database called Megabase that contains tens of millions of chess games that have been recorded and posted into this database. So there's a lot of my games there. All grandmasters have their games in Megabase, but XQC, with full due respect, has not made it into Megabase. And online games don't make it into Megabase. It's only over the board, but it's also kind of a program that allows you to process things and prepare. So I am actually doing that right now.
That's exciting.
And people in my chat, you're seeing me on XQC's game page downloading. So I'm going to make a database. I'm not going to share my screen while I'm doing that, so it'll just take me 1 minute. Let's call XQC recent games. And we'll just do 100 games. That should be enough.
That's probably every game he's played so far. Yeah, that's yeah.
Yes, actually 399 total. So
what?
That actually does play a lot.
That's a lot more than I expected. That is some girthy shit right there.
I mean, man. Okay, so last 100 games, I've chosen them. And now we're going to look at what he plays. XQC, prepare. There's a feature called Prepare Against White.
Oh, that's so cool.
So of the 100 games, 53 of them were the white pieces. In 52, he played 1 to e4. So that is for sure what he's going to play. He is going to play the move 1 to e4, and you're going to respond with 1 to e5. And now, 31 games have continued this way, and in 30 of them, XQC has gone knight to f3. So that is to be expected. Do you see me actually making the moves?
Yeah, I can see it.
And you're going to respond knight to c6. 17 games in this point, and XQC plays the same opening every single time, so we will actually be able to prepare for him. He plays what's called the Scotch game. I think Hikaru might have taught him that. He plays the move d4. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in 2 games, XQC played bishop to c4, the Italian game. And I'm going to show you a couple of moves in this position just to be sure. Maybe Hikaru will prepare him or something like that. Let's actually start with that to get it out of the way. Do you know what to do in this position?
As black, right?
Yes.
So he's threatening the f7 pawn. Is it just simply pushing up? So move, like, I don't know.
So he's not actually threatening it. It's defended by the king. Right. So actually, you can just develop symmetrically bishop to c5. Just because he's putting pressure on it doesn't mean you want to necessarily go out of your way to defend it.
Okay.
So you go bishop c5 in this position, XQC castles. And now you just develop your knight to f6. And in this position, in one of the games that reached this position, XQC played the move d4. And I'm pretty sure Hikaru taught him this opening, which is on a low level, a good opening, but I'm going to show you what to do. He goes d4. Okay, this looks like a blunder. He's not there telling me you're not seeing anything. No, you are.
No, I see it.
Okay. This is a trap. If you take this with the pawn, he has the move e5 with a very nasty attack against your knight. Okay? If you take with the knight, he takes back on e5, but there's one piece you can take with that doesn't allow him to do anything, and that is what? Oh, and actually I can flip the board. I forgot. We're facing black. That should be easier for you.
Oh, I mean, if it doesn't.
If you actually flip the board on your end, if you hover over to the gear, it should have those 3 little buttons. Yep. Oh. The third is the flip board.
Okay,
yep.
That makes sense. So
what should you take that pawn with?
So is it taking it with the F knight there on the E4?
Then he takes your bishop.
Oh, I see.
You're really good at chess. You should actually take the pawn that I've highlighted. The question is with what piece?
Yeah.
And I made it very hard for you because I've told you it's not the knight and it's not.
So it's got to be the bishop.
Yep.
I see.
If he takes the bishop, you take the knight, and he cannot take because the pawn is defending.
I get
you. And the line goes f4 d6. It's defending. He's not going to know that deep. So basically, of course, he might watch the stream, but if that's the length that he goes to, then hats off. You're still going to beat him. So just remember this line. And if he defends this pawn with d3, I would go h6 here to stop his bishop from developing to g5. In general, that's the move you should keep in mind, okay? Because a lot of people, they can't develop the bishop to this square. They start panicking and doing stupid shit. Then you develop as you know how. d6, bishop g4, castles, normal developing moves. So that's the Italian. But XQC will most likely play, the move d4. So here you take the pawn. Okay, this is called the Scotch game. It's a legitimate opening, and it's not very common at his level, so that's why it's important for you to know what to do.
Thanks, the reset, Roman.
And what do you think white should do here? Like, what strikes you as the most logical move?
What should white do? White should... I forgot to push the talk, sorry. For white, they should just take pawn with knight, right?
Yes, and that's what XTC has done, and 7 games of his have reached this position. And let me think about... I actually have to decide what variation to show you that's going to be most likely. Okay, I know what I'm showing you. I know what I'm fucking showing you.
That's what I like to hear. It sounds dirty.
An option. 2 options. I can show you sort of the safe line, which is guaranteed to give you a normal, pretty decent position. Or I can show you a line that might allow you to score a very quick knockout.
Yeah, give me that super aggressive shit.
So the super aggressive shit is to move your queen out to h4, but you'll have to do some remembering. That's the one thing. Mm-hmm. And this is a bit of a gamble, because if he knows exactly how to react to this line, then the position gets very sharp. It's not a bad line, actually. And if you don't like it, I can show you the other line. Okay, so queen h4, what is the idea of this move? What are you threatening to take now?
We're looking to attack on that f2 pawn.
But you're not fucking threatening to take it.
No. Yeah.
Threatening to take.
Oh, we're looking at the pawn at e4. I get you.
That's right. We want to take the pawn on e4 with check, and that's a very now. In XQC's game that has reached this position, and you know what? Let me do this properly. Download 100 more of his games and just make sure he hasn't reached this more than once. This will take me exactly 1 more second. Copy, paste. Then we'll have his 200 latest games. That'll give us more data points. And the second part.
I can't believe he's played that many fucking games.
Because queen h4 is a move that some beginners play, and I'll show you how XQC reacted when he reached this position the one time I see. Okay, XQC recent games. Paste. Okay, now let's check if in these other 100 games I downloaded, this might have been reached. Okay. Download. Copy. Paste. Sorry to keep you waiting.
No, it's all good, man.
I am... There we go.
So I've actually... This right here, I've kind of seen / done this when just going for those Mimi scholars mates. Isn't this one of the typical progressions? Is when you put your queen out there and they defend somewhere, they usually leave that pawn hanging, right?
Yes and no. So still one game. The point of this variation is not only to deliver the scholars mate, it's also really to put pressure on this pawn on e4. Okay. So it's like a purpose move. And potentially, yes, you can bring your bishop out to c5. That is a legitimate idea. So what XQC did the one time he reached this position is panicked and played the move g3. And why is this a mistake?
Well, it's a free pawn, but it's also showing his rook. He's now got his rook exposed.
Yeah, so the bad news is he can defend everything with queen to e2, which is a move he did not find in the one time he reached this position. He played knight to e2, and after queen takes h1, he died a horrible death.
Oh, yeah. That looks gross.
Queen e2 basically forces you to capture his queen, and then he can capture with his knight. And now you get an endgame where you're a pawn up and you have an overwhelming advantage, but it is an endgame, so that's sort of a possibility. But just because the queens are off the board doesn't mean you don't adhere to general principles. So you just develop your pieces, you castle, you put the rook on an open file, and you just develop all of your pieces. I mean, do you think you'll feel comfortable playing a position like this? And mind you, you're playing XQC, who also doesn't have experience in endgames.
Yeah, I think this is something that I need to at least try in a game first to see how it feels. But on paper, that seems pretty standard stuff. So when I do take on e4, if they do block with the queen, the only viable option is trading them. There's no other way.
There is unfortunately no other way. This line, if XQC finds queen e2, you have to trade queens. So this is a deal breaker. I could show you the other line. It's not like the other line is a pussy line. I could show you what the idea is. And the other line is to play bishop c5 here. Develop it and attack the knight. And after he takes the knight, you capture the knight. And you actually get a very strong bishop here. Then you develop your pieces normally. I'll show you the ideas in this position as well. Do you have sort of an instinct about what you want to do out of these two things? Because the way XQC reacted to this line is also really shitty.
I always do prefer the aggressive approach. It's just the trading queens that early is something I feel might fuck me up.
Okay.
If it comes to that. If he doesn't play that queen, then that's going to feel like some big dick moves. I just feel like, knowing me, I'd probably panic as well.
This is also kind of a big deal. So let's stick with bishop c5. You know what? It's safer. It's more fundamentally sound. You'll feel more at ease. That would be my instinct. So XQC had this twice. Okay, now the first time he played c3. And this is a big mistake because instead of developing his pieces, he's guarding the knight. But what other drawback does this move have? Just some positional training.
What is moving? Well, he's not blocking anything, so he can't move that knight. He's blocking the knight on c3.
He's blocking the knight, and now you keep developing knight to f6. You're attacking the pawn. And he probably already in this position has to take your knight on c6. Now, which pawn do you take the knight with?
You take it with the b pawn to free up the bishop.
Yeah. So people in my chat, by the way, are asking me to show you a different line where in this position you play queen to f6. You actually don't capture the knight.
Really?
And this threatens checkmate in one. So there is a possibility XQC will miss this mate. But if white knows what to do, again, he plays queen f3, and you have to entertain the possibility of going into an endgame. You can take the queen with a knight, but that's just not a great line. So it's too risky, I think. I think XQC might find that move. So I would not do that if I were you, unless you feel like XQC might blunder mate.
I was actually Googling ways to make Scholar's Mate more efficient, and I really do feel like this could get him. But if he pushes pawn up, is that position where my queen is, where my queen is there? Is that a better position, or is that still just not even worth?
So you can play this. Yeah, this is a good move. Now, knight f6 is probably the best move. Queen f6 is a very decent move because he might take your knight. That's actually possible in this mate in one.
Right.
Imagine what that would create. The problem is, again, if he knows what to do, he plays bishop to e3 here, then queen f6 is a slightly inaccurate move. We basically transpose into theory. But I would, you know what, why don't you risk it? I would just risk it.
I like that, yeah.
And if he goes bishop e3, there's one thing I want you to remember, which is that you see your bishop is undefended and unprotected. can you move your bishop to a square so that it's much better defended by your pawns?
Yeah, just drop it back to b6.
Drop it back to b6. Now, the queen's blocking the knight's development, but that's okay, because where can your knight actually develop itself to?
The e7.
E7 square. Now, could you tell me this? Let's say he develops and castles, and you castle, and he develops. Now, it's already hard for him to develop. He's probably going to take your knight on c6. Interesting question. What do you think, keeping in mind the fact that you want to develop as quickly as possible, which pawn should you take the knight with?
That should be the d pawn, right? That opens the file and opens the bishop.
I mean, you're just sharp. Just everything is correct. You're opening up the bishop. Now, this queen could then park itself on g6 and skewer the king and attack the pawn. The queen belongs on g6 here. And I'm telling you a lot. You can obviously review this on your own as well. I know I'm giving you a lot of information here. So queen f6 is an excellent move here if he plays c3. Now, if xcc takes the knight, are you still in the mood to play queen f6 here and risk it?
I think so. I think it's definitely worth it.
So if xcc does find the correct move, queen f3, if you want to avoid the queen trade here, which is not necessarily advisable from an objective point of view, but you can do it, queen takes c6. And now if xcc develops the knight on c3, do not play the move d6 to develop your bishop. Why?
That traps my queen.
Yes, bishop b5, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's something you should remember. I would actually put the knight on e7 here so that your queen has the possibility of then jumping out to g6. You know, xcc will develop. You guys will both develop. And here, this idea that you like a fianchettoing your bishop, I like it here because the bishop occupies the long diagonal and potentially will skewer the queen. Okay. And then you can reroute your queen to g6 and start kind of attacking. And we can practice these positions a little bit more. But that's sort of the basic idea. What other moves could xcc play in this? And people will be so impressed that you know this theory, trust me.
That's good. That's what it's all about. I don't even care about winning as long as someone's impressed.
Exactly. Who cares about the result? Now, what if xcc plays bishop to e3? What comes to mind here?
Well, now I need to protect the bishop, right? Because it's hanging.
Right, but you can also do what to ruin his pawn structure?
Could just take with the bishop.
Take the bishop. He's got to take with the pawn, and now again, I would take with a d pawn, opening up your bishop. So when you can take with the d pawn and develop along the scheme. The problem with queen f3, the main move in this position is actually to take the knight, but with the pawn, but that allows the queen trade. So because you want to avoid the queen trade, that's the move I'm advising you to play.
Okay. I mean, I'm not totally against the queen play. I guess if I can get enough games under my belt where this happens, where I am trading queens early.
So shut the fuck. Just kidding. Yeah. I know what you mean, though, and I actually agree with you. I think even if it means making a slightly inferior move, you're a better tactical player. So even that, it's a better cost benefit, I would say. You know. But I understand what you're saying. We'll try to get some more practice shortly with the queens off the board. Just in general, it's a good idea. Okay, so what else is there in this position? If bishop to e3, then you actually can play queen f6, transposing into the line we just looked at. And if xcc takes the knight, can you remind me what you do in this position?
Yeah, you take with the b pawn.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
Confidence in me.
Immediately forgot. Yeah, take bishop and then take with
the bishop, then take the pawn with a d pawn. Yeah. So everything you said there was wrong, but that's okay.
Yep.
And also remember, hanging pawns, hanging pieces. Always look at what's hanging here. xcc might blunder this pawn. And that's a disastrous pawn because he might go on to lose his rook. So that's the key that's going to win you the match is this. So queen to f6. He might also... I don't know what he's going to do. I don't want to spend too long speculating, but the key is to remember queen to f6. And if he plays pawn to f3, then he's never going to be able to castle. The key is then to prioritize rapid development of your pieces. So that's sort of the rundown in the opening. I don't think there's anything else he can throw at you in terms of opening traps that will really scare you that much. So what we can actually do, we can look at more of his games to look at his weaknesses, but I've kind of gotten a sense of how he plays. He's learned the principles. He will develop his pieces. He will castle, but he will make a lot of blunders and he will do stupid shit. Like he will occasionally start moving his pawns. He'll fall in love with some idea. So as long the person who sticks to the principles better will win this game. Is that sounding reasonable so far?
That sounds about right to me. I mean, that's what I did with Hutch. Fundamentals until the very end.
Exactly. And you got a great position. Fundamentals, not missing blunders. Well, that's tall order for you. But
yeah,
there's a couple of things we can do. You can jump back into the pool and get more practice in general. We can practice this specific position where we can practice, for example, let's say this position. I can basically ask someone in my chat to challenge you who's rated approximately XCC's rating. I'm sure we can find someone. And we can sort of zero in on how to play these positions. And he will, I'm sure, graciously play this out. Or you can like jump just back in the pool, or we can do more training. What floats your boat? What do you have the Jones for?
I say we go in blind, see what someone like Balreet or Sekla plays, and then just go from there.
I like it. I'm going to follow you. And yeah, I'm still following you, so you can jump right into the pool.
All right, hold on 1 second. I got to go say hello to my girlfriend. I'll be back in just a minute.
I'm going to fill up my water too, so.
All right, I'll be back in a second, boys.
I'll be right back, guys. I need to run to the bathroom. Sorry, I had to say hello to the toilet. Okay. Thank you guys for all the compliments. I'm sorry I haven't acknowledged you guys, but thanks to everyone who's watching. I hope you guys are enjoying. And thanks everyone for all the subs and all the support. Really appreciate it, folks. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I forgot my water. Well, thank you, Coco. Appreciate it. You guys are very sweet. So the match is Charlie's match is tomorrow. Yeah, but I have a lot of faith in Charlie. He's just so much sharper. He's seeing all the tactics. I'm happy. I'm confident. At what rating do you recommend buying chess? Because I would say around 14, 1500 you can start considering. Really, you need it if you're 1800 and above or so. Is Hikaru training XCC right now? That's hilarious. They might be looking at.
Thanks for the resub, Lemon, the Prime.
No, he's not training him right now though. Okay, he's not. Hikaru's not streaming right now.
Okay, nice. The Prodigy's back. Don't worry, I'm hopping in.
So I had the greatest of thoughts while in the bathroom peeing.
Mm-hmm.
I've watched my fair share of XCC playing chess, and you know, Bing Bing Boom and that kind of stuff.
Oops.
Oh, you've started. Okay. We'll talk about it afterwards. He has a lot of tunnel vision. Just that's what I wanted to say. He notices tension on the board, and then he won't notice other sides of the board. So he'll blunder these far moves, like queen takes other pawn. Thank you, Cortex, for the sub. Wow, Chris he's so shocked by this first move. It took him 15 seconds to.
Yeah, almost aborted on him.
Knight c3. So the Vienna game. Man, you're playing some sleepy fucking opponents today.
Yeah, I don't know why they're moving so slow. I don't really like it.
So knight c6, and I think you like the 4 knights. You can also develop your bishop. I mean, however you prefer to develop.
I typically like to move bishop out, to be honest. So now he does the same. I don't really need to. I can still develop normally, right? There's nothing I need to react to here.
Nope. can develop knight. Yeah. Symmetrical. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this looks about right.
Actually develop your bishop first. I'll explain why in a moment.
So developing bishop instead of knight there?
No. Instead of castling here, I would delay castling. Maybe that's what you were going to do anyway.
Yeah, no, I was still going to move bishop. I thought you were talking about before moving knight doing...
That doesn't matter. Yeah, anything works. Chris Hurley. So here, if he castles, you have a very tricky move that you can actually make. Okay, so he thinks he's fucking this shit here. He attacks your pawn. What comes to mind here? You have. Remember what you said you wanted to do the bishop trick?
Yeah, I'm in that position. I'm just debating on it.
You can do a form of that here. You can actually. Well, I'll let you try to name the move. It's a very, very nice tactic.
This isn't the Legalis trap or whatever, though, is it?
Just kidding. It's a variation of the sack on f7. You can actually take that pawn immediately with the bishop. I'll tell you the move, and you can find the follow-up.
Really? So you're saying I can immediately take that f pawn?
Yes. I don't really know what I'm talking about usually, so you should ask me like 5 times just so I'm sure I'm not. So, okay, so he takes immediately, thinks you're an idiot. Now, what is the follow-up?
Is it pushing? Well, let me see.
And remember the fundamental tactical idea here you're trying to explain. Hanging pieces that are not defended by any pawns, can be easily picked off. And you combine that with the weakness of Black's king. So when those two come together, it manifests itself in the next move you should be making.
I think I'm tunnel visioning too hard because I don't think this fits that criteria. The thing that I just keep going to is pushing bishop out to g5 to threaten queen.
It's not bishop to g5. It's actually the knight to g5. So you're there, but what you're not noticing, I think, is that the queen is the one that's going to be taking the knight. That's what's hard to notice. You don't really notice the queen initially. Do you see how knight g5 wins the piece back on g4?
I think so. I think, at the very least.
Right, so knight g5 is a check. He's got to move his queen, and then you take the knight with your queen. Yep. Bishop g5 would have just attacked his queen, and then he would have moved his queen away, and then you're down a piece. Yeah,
I see what you're saying. So that'd be like a very surface level idea without getting too much out of it.
Exactly. And people, when beginners, they're in love with just attacking pieces and giving checks. But what I try to get across is that you can attack a piece all you want, but if it doesn't serve a purpose, then big shit, he just moves the piece back away. Okay, so let's see it. Anything coming to mind?
I don't know. You got me nervous.
There is a hanging piece here. You can take it. Do you see it? So why did you play knight g5 check? What have you opened? And again, this is detecting small changes in the position. Look at all of your pieces, all of them, not just the bishop and the knight. Look at your queen.
Is it just taking the knight with the queen?
Yes.
No, I thought it was something a little more aggressive.
Well, you've won a fucking pawn. I mean, what else?
Yeah, I get you. Sorry. I guess my problem is now I'm thinking too big scheme. Like I keep thinking for like knife at the throat.
Right, and that's a good attitude to have, actually, and that's why I think you're a good attacking player. But you have to be, there's this phrase, masters celebrate small victories. Look at what you've done. You've won a pawn. Not only that, look at his king. His king is incredibly weak, so you have to be patient. You're not going to checkmate him until you bring all your pieces in the attack. Okay, so he goes knight d4. He goes after your pawn on c2. And this is where I would actually suggest a sacrifice. Because the way I would think about this position, and I won't tell you the move, is let him fucking choke on that pawn on c2. I'm going to bring all my pieces in the attack in the meantime, while he's distracted taking all those pawns.
So what you're thinking, the knight to d5 to push him up?
Oh, that's a brilliant move, actually. Do it. I didn't even notice that move, because you sacrifice a rook. Yes, yes, that's a great move. That's a great move.
So is this the variation of the Legales trap you were talking about?
I forgot to show you I'll show you the actual Legales trap. Yep, so he thinks he's the shit. Now, where would you move your king?
Moving him up to free up the rank for rook?
Yeah, so I would move it to d1 so as not to block the bishop on c1 should you need its services later. And also to attack the knight so that he's compelled to capture your rook, and then you're actually winning.
Okay, so that makes sense then. So move him to d1 is the better move.
Yep. And after he takes your rook, which is a certainty to me because he thinks he's winning,
Right.
I won't say anything. I'll just find the move. You are winning the game with 2 possible moves.
So I want to run it by you first. So is the first move pushing the queen to f5?
It is. And the second move is basically the same thing, just different square. Yep. You could have also put it to f3. If he had up his queen, man, your dog liked that move.
Yeah, she really enjoyed that one.
Knight d5, I didn't even see it. And notice what the knight is doing on d5. Had the knight not been there, he would have blocked with his queen on f6.
Yeah.
And as it stands, you're going to capture that queen now, and he plays king e8. Holy smokes, you're on fire.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. So, now, this is checkmate, right? If I just push queen to f7, yeah?
It is.
Yeah.
12 move win. So let's quickly analyze this before you jump back in, just so I can show you the legals made and stuff. You'll see another invite if that's okay with you.
Yeah, by all means, man.
I will invite you, and you.
You see that? I found a move a GM didn't see,
this,
and that blunder was him, not me. By the way,
this will make it to like all the chess journals.
I'm pretty proud of that. That's gonna go on my chess resume. I found a move that Turbo GM Daniel Naroditsky didn't see.
People in my chat are going crazy. They're like, who is this guy? Honorary GM title. So you played all this. Now, could you tell me this? If you didn't have this move, bishop takes f7, what would be the most sort of safest way of defending this pawn and developing your pieces at the same time?
Is it just bringing the rook to f1?
Yes, but you want a castle. Like, while you're at it, you might as well make your king safe. And what people often don't understand is they think this is good for black, but it's terrible for black. Rook for 2 pieces is good for the 2 pieces. And then his king is, you can just pounce on him. Bring the knight to g5, bring the queen to h5. He's busted here. Right? So don't be afraid of this tension on the pawn, because later on you could chase the knight away with h3 if you want it. He has no way of reinforcing the attack on the f2 pawn. I don't know how that sounds to you, if that makes sense.
No, that definitely makes a lot of sense to me.
Now let's talk about what is the classical Legals trap. Now, Legals mate, and it's named after a French player from the 18th century. Surprisingly, his name was Legal. I don't know if it might be illegal for me to reveal his name, but I think he's dead now.
Yeah, he's definitely long in the ground. This move probably killed him, his magnum opus.
Oh, yeah, and Legal played an unknown player. That's how the trap originated. And the unknown player played g6 here, in this position, to fianchetto the bishop. And here, Legal initiated Legal's mate. Maybe you can tell me, that is the move you wanted to play initially. You can play it here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So with this, you push the knight here, give up the queen.
And now what? Yes.
Yeah.
Mate. And there's many variations of this line. I mean, there's many ways that black can fall into it. Black has many ways of not falling into it, one of them being knight to f6. Could you explain to me why Legal's mate is not possible here? And I'd like you to name both reasons here, just as a tactical kind of exercise.
Because the knight will defend, so if I give up this and he takes that, and then I come here, this is a force move, but then he can take this, right?
Precisely. That's the main reason. And in this position, he can even do something simple and cut the nuts off Legal's mate. There's no Legal to deliver the mate with here if he does that.
Yeah, it's just taking this.
Yeah, taking the knight, and the knight's defending the bishop. Now, he couldn't have done that here because, well, he should, but then you take the bishop and you're up a pawn and you've got all the advantages of your position here.
Right.
So, yeah, so that's Legal's mate, and here, I mean, you can't do anything of that nature, but it's a similar tactic. You take on f7, draw his king out, and win the knight.
Yeah, and okay, that makes sense.
Had he played the move d6 here, what would you have done, just out of curiosity?
I would have dropped queen back to f3.
Yes, with check, or you could have dropped it even to d1, then castled, and then opened the f file. We'll talk about that in a second. So you played knight d4. Now, the move that I had in mind was simply to castle. And knight takes c2. Okay, if you want to see the real 5-head move here, like real 5-head move, how would I think about this position? Now, I feel like you're tempted by to give a check here, right?
Initially, yeah.
The problem is he blocks with the queen, and that's why knight d5, your move, was so brilliant, because then it targets the pawn. But the way I would think about this is, imagine if the f2 pawn that I just highlighted disappeared from the board. It's gone. Do you see how much that would benefit your attack?
Oh, it'd be huge. Yeah, I have a whole file on king's side.
You just tear him to bits. could you devise a scheme to try to open up that file? And it doesn't have to be one move, it can be 3 moves. But do you see any way of opening that file?
I mean, the simplest one would just be, well, I can't push the pawn up since the bishop's got it. So
you're almost there. You thought that's the right way to start this.
So
the pawn is being pinned by the bishop. How do you unpin yourself?
I get it. Yeah, you just block with the D pawn.
Well, then he takes the D pawn, and we're in the same situation.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm a fucking idiot.
It's a very subtle move. Well, thank you for finally saying something.
You block with the bishop.
That is the best move.
Yeah.
And then if he takes, you open up the file.
Right.
You could also, this is like 6-head, king h1. This is like a GM level move. Unpinning yourself with the king, it looks like you're full of crap because you give up the rook, but after f4, now probably black is fine here if he defends like a computer, but he cannot stop you from opening up the f file. So king h1 would be a move that like a grandmaster would consider. But it makes perfect sense. You just want to play f4. I can't do it. Why? I'm pinned. Let's unpin ourselves. But bishop e3 is even better because if he takes the rook now, what can you do?
You take the knight.
Nope. Don't take the knight because that would actually be that would be cross purposes because then your rook would not be able to occupy the f file immediately.
So do you just take the bishop then?
First take the bishop. Maybe this is a little bit complicated. It goes d6 to attack your queen. That's why I actually like king h1 here.
Okay.
And then so that would have been good, but instead you played this move. He should have probably chased your knight away with c6. Instead, the XQC would take on c2, take on a1. This is called setting a trap, and this is what I'd like you to try to do on the knight. Because if you're able to tempt him into thinking that you blundered something and you see ahead, that's like the shortcut to winning the game. Right? I don't know if... Did you see that he can take your rook?
Well, yeah, I got 4th.
That's awesome, and that's exactly how you win the game. And here he should have given his queen up, but you're fucking him here anyway.
Yeah, it would have been nice.
All right, so hopefully you'll get black in the next game, so we'll be able to practice those types of openings.
So, out of curiosity, then, what I saw with the knight in d5 was looking at a checkmate. I didn't even consider the queen pushing up and how it defended that. So how would you, when I pointed that out, how was that one of the first things you saw? What was like something you considered? Like,
well, it's really I go from first principles. There's 3 ways of dealing with a check. 3 and only 3 at any given check. Number 1, moving the king. Number 2, to capture the piece that is delivering the check. Number 3, blocking the check. I don't consciously go through all 3 and ask myself, can the piece be captured? Is there a way to block the check? This process occurs subconsciously, but for you, it is worth asking yourself the 3 critical questions. And if you ask yourself, can he block this check? My guess is you would then see queen f6. And then you have to evaluate, is this a reason not to give the check, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here it's not, but my advice is most people around your level, they see a check and they actually miss ways of blocking the check. That's not something that comes naturally. You kind of assume that the king has to be moved, as the great Chris Hurley did.
Right, yes, Chris Hurley, the household name of chess, yeah.
Right, of course. At every dinner conversation between grandmasters,
mm-hmm.
The name is mentioned. He's author of multiple manuals on how to deal with checks. Actually, Hurley's methods of disarming a check. But the book is empty, sold out immediately. But yeah, so literally ask yourself: can the check be blocked when you're giving a check? And am I defending the blocking square? So here, that's the idea of knight c5. That's why I was so impressed by that move, because you're thinking ahead to the point where the knight guards that square in which the check can be blocked.
Nice. Okay, cool.
So hopefully that makes sense. But 12-move game, I mean...
Yeah, no, I'll take that. A speed run. I'm going for I want to hit at least 800 today.
I think you should go for 3,000. I mean, that's not a very impressive rating to begin with.
You know, you're not wrong. All right. So just hop back in.
Hop back in. Let's see it.
Let's also not forget that he said he didn't see that move.
From Paraguay, Sebacuello.
That was a big move for me.
He's trying to intimidate with his name.
Yeah, I see that. It's not going to work.
Let's hope he plays the Scotch. That would be pretty cool.
So is he looking for Petrov here? So then this...
Knight c6. I mean, it's not like people are expecting the Petrov. It's just... Oh, he does!
Well, this is nice. So then, let me see if I remember the line. So now I take that, right?
With the pawn.
Yep.
Maybe he was watching my stream. That would be hilarious. Okay, so let's hope he takes with a knight. Okay, do you remember the move?
So is it... I do remember the move, but is it bishop or queen first?
It's bishop to c5 first.
Okay.
So here you to adhere to the principles. Bishop develops first because you want to be flexible, right? If the queen develops, you're committing the queen to that spot.
Right.
And if he takes the knight, that's where, okay, he doesn't take the knight, he goes knight to b5. Now here, if you develop your queen immediately, that might, okay, you can set a vicious trap here if you really want to.
Yeah, because he's clearly zoning in on this fork for the rook, some pretty standard stuff.
Shouldn't happen. If you play queen f6, I guarantee you he'll be like, this idiot blundered the pawn on c7. That would actually be a mistake.
Because I win the game. It's a checkmate if I get queen.
Takes c7 is a check. But do you see what I'm saying? If he takes the knight up pawn on c7, that's also a check. But then you move your king, and you're simultaneously attacking the knight and attacking the pawn on f2.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's see.
I would not move the queen up there just because if he defends the mate, it's not a great idea, but I would risk it. Let's see if he falls into it.
I'm pretty certain he's already committed. I don't think he's looking back there. I'm pretty sure he's just going to go right in, to be honest.
He might smell a rat, though. That's the thing.
Nope.
Oh, my God, he does not. You're right.
So
and now you see with the king.
Yeah, so now I just moved the king, and this is pretty much game over.
Yeah, well, I mean, if he doesn't take... Oh, my God, he blunders mate.
Yeah.
Look at this. I couldn't even believe it. See, you have a better understanding of these players than I do.
God, it feels good.
We discussed this, and then it literally happens.
Because, like I said, I do the same shit. Like, I'll see something, and I won't think of what's being opened up or what someone's prepping for. Like, that bishop right there is just a fundamental move. Like, it's not necessarily doing anything right away, but the second I move my queen, I wouldn't have even considered it if I was in a position of fork. Exactly,
and it's almost like, yeah, this tunnel vision might be the greatest source of errors. It's like once you train, it's like you're a sniper when you're a GM, you're running around, and kind of shooting everyone. When you're 600, you're like a sniper, but not in a good sense. You're training the crosshairs and training them, and then you see the target and you shoot the target, but you have no clue about the 10 people that have approached you from behind.
Yeah, exactly. I'm coming around for that backdoor reach around every single time.
So you need to find those moves against XQC. How can I convince him that I've blundered? He'll be like, bing, bang, boom, I'm taking the rook and winning. Oh, checkmate.
Yeah, oh my God. I would nut so hard if that's how it transpired on the ninth.
I think. I mean, don't get your hopes up. Expect him to defend against the mate. That way you won't be disappointed. But, okay, that wasn't serious. We need another one.
Yeah, I agree. That was just a silly one.
You played a total of like 30 moves today.
Yeah, every single game has been like a sub 15 move win, I think, so far.
Yep.
It's been pretty dirty.
Okay, so he plays e5. And you're playing an 800, so pretty serious opponent. And a sub, thank you, Eduardo Carlos. Appreciate it. Yeah, so let's see what he does here. I get most people develop the bishop to c5 and copy you. That's just what usually happens. Okay, bishop b4.
So I don't think this is going to work, but I'm gonna try this again, the legals trap again. I think what he might do is take the pawn with the knight, and then I can start going for that.
If he takes the pawn on the knight, he blunders a knight. Don't flatter yourself.
Oh, right. I haven't moved my pawn yet. Never mind.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so I see what you're trying to set up here,
Yeah.
but yeah, now you can just keep developing normally.
Yeah, no.
And you don't need to be worried that he takes your knight with his bishop, because that gives up a bishop, and he's moved his bishop twice now. Even though he ruins your pawn structure slightly, that's okay. So again, I would adhere to the principle of first developing your bishop and then castling.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to be my question, the order.
My guess is he might take your knight and think that he's, oh, I've ruined his pawn structure here. So you can even pre-move b takes c3. Wow, I heard you do that.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I'm pretty sure he's going to take that. Most do.
And he's agonizing over it
Kevin.
again. You've made him take a decision. No, he goes
Oh.
big shit. No, yeah, I don't know what he's up to. He wants to play probably b5 and chase your bishop away. That doesn't even do anything.
Excuse me. So now castle.
Yeah, go ahead and castle. And then where would the bishop on? Okay, so yep. Again, he's trained the crosshairs and he'll do it regardless of what you do.
Yeah. This
So
is a
move the
machine.
bishop back. And do you see the best square for your bishop on c1? What would it be if he doesn't stop you from doing it?
The best bishop. I'm sorry, say that again.
The best square for the bishop on c1, what would it be?
Is it pinning the knight to the queen?
So usually in 99% of cases, if he hasn't played h6, then you want to develop the bishop there. If he has, usually e3 is the second best square. It's literally just the most active square. Developing pieces really isn't rocket science. As long as you're centrally developing them and they're actually doing something, you're good. So, okay, so he allows it, so therefore bishop to g5. Now, the best move here for him would actually be to drop his bishop back to e7 and unpin his knight. Otherwise, he might get in trouble. Okay.
So is this a position where I just want to drop bishop back so it frees up that file?
Not like what you did against Hutch. Thanks for the bits going. Not like what you did against Hutch, which would be to take the knight. You want to keep the tension when in doubt. Also from a psychological perspective, like I told you, beginners don't like, probably you don't like this, right? When there's a lot of tension on the board and you have to keep monitoring stuff for pins. It's just annoying. It sucks up a lot of time. I don't know how fast XQC plays. I don't know if he's a slow player or a fast player. Maybe somebody in the chat can advise. But you might have to try to speed up a little bit tomorrow, so you don't, or the day after tomorrow, so you don't get into big time pressure.
I agree. That's definitely another big thing that I struggle with is the time management. I typically find myself making like a fucking 20-minute move.
Okay, so this is a very instructive moment. You can do something really cool here, and I want to see if it comes to your mind. He's very slow, apparently. Does something other than bringing the bishop back to g3, which would be fine, but do you see anything else that you can do in your style, actually very aggressive?
Is it just taking that pawn with the knight and keeping the pin?
Bingo. And also look at his king. You've removed all the pawns around his king, so it's more than worth sacking a piece for.
Okay, I do like that.
2 pawns, and in return, you're going to have a crushing attack here.
I do like that.
Bishop g5 is just good practice to like save time, although you don't really need to. Tomorrow it's even 10 plus 5, so that gives you an increment. And now he's in trouble even objectively, but to survive here, he needs to play super precise. I mean, Mike Ranger 40, of course, is known for his defensive capabilities. But I have no doubt that he is up to the task.
Yeah, you can never sleep on Mike Ranger. That's one thing that I've always been saying about the guy. A monster.
Yeah, I heard you. I heard some videos you were commenting on his morning routine. I mean, wakes up as a winner. Just like that CEO. I don't know if you remember that. That video had me in stitches.
Oh, that's sweet, man.
Yeah, well, no, that was the only video of yours I found funny. Don't worry. All the other ones are pretty. You thought I was going to get crazy. I mean, and he actually finds the right move. And now, if you dial back to the last game we played, do you remember the strategy that we employed in order to activate more pieces into the attack?
Are we talking about with the bishop, where we push the pawn out to force a file?
You moved your king away to h1, but don't do that. In service of preparing an idea, do you remember what we did that in order to do?
Yeah, it was in order to free up the file.
Yes, but here there's no pin, so we can do that immediately. What move am I talking about? You can involve the rook into the attack by doing what we wanted to do last game. It's the same exact idea.
Yeah, just pushing that pawn up too, right?
Bingo, f4. And you open up the rook. I'm impressed he found bishop e7, but now we're piling up on that knight with our rook, and that rook can then lift itself to the h file. I mean, his king is just busted here.
Yeah, he's in a bad spot.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this is a very practical way of playing. Okay, so b4. I'm going to shut up now and let you think. So that's a tricky little move he made here. He's attacking your knight.
Do I want to just continue pushing the king side here and just give up that knight? Or should I actually look to consider defending it and getting him out?
I would give it up. And here I would employ something called a rook lift, which you're familiar with.
I want to do the rook lift now or after I take pawn?
I wouldn't even take the pawn, because not only by playing f4 are you potentially opening the f file, but you are freeing up your rook for a lift. Now, do you see where the rook wants to end up? What is the ideal square here where the rook is going to accomplish the most?
Is it getting him over to the h file?
Even better. Where is black's king? It's on g8. So you want the pin to be created. So you're close, but which square?
I want him on the g3.
Bingo. Go ahead. And you can, I mean, I would consider moving the knight, but again, you're not playing, defenders who are, well, other than Mike Singer, normally who are known for their precision in defending. So you can actually stick another piece. This is turning into a brilliant game, actually.
So yeah, now I just want to immediately lift this rook over to G.
Yep. You don't care what he takes. And again, he's experiencing this tunnel vision where he's taking all his pieces on the queen side. You don't give a fuck about them. You have enough forces here to checkmate him. You have the rook, you have the bishop. You have the... Oh, look at it. He's ignoring everything happening. It's checkmate in 2. Find it, but you have to be precise.
Okay.
Where is checkmate?
So I'm pretty sure I see it. It's pushing bishop to h6. That's check. He has one move to make, which is
king h7.
Yep. And then that is just dropping.
Wait, but you can do the same thing you want to do with the bishop. Just get the most fucking bang for your buck. Why are you moving the bishop to h6 when you could be... What could you be doing instead of moving it to h6? Look very closely at all of the squares the bishop can jump to. It will all end up in check.
Is it just dropping the bishop back and then pushing?
No, I'm not sure why. I mean, if you're fucking... I mean, there's free stuff on the ground here. He has only one defender. That's the knight. And for some reason...
Oh, he can't... I see. He can't fucking take, right? I didn't even consider that.
Oh, you missed that it was a discovered check.
Yeah.
So you take that. And critically... What square does that then free up for one of your pieces? Where is the mate after he pushes king h7?
Then it's just bringing the queen over. It's not that I missed the check so much. It was more I just forgot that he can't take bishop since I'll have him in check. I just didn't even consider it. I
totally understand. That's another form of, not to use the term tunnel vision, but that's another thing where you see moving the bishop as a check, fact 1, but you assume that taking a piece results in recapturing that piece. So you have to kind of combine the two.
Yeah, I totally forgot that he just couldn't take my bishop.
Right, so in your mind, you have to almost hammer it in. Okay, I'm going to look for a discovered check now, and I'm going to remind myself that after any one of my moves, he's going to have to move his queen back.
These mistakes aren't mine, by the way.
So, but that's something that comes with practice. Very nice game. Yeah. I mean, we employed the strategy in the last game, which was to open the FL, but you saw that it wasn't just about taking the pawn on e5. It was also about basically... lifting the rook up.
Yeah, 100%. What I find really incredible is everything you've taught so far has I've come in contact with in the course of 2 games, back to back.
Yeah, it's crazy. But that's what makes chess such a magical game, is the concept of pattern recognition. It's like one thing leads to another thing leads to another thing.
Yeah.
And then you get this library in your minds of these ideas. And that's why it's not so impressive to be like a GM. It's just I'm familiar with thousands and thousands of ideas. When I see a rook lift, I'm immediately remembering, even consciously, 5 or 6 games where I've seen really cool rook lifts.
You're selling yourself short, man. It may be unimpressive for other GMs, but you being a GM, you're more than a GM, man. You're a god, a chess god.
You're too... I mean, I'm shitting on you, and this is how you respond. You're a saint.
You're the man, Daniel. You're the man.
Thank you. Well, I've got about 20, 30 minutes, but you're welcome to... I mean, I don't want to take up...
No, man, I'm good if you want to keep going.
I certainly do. So we can play another one. I mean, I think this is pretty instructive. If you have anything that bothers you in terms of stuff that you think you miss, we can talk about that to wrap up. But let's play Hotspurs 2. Oh man, I don't think you should play this guy. He's too good. Thank you.
Oh man. I just looked at his name. This is the Hotspurs 2.
This is not Hotspurs 1.
Oh.
Like Turbo Fist. They're in league, but no, Hotspurs 2. That this guy's.
No, this guy's a fiend.
Look at the speed. Look at the agility with which he's placing his pieces on the board. It's a sight to behold.
Ooh, an immediate castle. This guy is unstoppable,
Holy
Daniel.
Smokes. He's only spent 8 seconds. He's already crushing him. This is unbelievable.
I've never seen dexterity like this.
It's just D3. I mean, every single move is better than the last one. He got himself pinned, but nothing Hotspurs can do. He's from Norway, the same country Magnus Carlsen is from. I think it's Magnus masquerading as Hotspurs too.
That is very interesting. Yeah, what are the odds that he's stream sniping right now?
I mean, Hotspurs doesn't need a stream snipe. He's received all the training. Oh my god. Now, again, he's adhering to his strategy. Now you have a very strong move here, after which you're almost winning. Do you see it?
I'm pretty sure, we even touched on someone making that exact move.
Yes, and there you could deal with it by playing, and that is why you want to play h3. That would be a good practice, because When you make this move, you can then chase the bishop away. But as he did it, he cannot do that. He doesn't have time to. What move are we talking about? And it exploits the pin.
I can't recall.
Well, try to reconstruct it logically, right? Do you see the pin, the bishop pinning the knight? What is a pin good for? A pin is good for because if you put more pressure on the piece that's being pinned, it cannot unpin itself. That's why a pin is so strong. So put more pressure on that knight on f3. Look at all of your resources. How can you apply pressure onto that
it's
knight?
It's just bringing the knight up to d4.
Bingo. Exactly. And it's not that you're threatening to win the knight. You're threatening, again, to ruin his pawn structure in front of his king, which is kind of the precursor to checkmate. If that makes sense. A lot of people are, well, I'm not winning any pieces, so why is this good? Well, chess isn't only about winning fucking pieces. Okay, now Hotspurs is going to prove his why he's such a legend, and he's in all the war chronicles.
Yes, I believe I've seen him in those textbooks as well.
Thanks, your boy, for the sub. And now he's, man, even the great Hotspurs makes the occasional miscalculation, and this is it. We got lucky. This is the first mistake he's made in about 10 games.
Oh, it's got to be the first mistake of his career.
Yeah, I think he's never lost before, actually. His rating is, he's like a Boeing 737, just like flying through his opposition.
What a beautiful comparison for the boy wonder.
Well, it's an elegant plane that flies elegantly, just like this guy moves elegantly. Yeah, and when people encounter a move like this, it's like he's gonna just collapse, would be my guess.
Yeah, so now you mentioned finding the checkmate here pretty soon. That I don't remember. I don't remember how we found checkmate. I'm pretty sure it was pressuring the G pawn, right?
Oh, you mean specifically here?
Well, I may have misheard you. I thought you said we were pretty close to getting somewhere in like a checkmate position.
Yeah, no, you didn't mishear me. It's by pretty close, I don't mean like 2 moves away. I mean like 5 or 6 moves away.
Okay, so you just mean like a big position for it.
Yeah, huge attack. I mean an attack. I got your hopes up. Sorry.
Yeah.
Checkmate don't really belong in the same paragraph, but
it's all right. I'll let it slide.
Essentially, you're going to take his knight with either one of your pieces. Actually, that has their own advantages. I like taking it with a knight and then sticking the bishop on h3, and then you want to involve the queen in the attack. Remember what I mentioned about the queen. The queen is only involved when sort of the gates have been opened. Mm-hmm. And in order to involve the queen, what will you then have to do?
Have to move the knight.
Bingo. And you should also move the knight onto the square such that the knight can also participate in the attack. So not moving it back, but which square do you think you can move the knight onto in the future?
Well, after this attack here, I can get the knight over to the G file. I can get him over to G4.
Well, remember, he's going to have a pawn on F3 guarding that. Okay, so okay, that's a very bad move. Which piece should you take F3 with? Look closely at what he's done. How has the position changed?
I'm no longer pinning his queen.
Right, but remember, that means the queen is no longer defending the knight on F3. You have 2 defenders on that square. He's got 1 defender. Now, which piece should you capture F3 with?
It should be the bishop. Then he takes with a pawn, and I put him in check with the knight, right?
You're falling in love with the concept of a check. How about the other way? Look at what happens. If you take on F3 with the knight, he takes, and you take with the bishop. What have you achieved there?
I cut off both G2 and H1, and I'm still putting pressure.
His knight. So that bishop is going to be a monster, and that's going to be like checkmate. And you can establish what Hikaru calls lobster pincers, I think, by bringing your queen in. But we'll get to that.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
That makes sense.
Yeah, now I get you.
And that's totally fine to overestimate the worth of a check, but checks aren't necessarily good if they're just a check. In fact, if you had taken the other way, and I'll show you this after the game, that would have been good, but it would have made his king actually safer.
If I had taken with the bishop and just checked with the knight.
And it's critical that you're pinning his knight, because if you weren't, he could have involved his knight in the defense by putting it on G3, just like trying to block everything. Thank you, Joe Nuts, for this up. As it stands, look at his king. Like it's out of air, and okay, bishop B3 not a bad move. Now, this is where you have the absolute killer blow.
Is it pushing this knight to G4 since that's now open, and then getting the knight up?
And then getting the queen at H4. Yeah. Maybe that is one of the 2 winning lines. Yes, you can do that. And I'll show you what the other one was. 100 bits. Thank you, Chuck. Knight g4 is great, and I want you to find the other one after the game, so we'll analyze it.
Okay.
Now he's probably going to take your bishop and expect you to recapture, but are you going to recapture?
No.
Bingo.
Yeah. So now I just I see it. So now I just push the queen up and then.
Exactly, it's checkmate. He can play h3. You'll take it. It's like the curse of these players. They don't understand that you don't have to go along with their plan.
Yeah, it's just
move.
I think with not to get in the head of Hotspurs, it's way too high IQ for me. But I think what he was hoping is I would immediately abandon this side of the board to take the bishop. Would be my guess.
Right, exactly. You would just lay your sword down, and I mean, how could you not attend to Hotspurs?
Yeah, I mean, leaving him unchecked
like this.
Is there anything he can do to prevent this? Like if I found myself in a situation like this, which I never would, I'm too strong.
You in the situation of getting checkmated? No. How dare you bring that up? Well,
no.
And I'll show you this. We'll analyze this quickly. And it's good that you're getting this much practice. I think that's just the best way to prepare at the end of the day. So I'm going to invite you quickly to a board. And let's me too. Man, you're going to be so high rated. I think they're going to be resigning on the first one.
We are climbing. Like I said, I went to 740 last night and then fucking snowballed out of control back down. We're on the come up though.
Then the real you came to the computer and
yeah, that was like 2:30 a.m. Charlie, not peak performance.
Oh, I understand. My 5 a.m. streams and I can't fall asleep are not the best.
Mm-hmm.
They usually end in broken mice or a lot of rating loss. So basically, okay. So let's say he would not have played knight e2 and he would have just developed his bishop. So here the rationale is this bishop attacks the rook, but it also puts under control the g2 square. So in the long run, you can imagine some sort of maneuver with the queen coming to g2. And that's how we need to think about these things. Like in the long run, what are the target squares for my pieces? Now, do you see now where the knight could go in order to potentially A, participate in the attack, and B, open up the queen's path to white's position? What square am I talking about?
Well, there's only one square, right? It's the h5.
Exactly. It's the h5 square, and then that knight could jump into f4, and it's just very strong. But what I wanted to point out is this. You can probably see this now that I'm making these moves on the board, but you can play king g2 and chase the knight away, and the king tucks itself on h1.
Yeah, and my queen's still blocked.
So the critical thing here is, I know I'm saying critical a lot. I don't know why anybody would have that terrible word as maybe their name, but...
Yeah, especially when they misspell it, alternating caps, fucking one in there or something.
It's impossible to tie... I mean,
yeah.
I know of one such person. I cut off communication with him a long time ago.
I wouldn't even call him a person. That man is a swine.
Oh, worst of the worst. Corrupt human being. And the other move that you could have done is... It's a maneuver. It's a two-move maneuver, after which mate is inevitable. Let's see if you can find it. And the first move of this move is just, it doesn't look that imposing, but that's how chess is. Like, it's a quiet move, but it's a deadly move.
So the move I played was g4, right? And then I brought the queen up for checkmate.
The other move is exactly the same idea. You want to involve the queen in the attack. It's just a different path that the queen can take to a slightly different square, which achieves virtually the same thing.
Is it taking pawn with knight?
That's possible, but you're still aiming for this path. It's literally a different freeway.
Oh, okay, I get you. Okay, then I gotta be honest. No, I only really see that option.
So I'll tell you the move, and then you'll tell me the idea. You can go queen to c8 or queen to d7. And where is the queen heading after queen takes c5?
It's looking h3 and then get to g2.
This is what's called a lobster pincer because you're pincing, I guess, the g2 square, and it's checkmate inevitable. You could also win a queen by giving this check and forcing his knight out. Now, he does have a way to stave off. Oh, actually, a good exercise in not having tunnel vision. He can play this tricky move, knight to f4. Okay? And his idea is then to defend the pawn on g2, square on g2, and then to take your bishop. But you do have checkmate in two moves here, but it has nothing to do with the fact that his queen is hanged. Can you find it? Mate in two.
Well, it definitely needs to be a move that puts him in check now, otherwise I lose queen, right? So...
Yep. Well, what an astute point. I might frame that on the wall. Man, Damn. But which
Okay,
check?
so then it's got to be dropping the queen back to g4.
Bingo. And remember, the knight now cannot go to g3. It can
Yeah.
only go to g2, and it's checkmate.
Okay.
So that's another thing, is like, how has the position changed? Does knight had access to the square on g3? It no longer does. And you will find it hard to find these quiet moves for a long time. It takes experience. But I'm not thinking in terms of the first move. I'm working backwards. And a lot of the time in chess, you have to work backwards. You start with the final position you want to achieve, what is called a target position in chess. And only then do you find the execution. And creativity, in my opinion, it's not necessarily not only finding a cool quote-unquote idea. The best type of creativity can be a cool execution of a simple idea. That's just as much creativity as finding like a cool idea. And that's what's hard.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even considered dropping the queen back to c there. That wasn't even something that crossed my mind.
Because you don't, like, this square doesn't look impressive to you. But if you look at it from the perspective of where do I want my queen as a final product, you can see the queen on h3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Forget whether or not you can put the queen there. That's my advice to you. Like, don't mix the execution with the idea, and then your brain will block you by saying, oh, that's impossible. Like, why am I even thinking this stupid idea? Because a lot of the things in chess that seem impossible are in fact possible. So in any case, somebody is asking, what if white plays queen d2 instead of bishop e3? Yeah, he had better ways of defending, but you could have done the same thing here. Brought the queen out to h3, and if he goes queen to g5, that's, you know, a pretty decent move, but what would you have done here before we move on to the next game?
Probably just taking the knight, right?
Yep, exactly, and I like how the speed with which you saw that. How about if he takes on g7 here? What's the most accurate response?
Just take... Oh...
Tunnel vision.
Yep.
What is the purpose of queen takes g7? What is he threatening? What is the drawback?
Threatening rook and putting me in check, and then threatening the other rook.
Yes, but the drawback, he's opened up the g file.
Yeah.
Which means you can do what?
I can just move the rook over.
Bingo. And if he takes on f7 with a bishop, just as a... trying to trick you, but what's the simplest response?
No, I just take the bishop.
Yep, and he cannot take your queen. He is pinned and he is checkmated. You've cut all his limbs off here.
Wow, yeah, that's very interesting. And again, I immediately tunnel vision back on his side of the board. I didn't even think to move rook. Damn.
Yeah, because you're noticing the hanging rook. It's like it happens subconsciously. That's why it takes so much experience to deal with this. Because when I see this move, queen takes g7, like for me, I'm like always seeing the whole picture. It's like I've got the night vision glasses on, and I'm seeing always the whole picture, but you're seeing whatever you've zeroed in on, which is the rook on f1. Again, it's the sniper versus, you know, the person on the front lines who's looking around. And the more of that you can do, the better you become.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
How about a finale with another brilliant win?
That sounds great to me.
Something to show you that's really cool. That'll just as some inspiration. I've got a really, really cool combination just to show you. It's not necessarily the most instructive thing, but I think it'll be a cool way to wrap up.
Yeah,
but I want to see you kill another. I mean, you're beating so many warriors here. Oh my Ganak. He's knocking at your door. Okay, so he plays the English opening, c4. That's a rare guess at these levels.
That is a rarity. I don't think I've encountered this Pokemon here before. So, in my head, the way I respond to this is pushing up d pawn.
The which pawn?
The d pawn.
To where? To d5?
Yeah.
That'll force you to develop your queen out early. Oh, it aborted. He aborted the game because there was a delay in the first move. So the best response here would actually be to move the e pawn up 2 squares, and that would give what's called a reverse Sicilian.
Okay.
But yeah.
He wants a rematch, so I'm guessing that was a mistake.
Play e5 quickly.
Oh.
Yeah, and then he'll know that you're actually playing, not sleeping. And then I'll let you kind of think. So again, you encounter an unfamiliar sequence. You stick to the principles. I want to develop my pieces. I want to occupy the center with my pawns.
Mm-hmm.
So here you can just develop your pieces as you would had he played something normal.
How often is something like the English Open played? Even like the high-level games I see, I don't think I've even seen that.
Let me tell you, in the database, I'm searching this up right now. C4 has occurred. This is not every single game ever played in chess, but it'll give you a good understanding. In the initial position, C4 is the 4th most popular move with 601,151 games.
Oh.
So it is popular. I played the English myself. And it's a very high level opening. So the people who play it at this level don't necessarily know why they play it. They've just heard it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he goes d4. You can. What comes to mind?
Do I just keep developing as normal?
Yeah.
I don't see it as like a huge threat here.
Great move. Now, you could have taken the pawn and then gone d5 to contest the center with your pawns. That would have been probably what I would have done. But I like the mentality here. You're keeping the tension on the board.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Or you could have castled also. You didn't even need to defend this with the pawn, but you're opening up the bishop following my advice, which is good. Now, here, if he pushes his pawn one square to d5, you actually need to do something very accurate in order to avoid losing a piece. But that's like complicated. So, okay, so he basically... Okay, so here, if you move your bishop back, he traps the bishop.
Yeah, then my bishop's fucked.
So, yeah, which I'm sure you saw, so you had to take it, which is okay. Like, you know, you don't always have to keep your bishops. You can take the knights, and now you can keep developing. Interesting move. Now, you're not pinning a knight that's on f3, but I still like it because you're kind of forcing him to decide again where he wants to put his queen, or does he want to block the attack?
Yeah, I typically just like to play this only because it immediately makes him consider getting the queen out or doing something like this.
He did, which is, and he didn't make a great... Now, here's the advice I would give. Do you see that he's underdeveloped on the king side?
Yeah.
He's not... So, normally the best way to exploit an undeveloped position is to open up the center. So I would, before castling, make what move?
Taking the pawn.
Yes, bingo. That opens up the e file onto which you can stick a rook later on. Now, you could have castled. That would not have been a terrible idea, but I'm just trying to sort of give you the high-level move of, like, high-level idea of, like, how I would have played. And you're, like, understanding all this immediately. Okay, whoa. Jesus.
This guy's insane.
What a Inga. He's knocking on the door of mastery right here. So, again, don't tunnel vision that bishop on g4. Look at the whole board. He's missed something. What has he missed here?
He's got his knight hanging.
But you can either move the bishop back to a certain square that would then enable your knight to move. Which square?
Is it putting the knight on the e4?
The knight on the e4 is weird. You would have just taken your knight then, though.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Yeah, I was considering taking the knight with the pawn.
The real Charlie sat down to play.
Yeah, sorry. I guess he clocked out.
So you could move your bishop back. That's a hint. Where?
I guess dropping him down to e6.
But then that would not unpin your knight on c6. You'd be able to recapture that pawn on d4 with your knight. And the knight is currently pinned by his queen. So, with that in mind, where do you put your bishop? Unpin the knight.
Do I put it all the way down to d7?
Absolutely. And I know what I don't want to be a pussy, but this is actually the least cowardly move because you're going to then enable your knight to move to d4. In your mind, I sometimes think you associate retreats with some sort of surrender. Oh, that must have meant I did something wrong.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is.
Like that. Because retreats in service of something greater can be the best moves in chess. And here, had you moved your bishop anywhere else, does it make sense why he could have then taken your pawn on d4?
Well, yeah, because of the pin, I wouldn't be able to move my knight.
Yeah.
But now I can.
Yeah, and you're up a pawn. Now, you're not winning, but you are up a pawn and you're attacking his queen, and you're showing why moving the queen out early in the opening is a bad idea, because, again, the queen is then subject to attack by various pieces. Now, he's probably going to move his queen back to d1, would be my guess. And then you have to start thinking ahead about whether or not you want to retreat the knight or you want to secure the knight on that nice central square. And if you want to secure the knight, how?
I'd need to push the pawn up too.
Bingo. I like that move a lot. Now, you could have moved the knight back too. That's fine. But, you know, in the spirit of your style, I'll defer to you. I mean, you clearly know everything. So.
Well, I'm getting there. I've had a good teacher.
Oh, well, he's not a good teacher. I mean, it's not this Naroditsky idiot, because that guy has been fired multiple times from various coaching positions he's had through the years.
Has he really? Who's been firing that guy?
People with a sense of what constitutes a good coach, I think. Who had 2 cents.
Oh, those assholes, huh?
Yeah, so now his best move is to try to play bishop to e3 to contest your knight, and then you're going to have to devise another way to enforce another defender onto that knight. And this is where the concept of X-raying comes in, where you can put a piece onto a square. Okay, just never mind. Whoa, 100 bits. Thank you, Alexander.
I would have liked to know what the X-ray was, though, if he did move that bishop.
B6 was the move, because the queen defends the knight on d4 via X-ray through the pawn on c5.
Okay, I see you.
So now we can keep developing as normal.
Now, do I want to castle on long side or short side for this one?
Either way, actually. And long side is risky, but very interesting. I would actually go ahead and castle long. Now, where would you want to put your queen? So that he then cannot attack your queen easily with maybe his rook.
Would it just be checking him with the queen on e7?
Oh, I didn't see that it was a check. Yes, go ahead and do that. I actually missed that it was a check. I already thought he castled. Then he could have attacked the queen with rook e1. But since it's a check, you have then time to castle and unpin your king from the queen. But yeah, he's probably going to block it with his bishop, which is what he should do. Okay, yeah. Now you can go ahead and do what you've always wanted your whole life, castle long.
Yeah. So the question I have, well, never mind. I don't. It's just the X-raying. So when would I want to look for like an X-ray possibility?
Yeah, X-rays can be both in service of attack and defense. I'll explain that after the game. I'm gonna actually note it down so I don't forget. But now you can whatever comes now. Why did you castle long? So that you can then attack his king side with your pawns. That's really why you castled the other way. So how do you do that in the best way would be the question. I have a hint for you. You can sacrifice a pawn here in order to open a file for one of your pieces. Very, very strong move.
It's pushing the G pawn up too, right?
And notice his pawn on h3. It acts as a hook. If he does not capture the pawn, it comes out to g4, and you're threatening then to take the pawn on h3. And that is why you don't want to push pawns in front of your king normally, because any slight movement then creates a hook for one of your own pawns.
Yeah, that makes sense. Wow. Yeah, it's crazy how just like a simple move like that to chase the bishop off can play a huge role.
Would have thought that, you know, it then acts as a draw. That's the beautiful thing about, okay, so he does take.
Now, which rook do I want to drop over? Do I want to bring the D rook over to G, or do I just want to move the H rook over?
Well, if you bring the H rook, the other rook isn't doing anything. Whereas if you bring the D rook, yes, the other rook isn't doing anything, but you have to look ahead. What if the H file opens at some point? Then you're going to be fucking thankful that you have that rook on G8. Now, he has a very strong move here. I would be surprised if you found it. I've seen it. He doesn't find it. Okay, goes rook e1.
Well, that's
okay. Nice. I would actually do something really interesting here. I would sacrifice my fucking queen.
Really?
Now you want to sack the queen for the most bang for your buck. So if you take the bishop with your rook, then he takes your full queen
with
for nothing. Could you give up the queen for the maximum amount of material? Anything coming to mind?
No, I actually don't really see how.
The bishop is hanging.
Right.
You want to literally give your queen up for as much material as possible. So if you can give it up for a rook, give it up for a fucking rook. Can you give your queen up for the rook? And it's a move that's not coming to your mind because you think it's bad.
Yeah, it's pushing the knight to c2.
No, you're overthinking it. Literally give the queen up for the rook.
Really?
And I take the rook.
Wow.
And I will explain why after the game, but this is like the next level. It's a little complicated, but I want to show you why this move is strong. Now, after he takes your queen, what do?
Well, now I take his bishop with my rook.
Yes. Now, in piece values, the queen is normally 9, the rook is 5, the knight is 3. So you are actually not really losing that much material. You have an entire rook and knight for the queen. He has a small advantage materially. But why is this so strong? And this is where you want to already look for an X-ray, hint, hint, wink, wink. The pawn on G2 is being pinned. So you can basically put a piece on a square where the pawn is quote-unquote defending it, but the pawn is not defending it because it's being pinned.
Yeah, because he's checked, so it's pushing the...
You're actually threatening here. You're threatening a very strong move, which he might miss.
Yeah, it's pushing the knight to f3, right?
So, and you're also threatening bishop takes pawn on h3, but that's much worse than winning the queen.
Yeah.
have so many pieces in the attack right now. Both rooks.
I would not have
The
considered
knight
that.
on d4, the bishop on d7, and he simply has no defenders in front of his king. And that is the reason why the sacrifice works. He's completely overwhelmed. He has a queen and a very strong player. Oh, he found the best move. Wow. Actually impressing the hell out of me. Very impressive. But now you have to be precise. I actually missed this move. I'll be completely honest with you. I would actually go ahead and also sacrifice the knight. And how could you then pile up on the pawn on g2 in the best possible way?
Well, I need to stack the rooks, right?
Yes, go ahead and do that. Now, if he is able to defend, I will be very impressed and a little bit suspicious, but let's see how he plays this. Okay, so he g3. Wow, immediately. Okay. Now he's attacking your knight, right? And we're already familiar with what you need to do. Not only do you need to move your knight, you need to move it such that it participates in the attack. Yep. Which square comes to mind? Where can the knight do the most in terms of allowing you to crash through that pawn cocoon?
So we're not talking about the knight on f6.
We are. It's being attacked by his queen. We need to move it.
Well, would that be giving up a rook, though?
No, your rook. That's why you stacked your fucking rooks. So that the rook will not be attacked by his queen. Because that rook on g8 is then defending the rook on g5.
But wouldn't this be kind of a trade he'd want to make, though? He's up on material. Doesn't he get 2 pieces from this?
No, when you have a rook for a piece, he was only going to get a queen for a rook. You're going to be up a piece at the end of it.
You're right. Sorry. Yeah, I thought he was taking a knight as well. Okay, I see. I get you.
So where would you put your knight?
The knight would need to go to h5.
Exactly, h5, yeah. If he finds the move knight to e4 here, then he's either stream sniping or cheating would be my guess. Because, yeah, so knight e4 here is an annoying move because he then attacks your rook and defends the pawn on g3.
I see that.
You're not lost there. You move the rook back. The game goes on, but let me put it this way. Objectively, this sacrifice was probably unsound. But for the purposes of anyone you are playing, I would even make it myself maybe because I would be confident that even a GM. Okay, so he goes g4, and again, how is the position changed? By pushing the pawn, he's weakened a square onto which your knight can then jump to. Which square? Which square is now accessible to this knight? It was actually accessible on the move before because of the pin.
Yeah, it was the f3.
Oh my god, you have something amazing. Okay. It was not f3, not only f3, but I'm looking at the knight on h5 here. Okay.
Really? You see?
You have something even better. You can crash through along the g file by sacrificing another piece.
That's interesting. So you're seeing something with the h knight instead of just making the simple one?
Right. But I'm even seeing something better than that. You can go ahead and crash through immediately down the g file. How can you do that?
Is it by taking the pawn with the bishop?
Exactly. Bingo. And we'll talk about this after the game. There's a lot to unpack here, but it's going to be very instructive. I know there's a lot going through your head right now about why I'm doing what I'm doing, but
I'll be honest, everything so far has made sense up until this play. Like, I don't see this one.
Right, we'll talk. There's a lot to talk about here, and you're gonna come out stronger. I actually am glad we're playing this game.
So, if I can take a guess, is it because when he takes with the pawn, I push up, put him in check, and then I just take the pawn and keep going?
Well, if he takes the pawn with hg here, then you take it with the rook, and look at his king. His king is surrounded by all of your pieces. And then the king cannot escape via f1 and e2, because the knight on d4 is guarding the e2 square. So in that position, you're going to checkmate him. Now, this is...
old man.
A lot of people will say, what are you doing? I mean, this is like very complicated, but I'm going to make you understand like the logic behind this. How did I find all these moves? So worry not. You are in Balrit's presence.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
Right. And it's like you're probably not going to reproduce these yourself. Okay, so he gives up the queen for the rook, and at the end of the day, you're going to be up 2 pawns. So he's going to take your bishop. What do you do there? Prepare to make the move.
Yeah, you just take with the rook.
Now look at the knight on h5 after that. It's passive. It's not doing anything. Can you centralize it?
Yeah, you put him in the f4.
Bingo. Pre-move that because he's got to move his king, and whatever he does, you're going to play knight to f4.
Right.
And that conserves time.
You see, like something like that, I can absolutely, like, everything after the bishop kind of makes sense. I just don't think I would ever see it. So
Right,
then,
right. And you had alternatives there. You didn't need to do that, but I'll explain the alternatives and why they were strong. Like, how do you think in a position like that? That's what's going to help you. And he blunders his bishop.
Yep, that bishop's free.
Right. And prepare to take the knight back once he takes your knight. He probably is going to take the pawn on d6 with check. But if he takes the knight, I would actually pre-move the recapture with whatever piece you want to capture with. Both are fine there.
Yeah, I'm using pawn.
Good, because then you create a passed pawn, which you can then push to infinity. He was actually extremely good. I would say his real strength was maybe 1300. So this guy was very underrated. And I'm seeing he's only played, I think, a couple games.
He took the back pawn to put me in check.
Wherever you want to put it.
I'll just move him up.
Sure. Now he's going to take the pawn on f7.
Right.
And then your task is going to be, okay, you have a fork here, actually. His knight on f7 is undefended. Do you see that?
Yes.
Which piece can you attack it with? And look at his pawn on f2. That pawn is also weak.
Yeah.
Can you attack both at the same time?
Yeah, it's just the rook.
Yes. And once he moves his knight, you capture the pawn on f2 with your rook, and you're very close to delivering checkmate. You might lose on time like the piece of shit that you are, but that's okay.
Whoa, I had plenty of moves that were far quicker than your galaxy brain moves.
No, you're actually playing very quickly here, which I like. Okay, so... Yeah. Yep. And now, look at the knight on g5. It is controlling the square on f3, onto which you would like to put your knight. So can you shove that knight away from g5?
Shove it away from... so this is something I was just looking at. So what I see is e2 for check, but maybe it's because I'm...
Then he plays king h1. So kick the knight away from g5. Okay. And I'll explain why afterward. With what can you do that?
Right here, so it's protected, right?
Oh, I was thinking of h6, because your knight is a very important attacker.
Oh, I see.
Now you relinquish some of the attack. You're still winning, but it's going to be hard to checkmate with the time that you have, but that's okay.
I see. Damn.
I'll show you the win afterwards.
Okay.
Okay. And he just made a brilliant move, actually.
Yeah.
You have to play knight e to f4.
Yeah.
Actually, that's the only move you have. Otherwise, you lose. Okay. So, if he allows you, you're going to force a draw, because I don't think you have to, unless you want to lose on time.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. This was more of just a learning experience.
No, it's not. You have to win the fucking game.
Agreed.
Or else I'm going to coach you again.
Fair enough. I agree. Yeah. 20 seconds. Let's make it happen. Pre-moves, I don't think he takes, but if he does, I take with knight, right?
Take with the knight. Yeah. No, and it's good. Maybe he'll think that, oh, you're going to be shocked. Oh my god!
Okay.
Now collect his pawns and promote yours as quickly as possible. I would have taken with the rook, but that's okay. If you take his last pawn, you're guaranteed a draw. I'm going to let you do that yourself.
Shit.
Hunt down his pawn at all costs. Chart a way to win that pawn on a4, and if you need to sacrifice a knight for it, sacrifice a knight for it. And then I would start pre-moving, because he's thinking for a long time. If you just pre-move everything, you might win on time. But I'm going to watch the master in action.
Well, this is when the master leaves. There's no master at this ball game.
Master is out of the house. Okay, so even if you lose on time, it's going to be a draw.
There's no
pre-move everything.
Yeah, there's no knight only checkmate, right?
Nope. And
didn't think so.
There is a self-mate with your pawns, but it doesn't count on chess.com. It is a draw even if you lose on time. And he's probably going to end up taking all of your pawns anyway. But you are playing fast. I like it. Yeah. Bingo. Wow, this is speed. I'm not processing all this. Holy shit.
Don't be impressed. I'm just going diagonals.
But you're pre-moving. That's a step forward.
Oh, I could have just taken the knight.
That's okay. It's still a draw. He might lose on time if you keep pre-moving it. Okay, it's okay. And it's going to be a draw. Wow. Look at you. Beating a speedy Fista right there. What a game. That was a dogfight. Amazing. So I think we can analyze this game. That'll be a good way to wrap up. There's so much that happened there.
Yeah, like I said, I understood why you did a lot of the moves, like with the queen sacrifice to set up for a checkmate. I get those. It was towards the end that I didn't understand.
Right. Totally understand. And I invited you to an analysis. So all of this was fine. Blah, 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 blah. Now, here, you could have also just taken his knight. And takes, you can take the pawn with your knight and then jump out to f6 to attack his pawn. So that was also possible. Did you see that his knight was hanging, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, that was something I pointed out. I said I could take the knight, but I wasn't confident in it.
Right, so you could have just done that and won another pawn. Now, bishop d7, this is all good. Now, what I meant with the x-ray is if he plays bishop to e3, he has 2 attackers on the knight and you have 1 defender. So he's threatening to win the pawn back. What is the defense in this position? How do you reinforce the knight on d4?
So this is okay. So this is where the X-ray comes in. So this is b6 with the queen. So that way, when he'll take with the bishop, I take with the pawn. He takes with the queen. I take with the queen. I get it.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the queen, it doesn't defend the knight right now, but it defends it through the pawn on c5.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm skipping here, here, here. So here you could have also dropped your queen back to d8, and that would have been fine. But how do I hatch this idea of sacking the queen? Well, I see, first of all, that in return for the queen, I get a rook and a piece. Fact 1. And fact 2 is that I see that once I double rooks, I'm going to put tremendous pressure on the g2 pawn. And it's very likely that with all of my pieces attacking, I'm going to have enough compensation for the queen. So does this kind of, the rationale of this make sense now that you see it in action?
Yeah, so you were looking to pretty much overwhelm on the king side there.
Yes, and the idea of playing rook h to g8 is that if he takes your knight, which he maybe should have done, you capture on g2, and after king f1, what's the move here?
You just bring the rook up one more time and you win his rook.
Well, it's checkmate, actually.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And that's one of the great things about keeping this knight on t4. Now, he should have gone king h1, and I'm not sure that black is a good follow-up here, believe it or not, because it looks intimidating, but his king is actually kind of safe. So this might have been good for white, but instead he didn't. He got intimidated. g3, knight h5. Okay, so here you were drawing attention to the other knight. But what I want you to understand is that once a piece is on a dominant square, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, like sometimes a piece is good enough and you don't need to bother it, and you need to deal with your other pieces. And so once I play knight h5, once you played it, I already see that the threat is to crash through with knight takes g3. Is that sort of threat making sense?
Yeah, because you still want to get in the position you just showed. So by doing that, he takes with pawn, you take with rook.
Right, and after g4, what I meant is this knight can also jump onto a very, very strong square. Do you see it now?
Yeah, I think after the fact. Is the square you're talking about going to f4?
Yes, and you could have done that before because of the pin,
right?
But now it's even stronger because then you're threatening to take this pawn, and then you take this pawn and you crash through. But you took immediately, and this was actually quite a nice move because if he takes, you take. If king f1, then what do? You
just push it up.
And it's checkmate. And if he brings the king to the other side, this is the real 5-head moment, but you're going to find the move. Is this checkmate?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, he just takes with the queen.
Right.
Yeah.
Usually if I ask you a question, the answer is no.
Yeah, like, I'm starting.
Are you good at, let's practice. Are you good at chess?
No.
Are you a yes.
Am I your bitch? Yes.
Oh,
yes.
There we go.
Yeah.
Exactly. I was looking for a yes question. So
there it is.
And another example of a very quiet move that's very deadly. Could you slice the queen off from its control over the h4 square?
Yeah, that's just dropping the knight back. Right?
You keep wanting to do that, but the queen just eats away. You're very close, but not the knight to f6.
Pawn.
Bingo. And now he cannot stop the checkmate without giving up his queen.
Right.
That's what makes, to me, this move is more beautiful than any sacrifice, because it's not a check. It's such a little measly little move, and yet there's no way stopping checkmate.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
And anyway, so he gave his queen back and blundered. And what I was meaning to say is that there's a mating pattern you should be aware of. It's called the Arabian mate. And there's no way you can know this without. Now, you wanted to give this check, right?
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
And then maybe another check, but you actually have no way to finish him off here and deliver the checkmate.
Really?
Yep, because the knight is tied down to the rook. So you cannot mobilize this knight, and this knight can only keep checking. So the way to actually checkmate is to chase the knight away with h6, attacking the knight.
Huh.
And if the knight moves away, I would like you to find the checkmate. There's a checkmate in 2 moves here. And it involves like dexterity with the knights, which is something you acquire over time, but you'll find it made in 2.
Oh, I think I see it. Is it pushing knight f3 and then he'll
Nice.
have, yep, he'll have to drop that back and then you push the, I just saw it.
You actually saw something.
Yeah, and then you just drop the rook all the way to h2.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this is the reason this is called the Arabian Maid, as far as I know, is because in ancient times, around the 1100s, chess was played with different rules. It was called Shatranj back then, and the queen was the weakest piece on the board. It could only move 1 square diagonally at a time. But the rook and the knight had the same movement as it does today. So in a lot of ancient puzzles, it involves rooks and knights. The ones that we can understand involves rooks and knights because those were the strongest pieces. And so that's why I think it's called the Arabian Mate, because in those ancient Arabic manuscripts, they basically identified this mating pattern.
How the fuck do you know that? Like, you not only know that...
I'm very interested in chess history. Like, it's fascinating.
Yeah, that's wild, man. Jesus Christ, yeah. That makes sense.
So one of the things I want to show you, and then the rest was, I was impressed with the speed, actually. You found a quick way to win that pawn. b6, very good, to stop the pawn's progression. And the only thing was, if you had more time, you would have taken this pawn with a rook.
Right, yeah.
So I'm thinking we can actually finish off with this
Thanks
puzzle.
for Paulo.
And does anything else not make sense about this game, though? I know there was a lot to take in.
No, like I said, I processed most of it right up until the end. Like, I was able to see what you were seeing up until, like, that move going, like, knight f4, crashing the bishop on that pawn, stuff like that. That's where I started to get a little confused with the grand scheme.
I see. That makes perfect sense. So the puzzle that I'm about to show you, and just, so it's like this. I'm recreating it on Space, and I'm about to paste it into this very board. Was devised by very old. It was a manuscript written in the 1100s by a guy named As-Suli. He was one of the ancient like chess masters, and this is one of the few puzzles in his manuscript that involve only rooks, and so we can understand it because rooks had the same movement. And actually, the queen was a male figure back then. It was called the vizier. Like the Persians didn't have queens; they had the shah, right? And that's the origin of the word shachmat, which is chess in a lot of languages. And thank you, GM Hess, for the raid of the party of 401. And so the queen's helper was called the vizier, and that was the piece that moved only 1 square diagonally. When chess came to Europe, that's when it was repurposed as the queen, because the Europeans didn't have a vizier.
Wow.
Sorry, that's a lot.
That's a lot of lore, yeah. So how do you even like learn those things? Where I can't imagine there's chess history textbooks, are there?
There are. Believe it or not, there's a lot.
Really?
There is like a 900-page manual that was written in like the early 1900s by this guy Murray, and there's actually a lot of resources. I did my like senior project on
actually gives up Dozark.
The origins of chess pieces. So like, why is a knight like a horse? Why is a bishop like in church? Like, what is a rook? Like, where did that come from? And so I kind of traced chess to its origins in India and Persia, and discovered how when chess came to Europe, these pieces were all repurposed, because in Persia, the elephant was one of the greatest military devices. People rode elephants, so that's pretty simple. But in various languages, thanks for the $20, thanks. In a lot of languages, like in French, I think the bishop is the joker or like the fool. And the reason for that is like very specific to the history of France. And like when kings play chess, you know, he might have been playing with a court jester or something. So it's like all very specific and interesting. Anyway, sorry, that's done.
You're all good, man. No, I actually think that's pretty cool. Better than like actual history shit.
People actually like spend years like doing this stuff. Like they have nothing. But I was a history major, so this stuff really pushes my buttons in a good way. The fool, yeah, bourgeois country, the fool. And anyways, this puzzle that you see before you with white to move, so you can flip the board so you're facing white. I think you might already be, yes. No, if you flip the board again, you'll be facing white. It'll be easier to visualize it.
Okay.
So, yeah, exactly. It is white to play and checkmate the black king in 2 moves. And this will be your tactical exam. Believe it or not, checkmate can be put on the board in 2 moves.
Holy fuck.
Like, who is this devil Asuli who's now torturing me 1,000 years later with this problem?
Wow, yeah, this is a real ass greaser. So
oh, that's a good.
Yeah, this is a. So I feel like the kings being in opposition is probably going to be key to the checkmate,
Yes,
right?
Good. Oh, and I forgot we forgot to review the basic. We can do a rook and king review after this if you want.
Yeah, I'd like to do that. I'm pretty sure I actually did one of those last night. Like I think I did it the right way, but I'd like to check. So
definitely. So you're right, and what the opposition means is that this king is guarding all these 3 squares that could potentially act as retreat squares otherwise, which means Black's king is almost out of air.
Is it as simple as just dropping the rook to h and pushing it up to h6?
Okay, so you have the right idea, exactly the right idea. A rook on the 6th rank is probably going to be checkmate, but there's something in chess that Black also makes moves. So I know it's a subtle concept. So I can give you a check on d8. It's almost checkmate. Now you have to go rook e8, and the whole mechanism is broken. Right now, the king is squares. So you have to do that, but you have to find a way to do it by force. Getting the rook to the 6th rank by force. And that's where the brilliant idea comes in.
So it can't be anything. Is it...
And what makes
I see it. Is it? I think I see it at least. Is it pushing rook e5? He has to take with his rook, capture with pawn, checks his.
And I take.
Oh fuck!
You're almost there. When you were saying rook e, I was like, you're amazing. But then I woke up.
Yeah, I snapped you back to reality.
Right, exactly. I was like, man, what virtual reality was I occupying? But you have the right piece. I'll give you a hint. And this is a brilliant move. Your brain might not even be suggesting this concept because you have only 2 rooks. How can you give up one of them? And yet you can. Keyword being absolutely forcing. Black's move after this move is absolutely forced. It's the only move.
Is it okay? So is it going right in between the rooks then? Do we go to e6?
Yes, and we sack the rook, and now what?
Okay, and then that's when you push to the g6. Yeah.
Checkmate, and that is why Asuli positioned the rooks, the black rooks, on d5 and d7 because those are 2 potential retreat squares for the black king.
Okay.
So every single piece is playing a role here. The pawn's defending e5.
Yeah.
Black's pawn is blocking the king from coming to f5, and that's what's called. There's a name for this when every single piece is playing a role. It's a certain type of puzzle. Whoops, sorry. I clicked away from this on my own screen.
Wow, that's some big brain shit.
So that is the puzzle. It's a 2-move checkmate, but we can appreciate it even today.
Yeah, that is wild. Wow.
Now, you can't do it the other way.
Yeah, because
it's not checkmate. But I could have put Black's rooks on like h7 and h5, and it would have been the same thing reflected.
As long as it just goes in between them.
Right. And of course, in my mind, I'm already thinking of ways to extend this puzzle. How do I make it more complicated? Like, how do I put it? Maybe I distract Black's king so it comes out to f6. And then, okay, so I have boom, boom, boom. Okay, so to give you an example, this is how my mind works. Like, I'm already thinking of ways to make this even cooler. So something like this, right? It's not going to work, but this, and then we'll do some review. Do you see the new position?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I was thinking of something where you sack the queen, you open up the rook, and then you sack another rook and sack the other rook.
Yeah, that looks like something that could actually happen in a game, whereas like that initial puzzle there, I don't feel like could ever happen. I don't think that would ever exist.
This particular placement of the rooks and the king, this theme actually has happened before. This theme does exist of distracting the king onto a square where it can be checkmated. In many different, wears many different clothes, but this type of theme, I think there's a name for it, where you draw the king away onto a particular vulnerable square where it's then checkmated. I actually remembered a game that I analyzed myself, completely different, but it featured a similar theme. But I mean, I can show you if you want to see it, but we can also just do some review.
It's whatever you want to do, man. I was gonna ask, is there any puzzle that like even GMs struggle with? Has there been one like notoriously hard puzzle that even like Hikaru you?
Oh, many. Oh, that's
Really?
what do you think I do when I train? I solve puzzles that are notoriously difficult for GMs to solve.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Let me show you since you ask.
Yeah,
I have just the one.
That's shocking. I feel like at that level you'd be able to recognize pretty much everything.
What is like 10 head even for a GM. And let me just pull it up. I have to find it. Give me 1 minute. I know I wrote an article a couple of years ago where I featured this, so I'm actually going to copy it from there. And this is a game in which the Grandmaster playing with the black pieces missed the this combination.
I'm pretty sure I'll solve it in seconds. Thanks to the Resub Kings. I'm excited to make this look like child's play.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
It's going to be easy for me.
Okay. Oh, Barry, you'll solve this in a couple seconds. So flip the board so you're facing the black pieces.
I just send a quick text
now,
message.
People are asking me, can a chess computer solve it? Chess computers can solve anything immediately. It solves it in a second. So, wrap your head around this position for a second. And all I want you to tell me before I show you is what is White's threat? If it were White's move, what would he do? I know it's a super complicated position, but this is good practice in like zeroing in on the threats. What is the threat? Oh, the board. Sorry, guys. Yeah. What is the threat here?
Oh, I don't think there's anything that's like threatening check or
anything.
It's
mate in one. Checkmate in one. If White's move, if it is White to move, it is checkmate in one. And don't be distracted by the position of White's king. Look only at the whole board. Look at Black's king. Can Black's king be checkmated?
I suppose. I keep looking at the G6 pawn. I don't see any way.
Queen can take H7 with checkmate.
I see.
So it's Black's move. And if Black gives a signal move that's not a check, he will either get checkmated, or if he takes the pawn with the bishop, he will lose his queen. And in this position, Black made one wrong move. He gave like a wrong check, and he resigned. He lost on time after king takes b2. So the Grandmaster actually missed the winning sequence. And let me show you the winning sequence. This is one of the most mind-blowing things ever.
I'm excited.
The only thing you should remember is that every single move should be a check. That should make sense to you, because if it's not a check, White will checkmate Black.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to start with this check. White takes the pawn with his king. Now, there's sub-variations that I won't show you. The king can move back to a1, and in this case, Black plays b2, and it's easy. And after king takes b3, you make one of the most insane moves you'll have ever seen. You promote the pawn to a knight with check.
That's
and
cute.
you
That's
do
so
that.
cute.
Now, why can't you promote to a queen? Well, obviously, because it's not a check. White can checkmate him. Now, why do you promote to it? What's the idea? The idea is to distract the rook away from its protection of the d4 square. And you're like, what the fuck difference does that make? Well, you're about to see, because in this position, Black sacrifices a queen. He captures the knight with check. White is forced to take the queen with his bishop, and now Black sacrifices another piece, putting the knight on d4 with check. Are you following more or less so far?
Yeah, no, I even saw that knight coming. Yeah, I think I see it.
That's why you distracted the rook, because otherwise the rook could have taken the knight. Now, couple moves. If White moves back to a2 with his king, then it is checkmate in 2 moves. You can find this one. I will give you a hint. It's a bishop move with a discovered check, but your bishop can only move to 1 square, such that the king does not have an escape square on b2. Where can the bishop jump to
C1.
to keep that square under control?
C1.
Bingo. White has to block with his bishop, and it's checkmate.
Yeah.
Now, basically, White has a couple moves. He can take the knight with his bishop, but that opens up the b file, and all of a sudden it's checkmate. Rook d to b8 check. King seems to have escaped, but it's not an escape. Bishop b4 check. King has to move back into the line of fire of the rook, and now bishop d2 is made in 2 moves. The bishop has to block, and this is checkmate. Every square is covered.
Wow.
But that's not even the end of it, because instead of taking the knight, White can seemingly escape with the move king to c3. And this is the frickin' final move of the combination. It is another sacrifice, crashing through the c file. Maybe you can find it.
So does he just take pawn with the rook?
he does, sacking the rook. The king has to take, and now rook c8 is checkmate because the bishop has to block the check, and there is no escape for the king.
That's fucking wild.
This is something even Magnus Carlsen would probably do as a training puzzle, just to give you a sense. And in the game, Black, of course, didn't see this. I think Black made a wrong first move and resigned. I think he promoted with check, and White took it, and Black resigned. And there is plenty of these combinations. I can show you one. There's one where White sacrifices literally like every single piece on the board and gives checkmate with a pawn.
So do any of these, like, well, you mentioned this was in a game, but has anyone ever found a combination like this in an actual game, or is it only ever existing in puzzles?
Nope. Let me give you another example. This one I'll show you quickly, and it's not to bore you too much.
No, this shit's wild, man.
About to paste.
What's
from a game between two masters in the year 1944. And you're about to see it. And this position occurred in a game between Cohn and Chizar, two master, very strong players, with White to move. Flip the board so you're facing White. And in this position, White initiated a combination in which he sacrificed, in order, 2 rooks, 2 knights, and a bishop, and checkmates with a pawn. And I'm just going to show you this. Now, do you see that White's rook is hanging?
Yeah.
Do you see that White's bishop is hanging? And the bishop has no retreat squares. It looks like White's in trouble. White played the move knight to b6 here, which looks like a blunder. Why?
Because it's wide open. You still have your rook, your bishop both hanging, and the knight's not attacking or anything.
Right, and people are asking me to show you the Opera game, which is one of the most famous games played in chess, but this is so much more sick. The Opera game is very overrated. Okay, Chizar takes on h1. White moves his king up. Black is 2 rooks up. Looks lost. Now White sacrifices a knight with knight takes f7. Okay? Black has only one possible move, which is what?
He takes with the bishop.
Now White sacrifices a bishop in order to draw the king out from its little hole. How can he do that?
He pushes f bishop up to c7.
Bingo. Check. Now he sacrificed 2 rooks, a knight, and a bishop. Now White attacks the king with queen e5. And if the king moves back to d8, there is checkmate in 2 moves. Can you find it? Checkmate in 2. Using, again, the knight and the queen. And the bishop cuts off the e8 square. Yeah. Notice that as well.
So is it pushing queen to d6?
Yep. Knight has to block, and it's checkmate.
Okay, cool.
But of course, Black takes the knight. He is now up 2 rooks and 2 pieces, and now it's checkmated 2. And it's a beautiful checkmate, one of the most beautiful checkmates I've ever seen. And the checkmate occurs with a pawn. I'll give you a hint. Do notice that the king has an escape square on a7.
Yeah, okay.
So you have to deprive the king of that square as well, as if you didn't have enough problems in your life.
Is the move as simple as just pushing the queen to c5?
It is, and after king a5, you have one move in the board that's checkmate. Well, no, it's not. Mate in 1. It's checkmate with your next move.
I don't know if is it c7? No.
That's mate in 2 actually. Then Black can block, and it's checkmate with queen c3. That doesn't work, but mate in this move, and it uses a pawn. It's a pawn move.
So you just bring up the pawn 2 squares?
Checkmate.
Wow.
And the thing is, if you move your bishop away with a discovered check, Black can block it with a pawn. So it's b4. So let me replay this again.
Holy shit.
Knight to b6, stacking both rooks. And White found this in the game. Sacking both rooks, sacking the knight, sacking the bishop, sacking the knight, bringing the king to a5, checkmating it with a pawn.
So I understand sacking the rooks. What did sacking the knight do? Where was the bishop again? It was
sacking the knight was like a byproduct of luring the king to a5. Like if the knight weren't there,
no, the
same thing.
The other knight, the bishop take.
Oh, so sacking the bishop drew the king out onto a square it can be checked. Now White goes queen e5 immediately. That's not a check. And Black then activates his own queen, and you can tell that Black's going to find a defense here. White's own king is very weak here. And Chris Kane says this is one of my games. Yeah, this is not a famous game. It's Cohn against Chiz. I don't know either of those players. I assume they were masters. But White found this in the game, and there's hundreds and thousands of combinations I could show you where, like, say 7 pieces were sacrificed, and people found it. Like, strong grandmasters find amazing combinations, and there were players throughout history that were known. The earliest one being Paul Morphy. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but they were known for producing brilliant combinations time and time again. I myself don't have too many of those games, but there are a few where I basically sacrifice the house for some checkmates.
That's gotta feel so fucking good though when you do pull that off.
Amazing. When you play a game like, sorry, not to cut you off.
No, you weren't cutting me off. That was the end of my statement. I was just saying it's gotta feel fucking amazing.
It does, and like you feel, and that's why, you know, like some players, they know that they're not going to win any tournaments, but they keep playing chess because they're hunting. It's an addicting hunt for the beauty of the game, for a game in which you've sacrificed a million pieces and you give checkmate. You feel on top of the world for like 3 weeks. And I've had some blitz games on chess.com where I kind of managed to do something similar. And that just is one of the best feelings in the world. Like, you just feel like you're an artist. That's why they call chess an art.
Oh, that was wholesome.
Yeah, I know. You're all tearing up. Kleenex.
Yeah, you're moving me to real deep emotions here, man.
Well, I imagine White was crying with joy after he reproduced such a combination on the board.
Oh, no doubt. So, the only thing I'm still not getting, why did he sack the e5 knight? What did that accomplish?
Well, without it, the bishop could not have accessed the c7 square.
So it's to free up the... Okay.
Let me put it this way. The first 2 sacrifices are in service of distracting Black's queen from its dominant defensive post. The next 2 sacrifices are in service of drawing the Black king away from its d8 square so that it can then be checked by White's queen. And the final sacrifice is simply a byproduct of giving this check. It's not that White is trying to sack the knight, it's that White is trying to force the king onto this square so that it can then be checkmated.
That's just fucking wild.
And this is one of my favorite combinations. There's many others like this. There's actually positions people have invented where you basically sack everything, but this was a real game, which makes it even more appealing to me. Like, it's not some contrived bullshit, you know?
Yeah, this is like the real deal. Some dirty shit.
Yeah, I had one combination against Magnus Carlsen I'm going to take to my deathbed as something I'm proud of. And some of my favorite combinations are those where you underpromote to a knight. Snoozy. Like, you don't make a queen, you make a knight, because that's so rare that it's like its own type of beauty, right? Where you don't make a queen.
Yeah, I've literally never seen it. Anytime I've ever seen a pawn be promoted, it's always to a queen.
Do you want to see it really quickly? Why?
Yeah, show me that.
Yeah, no problem. I don't mean to keep you.
You're not keeping me for anything, man. It's either I play chess and get better, or jerk off, or play some shit on stream.
That's my dilemma as well, usually. This will take me a second to find this game.
All good, man.
So I'm pretending like I've beaten Magnus Carlsen. Let me put this in context. I've never played Magnus over the board. I don't think I would beat him. I might beat him once out of 100 games in a real over-the-board game.
That's not what you mean? What Daniel's meaning to say is Magnus Carlsen's a bitch who's afraid to play against Daniel Naroditsky.
Exactly. You filled in all the blanks. You understand me on a very deep level.
Runs away in fear, Daniel's told me. You should see our DMs. He will not stop talking shit about Magnus. It's unreal. He's like, man, can't even believe this guy's rated #1. He's just a bitch.
Why did you out me? I mean,
yeah, it's time.
Compromise my reputation. Do you know who Magnus is? He's the world champion.
Yeah, it was about time. It's about time someone humbles him.
So, okay, so let's see. I'm searching for it right now. It'll take me 1 second. Because we play a ton of bullet games, which is one. Are you familiar with what bullet is? There we go. I found it.
Is it a variation of Blitz?
It's 1 minute per player, so it's kind of the fastest paced version of Blitz, and it has its own name.
Prime Thallium.
And the position I'm about to paste occurred in one of our. We play hundreds of bullet games. He has a plus score, but I do beat him, once in a while. And in this game, I was playing black. So flip the board so you're facing the black side. And white is going this way, black is going this way. And in this position, Magnus promotes to a queen. And it looks like I can resign because he's up a full queen and my pawns aren't going anywhere. But in fact, I am winning in this position. So can you start? The first move of the combination is very logical. It's just a check that's, That makes perfect sense.
It's the pawn check. Yeah, it's pawn.
But he moves the king to a1. If he moved to c1, then I would have promoted with the queen and checkmated him. He moves to a1. The next move is another check.
You push the other pawn.
He takes the pawn. The next move is another check that tries to draw his king away from this pawn.
You push the bishop to b3.
There you go. So if he plays king b1, then I give him another check and I make a queen and I checkmate him. But Magnus, you know, he's a pretty decent player. He plays king to a3. And in this position, I'd like you to find the move. Black to move and win.
Well, you gave me the hint already. You promote to a knight instead.
Yes, checkmate. Yeah. That's how the game ended.
That's fucking wild, man. I wouldn't have even considered that. Like, I feel like, at least for the majority of people, like in my area, like when you're promoting, there's no other pieces besides a queen. It's like in checkers where you just make a king. That's what I feel like it is for pawns here, right to a queen.
Yeah, that's a good, like, it doesn't enter your mind, but like the more of this you're exposed to, and I've been exposed to so many of these combinations, you just realize that in chess, anything is possible. Like, you need to expand the frontiers of your mind, basically. And that felt fucking good. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it took me a while to recover from this in a positive sense. That evening's pleasurable activities may or may not have been connected to this checkmate.
Oh, I guarantee it was.
So that's that. And I had a couple of games where I've under promoted to a knight, but maybe in our next session I'll show you some of these beautiful combinations just as inspiration. Sometimes it's not all about learning, but it's just about inspiring yourself and realizing what's possible. Yeah,
absolutely, man. I think today in particular has been really good. Like the games that we played, like, well, not to gloat, but I think 5-0-1, right? 5 wins
and a draw. Yeah, exactly.
5.
Do you want to do a quick review, by the way, of Rook and King before we wrap up?
Yeah, I would like to do that. Do you mind if I go to the bathroom real quick? I've been holding in a tinkle for a little bit.
I also need to go to the bathroom, but I really mind. So
okay.
Just
be mad about it while you're pissing. Just shake your fist at me. I'll be back in a second, boys. All right.
I need like 2 minutes myself. Be right back.
I gotta go real bad.
All right. Yep. So hope you guys are enjoying this. I might stream for a little bit longer afterwards, play some Blitz, do some sub Sundays. We have about over 1,200. Now, quick message before Charlie comes back. Guys, on Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, I will be playing the next of the series, Nerditsky Against the World. I will be playing against Ray Robson in a 3-hour match to be held on Lichess, streamed on the Charlotte Chess Center Twitch. That is commentated by my very good friend Peter Giannatos. He's an amazing commentator. So on Tuesday at 8 p.m., be sure to tune into Charlotte Chess Center. I'll do an announcement later on as well. And watch the match against Ray Robson. I played Andrew Tang 2 days ago, so make sure to look at that as well. But it's going to be a fun match, and I think it's going to be a great time. So just keep it in the back of your head, guys. It will be a big honor if you show up and watch Peter's commentary. I think it'll be a great time. I'll be right back. Just need to charge the iPad. I think we're gonna do a Rook review and then we're gonna end, because I would go on for long, but sometimes when you're not so experienced, it's actually counterproductive after a point. I mean, you just want to let everything sink in, and I want to let him practice if he wants and enjoy his Sunday evening. So we're gonna do a review of Rook versus King, and I just want to make sure that he's fluent in that. Okay, there we go. But yeah, so Charlie is playing in 2 days against XQC, and hopefully we'll have time for another session after he plays XQC, just to debrief before his match against Yasuo. Thank you guys. Well, everybody has been so sweet. Thank you guys for all the subs and bits and the support. It helps me a lot. And make sure that I can keep on streaming day in and day out. So all of your support is super appreciated, and thank you guys
You fucking
for everything
in
so
here
far.
talking shit.
Really, really appreciate it.
No.
So yeah, I might do some blitz
going
afterward
back.
as well.
Took the dogs out.
Oh yeah, he's back.
Not wrong, Brahms.
Now I have to
All right, have you died of old age yet? I'm back.
time before you came. Thank you, Tommy, for the 5 gifted subs. I was having such a good time with my chat, and then of course you had to come and ruin everything.
Oh yeah, I hear you had a sub train going. I'm putting the kibosh on that. I'm saying fuck that.
Yeah, Tommy had gifted 5 subs, and of course now nobody's gonna gift any more subs.
Yeah, no.
I just know it.
Yeah.
Not with your face on the cam. Okay, so I pasted in. I don't know if you see, but I pasted in a position.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll let you go ahead and try to checkmate me here with white.
Let me flip the board. Whoops.
Sure.
Don't worry, I do remember how to do this, I believe.
And I've already liked your first move there.
Yeah. Oh, not position. Shit.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I'll let you take it back.
Thanks for the resub indoors. Do you see the move?
No, I'm looking at your stream. I see that you played it from your stream, but let me try. Let's try again. So, do you see me moving the pieces around?
If you're moving them right now, no.
Try to make a move again here.
Do you see it?
No. So you played King E3 probably.
Yeah, I did E3.
After King D5, do you see it now?
Yeah, now I see it.
Okay, try one more time. Yep, now I see it. Okay.
Okay.
H4. Good.
Yeah.
You have down completely too. That's the good thing.
I was a bit concerned.
Way, when you have a queen against the king, if you for some reason forget the knight method, you can do the same thing with a queen. So that's like a backup option.
Oh, like a safe strat? Yeah. That makes sense.
You can do that. You repeated moves here, so you could have done that just immediately, just as a note.
Oh, okay. Instead of waiting for you to go back and forth, I could just immediately do that.
Well, you repeated moves once, so we got the same position. Yeah, you could. So you kind of danced around.
I get you. So that's a good question. I had that happen one time. When does repeated moves rule kick in?
3 times. If the same position is reached 3 times, and it doesn't matter how the moves in the interim. If the same position is reached 3 times, it's a drop, period. And in real chess, you have to claim a 3-time repetition. So there's no like outside force that comes in. And
Okay.
I've had
Thanks
games
for
where
trying, Mako.
people have had games where they accidentally repeat the moves 3 times. I've had games where I've forgotten to claim it because I didn't realize that the same position occurred 3 times. Beautiful. Not one mistake. So you have this down totally. And that's the great thing. It's in your muscle memory now.
Yeah.
So any questions that you had in mind about the rook checkmate? Is there anything that you that was doubtful in your mind?
No, I guess the only question I would have is if I'm in this position, or let's say we're getting close to this position, do I just want to start gobbling pawns like early, or does it not really matter?
Basically you want to, yeah. So if there's a rook, several pawns against several pawns, then you can win it by trading all the pawns. So let me paste in an example position. If you have like just an extra rook against like, and 3 pawns on each side, let's say you have something along these lines, okay? Copy and paste. So if you have this position, right, with white to move, you can devise a plan where you try to trade your 3 pawns for his 3 pawns. But normally in the end game, you want to activate your king because the king is no longer dangerous when it's in the center of the board. So I would just bring my king up, and then I would use my pawns and my rook to like assault his pawns. And either you end up winning them or you end up trading them. So something like this, bringing the rook up, bringing the pawns all the way up, bringing the king up, and now you're already threatening checkmate. So that's where the concept of activating your pieces, especially activating your king, comes in. In an endgame, you don't have a lot of pieces left, so you better make damn sure that they're active.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and it's not highly in depth. That's another thing we could possibly do next time, is literally really target endgames and how to play them. But
yeah,
I think you are more than well prepared against XQC. I think you've grasped up very, very quickly and faster than last time. So I'm pretty happy. Again, whatever coach you have, man. I know he's an asshole, but
I hear that coach is starting to pop off on Twitch, so it's nice to hear.
Well, the only like outside piece of advice I'll give is the XQC is slow. So if you see yourself dipping below, let's say 3 minutes, if you lose on time, you lose the game. It doesn't matter how winning you are. So it's almost like you have to force yourself at certain moments to trust your intuition. Your instinct, and you can trust me on this, is better than XQC's instinct. So you come up with moves on instinct that are normally actually quite decent. Really the key is to make him go into positions where he can exercise tunnel vision, like make threats on the other side of the board, and always watch for hanging pieces. And, you can rewatch this and review that Scotch line with bishop c5, but you develop the bishop first and then your queen. But I think you remember it for the time being.
For the most part, the Scotch line being the
Well, let me paste in an empty board and we'll do like one last review.
Okay. Daniel Nara did,
because it's very likely that it happens on the board, and you'll be fucking prepared, which is amazing. So if you face black here, knight f3, knight c6, d4, you capture, and do you remember what to do here?
Oh, let me flip the board. I'm black, right?
Right.
So he just took the pawn?
Yes.
Where are we? Yeah, just develop as normal, right?
Well, there's a very specific plan here. Remember with the pawn on f2 being hanging and you threatening checkmate?
Oh, right. Yeah, this is when we're going to bring the bishop out to c5.
Perfect. And very importantly, once he captures your knight after that, you have a very sneaky move that we kind of decided you'll play.
Yeah, that's going to f6 with the queen.
Perfect. And XQC might develop his knight or his bishop and then his checkmate. And if he develops his queen to f3, you take on c6. If he develops his bishop to e3, you take the bishop first. And if he does anything else, you can take the pawn with the knight. Thank you, GM Hans Moment, for the sub. This is like a form of the Scholar's Mate, but it's not like you're sacrificing any quality. This is the main move in the position, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like this setup right here. So this only comes into effect when they start with what is it?
Yeah. This is the move that XQC likes to play. It's not the most common move. This and, the bishop c4 is what you meet most of the time in Blitz. XQC, maybe because Hikaru taught him this line, likes to play the move d4, which most beginners do not play. And so that's why I was showing you this line. And against bishop e3, you can still play queen f6 because it transposes. Against c3, basically your next move is queen f6. Unless he moves his knight back, then you can drop your bishop back and develop your knight to f6. But above all else, adhere to opening principles. Developing moves, no tunnel vision, activating your pieces, moving your knight away to activate your queen. All of that stuff, you just got to believe in yourself. I think you're the much stronger player.
Oh, that was so sweet. Look at that compliment coming in at the end there, my man.
I start with a compliment and I end with a compliment. Everything else in the middle is to convince you that you're a piece of shit.
Right. Well, that's
how I roll.
Yeah, that's when we're most effective, I'd say.
Exactly. The Russian school of coaching. Just beat you until you're down and then lend a helping hand, I guess, at the end.
Amen.
All right. Well, I think this was a very productive session. I'll let you internalize everything and enjoy your Sunday evening.
You as well, man. I really appreciate it. Looking forward to the next one.
My pleasure, and so am I. So we'll be in touch, and I'll stream for a little bit longer, maybe play some subs. But this was amazing. You're a very, very fast learner, so I almost don't feel like I have to try. So thank you.
Well, thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Again, this is GM Daniel Naroditsky. Just for anyone tuning in, he is a streamer on Twitch now as well.
You got the pronunciation right as well. So
I'm getting better at that too.
All right, Charlie. Well, thanks again for the session. We'll be in touch, and I'm looking forward to the next one. And best of luck against XCC. You got this.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. You have a great stream.
Thanks. All right, bye.
Yep. All right, boys. Let's turn into a lethal weapon. Time to forget everything I was just taught and start fucking getting potato sacked. I'll try and do that, Geisha. Alright, where are we at? Principles. New rating after Daniel, 1500. I really have been playing a lot better since getting tutored by Daniel. I think he's a really effective coach. Like completely serious. Like, I think he is a genuinely great coach. So I don't know if he does like actual lessons for people, but if he does and you really consider chess, he should probably be the guy you look at. Thanks to the resub, RTO. Now, do keep in mind, I do have kind of a chess background. It's just a decade old and full of cum and rust, so it's not like I've never played before. It's just I haven't played in a long fucking time. Why Rust? I only played in school. I played during classes. That was like my primary chess time. Is this guy just mirroring? What the fuck is this tactic? I can't say I really understand why, but I guess he's more than welcome to. Like, you don't even fuck up my pawn structure. Like, he's mirroring bad moves. So, I mean, whatever. I think I'm gonna castle long, just because fuck this guy. Now, what I want to do now is something that I didn't know. No, I can't really do what I was looking at. I'm in a good position to do almost exactly the same thing I did for the, what was it? What, like not 2 games ago, but like 2 or 3 games ago checkmate, where I come around in here. I do a discover check on G. Can't do it quite yet, but I'm not too far off from it either. So I'm gonna have to just play it slow. Have to slow roller. But that's what I'm gonna find. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm not quite sure what he's looking for over here, to be honest. I think he's just trying to put some pressure on kingside. But what I'm seeing is I'm going to push this knight up. I don't think he'll take with the knight. And if he doesn't take with the knight, he can't take with the pawn, so he'll have to take with the queen. So let's see what happens. He's going to fork. With what, this? He doesn't get anything out of this. Oh yeah, he does. Fuck! Shit! I tunnel visioned. Son of a bitch. Fuck! It is what it is. Can't believe I just did that, man. Fuck! Oh. The animal. That's certainly sad. But I can still make it work. See, it's good to make this mistake now. Against Nurden. I'm not fucking worried about it. It's fucking fine. I zoned in a little too hard on the inevitable checkmate. Which I now no longer can get, by the way. This bishop is hanging. I think I'm going to let him take this, because that's going to free up this file anyway. All I have to do is push this guy down. So I think I'm just going to take the bishop here. Let him take this. Actually, I don't even... Well, my pawn structure's fucked. I'm going to take knight. You can take that. And then I take this. I get more out of it that way. This opens this up. I'm still in a decent position. I'm up on material now, but he did get that queen, which is a bit of a shame. But it's not the biggest issue in the world. Thanks for the resub, Zeph. So what is he looking for with this queen? What's he threatening? Can't go here. Nothing along this. He can get nothing here. You can't take this pawn. You can go here. He doesn't really get anything out of it. I can come put him in check. I'm gonna do that. Start putting some pressure down here. What free pawn? What am I missing? This isn't... He can't take this. There's no free pawns for him. What am I missing? F6. Oh, this pawn. Oh, you're talking free pawn for me. Ah, I get you. Yeah, I don't get anything off of this position. This was just a waste. Fuck. Shouldn't have missed that. Well, this puts him in check again. And then I can take that pawn over there. So I can still make it work. Now I can start activating my rook. Once I take here. This is assuming he doesn't go on any of these. I mean, he can. He can't take my knight, so I'm not worried about that. I'm gonna push this guy up. I'm getting a lot of pressure on this guy right now. Is that the best way of doing this? Pushing him up? Or should I just start eating pawns? I can grab d6. I think that's just going to be best, right? I can push this guy up. Check. He'll come down here. No, it's not great. I think I'm just going to start grabbing pieces. Especially since I'm running low on time anyway. I know. Thanks to the 3 agreed select, yeah. I think just drop him back to the same position I was just in. Protected, all of this is protected. I can, oh, wait, here's a big fork opportunity. Bang, bang, even bang. Worth. Let's push this guy up. Like I said, I'm getting a lot better at recognizing those. I tunnel visioned a little hard with my queen, but overall I'm getting a lot better at recognizing all of that. Drop rook over here. He's gonna move this queen. Or maybe I just keep pushing these guys. I have 3 minutes. I think I'm gonna get rook involved. He's not in the best position right now. I think I'm gonna go rook f1, start threatening deep. Come in hot. Protected by queen. This is protected by nothing. This is a hanging pawn now for my bishop to take. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. I should have pushed this pawn up. Oh my god. Damn it. I just saw it. I should have pushed pawn up. That's on me. Fuck. I tunnel visioned. Again! I just saw it too. It's alright. I'm not worried about it. Thanks to the resub, Moonlight. I'm not too concerned on it. It's not that big a deal. I'll be fine. Can I actually pull this off in a game? What do you guys think? Hold on. I'm going to play it the exact right way. This is called the Legals Trap. It hinges on one huge gamble. There's 2 ways of playing this, by the way. What I can do if I want to play it like a bitch is I push this pawn, h3. What should happen is he drops bishop back to hold pin. What I do next is I take here. What he does, or what he should do, what he likely will do, not what he should do, is he takes queen. And then once that comes in, I get a checkmate. But I don't need to push this pawn. The only reason I push this pawn is to try and get his bishop back. By getting his bishop back, if he does the right move of taking my knight, I at least win a bishop. I'm not a bitch, so I'm not going to play the pawn move. Take it. Please. Please take my... Fuck! I will never hit that. This dude's stream sniping. He didn't take with the knight though, so he did fuck up. If he took with the knight, I couldn't take his bishop, so he still made a mistake. Oh, I forgot to fill up my water. That makes me tight. That makes me tight as fuck. That was such a good opportunity for it. What a sack of shit. Damn it. Ah. Fuck. I got something else for this man's ass, though. I got something real gross for him. I'll make this man feel like a real stink ball. Thanks for the resub, fat boy. Move that knight. I fucking dare you to move your knight. Move that H knight. Move your H knight. Move him. I don't care where, just move that motherfucker. You sack of shit. I hate this guy. I fucking hate this guy. It was gonna be checkmate if he moved this knight. I push in here. Bang. Game. Knight guards it. This guy's an actual stream sniper, huh? This man's a real piece of shit. Get that queen out of here. Get that fucking queen out of here. Man, this guy sucks. I fucking hate this guy. Why am I even playing against this guy? This guy fucking sucks. It makes me sad. This guy makes me real sad. Oh, this man just fucked up. Wait a minute. Never mind, this guy's great. My man, this guy's giving me a fucking fat fork. Dope. I almost just went back here and castled without looking. I should have won the legals trap. There is no reason that guy shouldn't have gone for my queen. These are 700 players. What the fuck is he doing not taking a free queen, you know? I should have won that 2 moves ago. Is he going for this? No, he's not. There is a chance. Oh, I could have just taken the pawn. Oh, he's going for this. Wait, what is he going for? What the fuck is he going for? Oh, right here. Duh, it's not fucking guarded. Don't really want to... I can't really guard with that. I can't guard with that. What's the way of protecting against this? Just moving rook, I guess? Is that really the best way? Now I can't castle. Oh, I can just castle to guard it. Duh. Fucking puts my rook there. Then he takes... I take... I can't take again, though. Is that... No, that can't be right. Is that the best? That's actually the best way to castle? I don't come out on top of this trade, though. Well, it's 2 pieces for a rook. I guess that's on top. I just don't really like to lose the rooks. I think that's what it boils down to. Thanks for the tier 1 wildebeest. Oh, that was sweet. Thanks, Moop. Yeah, I mean, it's 2 pieces for a rook. I don't really like losing a rook even for 2 pieces, but I mean, it's not bad at all, obviously. 2 pieces is 2 pieces. Thanks to the Prime J. He just taught you a while ago? Yeah. That was actually in the game that I pulled off the checkmate up here. I remember. What's he looking for? Not really sure. Can't drop bishop back if he pushes this up. I'm gonna have to drop him down here. Is he looking to push this pawn up and put my knight under pressure? Is that the plan? Take, push. Actually, tier 1 Asalangsky and Slapgebrek. I'm just gonna keep attacking his queen. This time I can drop bishop back. Well, should I drop bishop back? It becomes an entirely different question. I have a pretty big brain plan. Well, not really. It's kind of a stupid fucking idea, to be honest. So, the first thing that I thought of that would be kind of cute is if I push knight up here and he autopilots to taking the knight, then I win the queen. But I mean, he can just take the bishop. Or he can just move the queen and then I'm just forking myself. But I'm thinking big brain. Where are we at? Let's just drop bishop back. I'm fine going back here because it attacks down here. So if he does castle short, which I don't think he will, I'll be in a good position. Yeah, I definitely need to play a little faster. This is the third time I picked up an empty water glass and it's making me really fucking sad. I do need to get my king back as well. Just take, right? Yeah. Opens up this file, but I feel like that's the best move I have there. I have a queen attack route. Do I want to drop him back? Or do I want to put him more towards the mid? I think dropping him back's bad because I'm not attacking anything. So I think I'm going to put him back towards the mid. Threaten queen? I don't have anything to threaten queen with. What do you mean threaten queen? Sacrifice bishop? Move queen? I don't know what you mean by threaten queen. I have no way of protecting this right now. So I can't like come up here. He's looking at... trading rook for knight? Or is he looking to double up by bringing queen over and coming down? Is that kind of where his head's at? Maybe it's just a pin. Maybe he just wants to pin the knight to my king. Not sure. But I needed to get the king down anyway, so it's not too big of a deal. I'm not upset about it. Maybe I'm getting too tied up in what he wants to do, and maybe he's just doing simple things like, hey, I see a pin. I'm gonna pin. You'll be like, man, 2 pieces crush a rook. Yeah, that's just part of getting better. Being able to just accept, hey, look, 2 pieces is 2 fucking pieces. Whereas for me, like, every piece means a lot. I need to free up my queen. Double pin on my knight. I don't really see what they see. This is a hanging pawn right now. Doesn't give me anything, but I don't really get anything out of this. I can get 2 pawns, but then I lose this. Then he just takes with rook. I take with this. He takes with queen. What's the best way of defending against this here? I'm just gonna fuck up his order. So I think by threatening queen, he'll take with rook, take with pawn, or if he takes with rook, I just take his queen. If he takes with queen, I take his queen. So I think this is just gonna be my best bet. Well, now I can just take this pawn, right? He just opened this pawn wide open for me. Or am I missing something? Oh, no. Because now he's still got this attack. I think drop here. I think this is best because if he takes with the rook, I just take his queen with my knight. I could do the same with the bishop, though. Then I don't even have to worry about that. I don't know which one would be better, though. What do you think? Would bishop or knight be better? They both accomplish exactly what I wanted. Which one's better? Bishop? Why is that? Because it takes knight out of center? Not really, I still have center, even back here. A little back. Blocks queen. I see. Right. I get you. Okay. Now he's looking at this pawn, which is fine. He's protected his free pawn, which is fine. I don't need my queen anymore. I don't need her to stay here. So I have 3 minutes to find something big. Don't want to give up that pawn. I think I'm just going to keep attacking queen. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I only have 3 minutes. I don't like that. Now I've freed up my queen, so I can come around here and find a check. Maybe start working some big moves in. I'm assuming he's just going to drop queen here, would be my guess. Maybe he drops queen back, I don't really know. Develop, don't chase. Yeah, I still haven't developed this rook, which I'm not too happy about. I just haven't seen like an opportunity to get him involved in a meaningful way. I think what I'm going to do though is once I get my queen out, which I'm going to do on this turn, I'm just going to throw rook. I didn't expect that. I thought he was going to go back. I'm just going to take this pawn. I don't have enough time to really think through everything. Now I can develop my rook. Can put rook here. Start going for something fierce. What did I just lose? I wasn't looking. Can't take. I'm not in check though. Can't check him here. He takes. I can't check him anywhere. He takes. Here, take. Can't take here, and I get a rook out of it. But if he just comes here, it's checkmate. No, it's not. It's defended. I can't be checkmated. So if he comes down here, I take. If he takes with rook, I take and I'm free. I think I'm going to go for this kind of big dick play here. He took a pawn. I know what he took. He took a pawn. I can't take because it puts me in check, so I can't do that. But he can't checkmate me because of my knight here. And he can't take my knight because of my bishop here. Honestly, I'm just gonna play what's in my head. I want to see how... Oh my god, I just lost my queen. That's fine. It's all part of learning. Fuck! Yeah, I zoned in a little too hard. Fuck. I need more time in the world, man. He blundered his queen too, though. I knew he was gonna do that. I knew he just saw this checkmate. Or what he thought was a checkmate. I did not see him moving the knight. I can't believe I fucking did that. I'm so sad about that, man, to be honest. Oh, right here's a fork. I'll take the rook for the knight. Oh, he blocked himself. What is this guy doing? This guy's gone insane. I'm so far up. I think I want to make this trade. I think I want to go bishop for knight. No. No, I don't want to do that either. Fuck. Oh, wait a minute. I can pin this. I only have a minute. I know. I fucking know. I need to get him out because I can't put him in check. He can go here. I can go here with rook. I don't have enough time to find it, man. How do I always run out of fucking time? I think through things too long. It's a real shame. It is a real shame. You can't take, it's protected. I can go up and take. Or not take, threaten. All of this is protected. Oh, maybe he goes here because I can't take. And I can't go here to protect. That'd be a big brain move. If he doesn't check me here, though, I can try and get some shit going. He saw it. Can't take. Just gotta move. So now I lose this, but that's fine. I get a check down here. I have 45 seconds. I'm so fucking close. I'm so close to finding this. I need to protect that rook. Fuck. Can't do it yet. Just get him out. Ugh! Fuck! Here. That's protected. I'm so low on time. Take. You can't take. I can't take. Oh, shit. Goes here. Goes here. No, he doesn't. What is he doing? Fuck. Stop! Take. I'm so close to a checkmate right now. Hold on. I think I can actually find it. Fuck! Stop! No! Jesus! Big pre-move. Okay, take. Now I just find this with rook. This is exactly what we just practiced. Here. 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 Hold on. Come up. Fuck, fuck. Oh, I got behind him by accident. I'm panicking. God damn it. Oh, if I had more time, I had the checkmate. I didn't need to take pawn. It was going to be a free checkmate. I really wish I could have... I wish I had 40 more seconds at least. If I had 40 more seconds, it was checkmate. I had just practiced this. What a shame. If you took pawn, it would be a draw. Is that what constitutes a draw? Losing your pawns? I didn't know that. I know we got a draw against that one dude. I didn't know it was because of pawns. I thought it was just because of even. This is interesting. This guy is playing exactly what we just practiced for. Go here. Oh my god, go here. Fuck, I moved my knight already, never mind. And even played the counter. Shame. It's a real shame. I guess just develop normally then. I totally fucking forgot my water. After this game, I'm gonna refill that. Fuck, that's such a shame, man. I need to manage time better. I'm still upset. That was a free rook checkmate. Rook queen, or rook king checkmate. Come on, hurry the fuck up. We both know you're not gonna make anything spectacular. Exactly. Fucking exactly. I really think I'm just gonna pre-move these things. Like when I'm looking at a trade or an exchange or something, I think I'm just gonna pre-move the take back in case they actually do it. I think that's just gonna be the optimal way of doing it. So what is his plan here? He's coming down. I think he wants to walk this pawn here to pressure this to force me out. Exit prime, Boba. I think I just push this up to protect and then get the knight out. And just drop him back. Exit the prime, feed. I'm gonna push this up, castle. Well, I don't like to do that with the... I'm already running out of time. See, this is exactly what happens. This is exactly what happens. I take so much time. Thanks to the prime, Peepo. I'm just gonna protect and keep the pin. I'm not gonna think through everything. I can't afford to. I don't have the time. I wanted to castle and get rook in here, but I'm gonna castle long now since it's stronger on this side. Okay. So he comes in. I think I just take. Yeah, I don't have time to think it through. I think I just take on that. He takes back. Wait, what does he even get out of this? Then I take. My bishop's hanging, but he doesn't have anything that can attack it unless he moves this. I don't see it. He could fuck up my pawns by going here, I guess. I don't see it. What does this give him? He can't attack this. What does he attack this with? He just outright loses there. Can't attack this or this, even though I have two hanging pieces. That's not tournament format, that's bullet format, or blitz format, Bloodnix. And I tried. I started with blitz format, because that's what I used to play. Is it my move? I wasn't looking. What did he do? Move pawn? I think I just want to drop back, yeah. I think drop back to here. He can take with that if he wants. Give me his knight and his bishop. No, if I do that, he gets my bishop first. Let me see. Because if I come here, he takes, I take, he takes, and I have nothing to take back. So I think I just drop him all the way back. I don't want to trade that. I don't really like that position. That frees up his queen. Right now, his queen is trapped. By taking here, he frees up his queen. I don't really want to free up his queen yet. My queen's still kind of fucked, so I'm going to make sure his is too. Attacking this. Maybe I should have traded. Well, I can't even think about it now. I don't have enough time to be fucking thinking about every single move that I've made. I don't have the luxury. Where are we at? So he's got rook involved. I still need the fucking castle. I think I'm gonna get in a position to start attacking this way. He can take if he... Well, no, that's not good if he takes. If he takes, I'm trading queens right away. That was bad. Bang. Yeah. Well, do I want to trade queens right away? I come here, take... No, I just come out. I just don't win on this. That was just bad. So I take here. He takes here. I just have nothing for it. Do I just let him have that? I think I just take bishop, yeah. I think I agree with the chat. I think I just take bishop. He can't take that back. Well, no, I lose queen if I do that. If I take bishop, I lose queen. I can't do that. So I think I just protect bishop. Oh, this puts him in check. Wait a minute. That puts him in check. I didn't even notice that. Right, so now he can't do any of this. Which means now I can take that. Actually, if he blocks with the rook, I take the rook too. I'm going to keep my knight in the center, and I'm going to free up this file, so I'm going to take pawn. I don't like stacking these pawns, but that's what I'm going to do. So now take pawn. If he wants to trade queens, I'll trade queens. Thanks to the Prime Oblivion NPC. 10 plus 5 is PogChamps format. I actually didn't even recognize that as the format. Okay, I'll switch to that then. I've got his king in a very uncomfortable position for him. I'm actually kind of hoping he takes queen. He did not. That's an interesting move. Is he going there just because it's open? Like he's looking for what? That knight? I mean, I can just... Jesus, it scared me. So he's looking to check here? Well, I can just drop bishop back, protects this, attacks this. He can't take, because then I just win queen. Right? Now this is attacked, this is protected, and he can't take because I win queen. Jesus, yeah, I'm already under 4 minutes? What the fuck? Interesting. Oh, wait, this man just gave me his queen. Didn't he? What, he takes with the bishop? You fucking idiot. You goddamn idiot. Yeah. See, we're coming. Oh, he took with pawn. That's fine, too. What should my next move be? I need to start making threatening moves here. I'm thinking here, get rook off. I only have 3 minutes, so I need to make these decisions quick. I still haven't castled. I don't want to over here. I need to get rook involved, so I'm going to castle this way. This should get rook out. Use checks. I could have gone here for a check. I just don't think I get too much out of that. Well, he could have blocked with the rook, but I don't think he would. Okay, now I'll do it. That's odd. He's just opened himself up even more now. Now I take here, and I'm fucking cooking. Oh, wait. No, I fucked it. I hope he moves back. I didn't even consider him moving over, to be honest. Damn, there goes that free pawn that I had. Man, that didn't even cross my mind. I didn't even think he'd go over. Only 2 minutes. Take. Nope, can't take. No.
You've come. Friends.
Appreciate it, Nux. Thank you, man.
Of fate shall open.
Bring the
I've
rook.
been waiting for you, friends.
Welcome aboard. Hope you guys like some high-octane, adrenaline-pumping chess action. I think I check again. Do I have a better check? No. Can't take this pawn because of this bishop. Can't take this because of this knight. What is he doing? Is he just gonna go back and forth? I can come this way. That's checkmate. Oh, wow. I didn't notice that as checkmate. That took me like 20 seconds just to notice. Yeah. I thought this was an open... I thought this was open. I didn't even register this. Yeah. I thought he still had this. Huh. Nice. Well, it was an accidental checkmate, but I'll fucking take it. You can suck my dick. Limbless Mute. Well, that's a sad name. This isn't for me personally, by the way. This is just the game overall. I don't think I made any blunders. Did I? I don't remember. Let's see. Yeah, it was him. Oh. Really? They didn't like me taking that? They think I should have just done the huge trick. Maybe I should have. Yeah, they didn't like any of this guy's moves. I guess my blunder is that it just didn't play aggressive enough. Well, fuck it. Sometimes it's best to put the training wheels on and take it slow. Slow roll that motherfucker. Hydrate. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. Okay, hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a piss as well. Full disclosure. I don't want anyone to say I lied to you. I'm peeing. And I'm filling up my water. Tell your friends. Oh, hey, Kaya. What's up? What's up? Hmm? What's up? Oh, you crazy girl. Don't worry, team, I'm back. Let's keep punching dick. So what is it now? What is the format? 10 plus 5? Am I fucking idiot, or is that not an option for just a random match? I only see 10. Custom? Oh, where do I do 10 plus 5? Is it... What am I missing? 10. Is there like a more option somewhere here? Jesus. Hit 10, there's more. On this? 5, 3, 1. Oh, more. Is this it? 10, 15? Exit tier 1, Westo, Zesto, and the resub Fluffy and Goon. Do I have to actually add? Plus 5? I actually have to add that? You know, I don't care. The quicker I can get the games, the better. I don't want to be stuck in like a fucking queue. Actually, let's see what he plays. Okay. I'd rather just wait. Or I'd rather just play it faster. We went over this. What was the tactic here? I don't quite recall. Thanks to the Prime, Onyx. This was, well, it's not the English Open because he pushed this first. Does it just develop normally? Huh, I don't remember. English opening is when they push this immediately. This is odd. This is very odd indeed. So take, protected, attacked, attacked. I think I just take. And then he'll take, I can't take back. And then, what's the next move? He's the Prime Nick. This is a free pawn. Can do a little meaningless check on this guy. I'll develop. I'll stick with the fundamentals. This whole board over here is looking a little weak. Can't drop him back because then I trap it. Ah, fuck. He just pushes that. Whatever, bishop for bishop isn't too bad. I just didn't want to lose the bishop. I don't think I've seen this yet. I don't think we've come across this wacky start here. This is some goofy shit. I'm just gonna castle. Develop. Unfortunately, I've blocked my bishop in. Thanks for the resub, Joy-Con. This man has full control over the middle of the board, and I don't like it. What's he looking at with that? I'm thinking he wants to go here and here with bishop, maybe? I don't know what the fuck he's thinking. I don't really see the plan. This is a very peculiar beginning to this one. Time. Jesus, I'm already down to 6 minutes just over-analyzing this guy's moves when he probably just doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Here, I'll just keep this threatening. Oh, this position doesn't really do much. But I need to free up my bishop and my queen. So, that'll have to do for now. I've already castled, what are you talking about? I need to get my rook, my queen, and my bishop developed. I'm taking way too long in doing that. I guess I'm just a little too confused on what he's looking for. This is very odd. He's gonna try and trap it. He's gonna push that up too, I bet. No, he wouldn't do that because then I have a free lane to the king. No, I don't. I have to take first. Thanks to Prime Austin. This is super peculiar. I wonder if this guy really does have a plan or if he's just going truly by instinct. I'm thinking just get knight out. I don't want to take. If I take, he takes. I take. He takes. I take. Actually, no. Wait, that's... Well, if he takes with bishop. Let's see. If he takes with bishop, I get a free queen. Which would be worth. So he takes with this, I take with this, I take with this. He did not. He saw it. This guy's not bad. This is not a stinky player. Not a stinky player at all. But he did give me that queen in the end. This is open, isn't it? I thought it was a cool move. A fat old tier 3. Welcome aboard, Bean Fiddle. Sorry, I didn't see that. I was deep in an analysis. He's doing it. He's fucking doing it. Take. Push. Push. Please do it. Right here. Right here. Look at this beautiful, beautiful setup you can have. I'm going for it. I'm coming in real fucking hot. I think I was a little early. I'm hoping he's gonna shit. Oh well. Damn, you know what I should have fucking done? Well, never mind, it wouldn't have made a difference. It wouldn't have made a fucking difference. I can still do it. Not really. I can't really do it though. What do you mean trade for free pawn? It's not a free pawn. He protects it with the queen. It's not a free pawn. You're talking about here, right? I mean, I can protect with the queen, but I'm still looking here. I'll do it. I don't think he's even going to take with the queen. I'm pretty sure I'm just trading bishop for knight. I would be shocked if he actually came down with the queen. I would be well and truly stunned if he came with the queen. In fact, this is a great position for me right now. No, never mind. It's not as good of a position as I thought it was. Let's see, what do I want? I think the only move is to drop him back. Keep him towards the middle of the board. Unfortunately, my queen's blocking this because I was going for a big dick power move. But it is what it is. I think just getting him back is going to be my best choice. Get him over here. Develop bishop. Castle long. Put him in check. Put him in check. Like, come over here and just get my shit taken? The fuck are you talking about? I still have this open line now. Now that I've moved knight, I have this freed. If I want to do an attack on his rook. With queen h4. I could have put queen over here, but he's just going to move pawn up. Like, what do I get out of that? By keeping queen here and moving knight, I now have opened up this lane. See, like, this is wide open right now. If I had moved queen for that meaningless check, I couldn't have this. You see? Now if you get a free pawn, I don't think I'll get a rook out of it. I'm sure he's going to move this knight. But it is still a pawn. Like, it is a free pawn. So, it's definitely worth. He'll just move this to free it up, I imagine. I have still not developed the majority of my pieces because I went for that huge dick high octane opener. So yeah, he's moved that. Can't take any more here. I'm still not in danger. I can keep queen here if I want to. Which I think I'll do. In fact, kind of what I'm kind of thinking, and it really kind of depends on what he does, but coming up here and coming in here. But I don't know if that's going to be an option. It might be better if I just pin the knight right now. So that'll pin that, and then I can come over here, come around, that puts him in check, I win the rook, I win the queen if he takes with the queen. Thanks to the resub, Dingleberry. Yeah, that's true. I'm also attacking the bishop. He's freed bishop. Okay, so now I'm going to come here. Did that change anything on the board? No. This is still open. This is still protected. He'll probably move pawn up in a panic. If he's smart, he'll move rook over. This should be fine. I should develop other pieces, but I'm going to chase down some huge dick plays out here. I really do. Like, look at my backline. I've moved 3 pieces. 4 pieces. Moved 4 fucking pieces this entire game. Yeah, he's moved rook over. He saw it. He's no amateur. I can still do this, though, by the way. I can drop queen here. Threaten this pawn. And I can still drop him here. Well, I guess it depends on what his rook does. If I do go here, though... Why would I go knight c2? I don't come out on top of this. He takes with rook, I take with queen, he takes my queen with his queen. That's a bad move. That's just a bad move. But there is another option. I can bring him over here and win his rook that way. Because now he's in check, he can't take my queen. No, that's a bad move because now he just takes my knight with his bishop. But then I win his bishop. No, I won't win his bishop. He can just bring the king up. And then I'll lose my knight. I can't... Jesus, I don't know why I looked at chat. That's a terrible idea. Look what happens. I move knight a2, he takes my queen right away. Do you see this? If I move knight a2 right now, he just takes my queen for free. That's a terrible idea. And another example as to why I don't read the chat. So here, this is what I'm thinking. Here, actually, just fuck this. I'm getting 1 pawn out of all of this work. I'm just gonna go back and develop some pieces. It's still protected. Who gives a fuck? I lose a queen for a rook and a pawn. You know, here, I'll stay down here just for the sake of it. It's a bad play. I take this pawn, he takes my queen with his rook, and I take his rook with my knight. Now what? Now what? He moves his queen and I don't get fuck all from it. It's a bad move. What is that? Is he trying to come in here? What the fuck is this? Here for the... No. I'm a little confused. Take. I'm just gonna take the pawn. Like, what did that stop? That didn't change anything. He didn't protect this pawn, and he's not getting anything done. Oh, well, I'm not even trapped. I can still just leave. What did that accomplish? Did he think I was gonna stay? Maybe, I'm guessing he just thought I was gonna take it with the knight or something, maybe? Did nothing. My queen's still fine. I think it's time I start developing my other pieces. Queen's not trapped. I can get him out. I can get him out. I'm confident. This probably was not a good idea, though. I'm in a little deep. I'm in a little deep on this one. Still can't take. Can't go here. Oh boy. I actually may have trapped my queen real hard. I may have bit off a little more than she could chew out here. He's not trying to trap though. I'm running out of time. I need to get my shit moving. Oh, you're right. I missed the bishop. You're fucking right. Oh, that's sad. I got too focused on getting my shit out. You're right. That was fucking dumb. What a goddamn shame. Focused on one side of the board. Thanks for the resub, Charlie. Sorry I didn't see that, Harmon. Thanks for the fat 50, man. Well, I appreciate the kind words and support. And I missed the free knight. No, it's not. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Almost believed chat for a second. It's protected by the rook. I don't know why I just immediately saw that and agreed. After everything the chat's fucking suggested, and I still take it at face value. I am really low on time. Now it's a free night. I definitely need to be a lot quicker right now though. I have shitty amount of time. It's a lot to work with. Can't take this and pressure that. I don't want to lose this. Do I just? I don't have time. I don't have time to think. I can't think it through. I think I can see a checkmate though. Three minutes would be plenty. I agree. It could be plenty. I just need more practice. Shit. Protected. Protected. I just need to drop back. Oh, or do I maybe go here to cut off that back tile? I don't have time to think. I don't have time to think. I'm gonna go here. Take his rook. I get taken by his queen. Do you guys even stop to think about your suggestions? Be honest with me. Do you actually stop to think about it? He's trying to pin knight to a queen. So I can't move that. If I take with this pawn, he takes with his rook. I can't take back because I lose queen. Fuck. I don't have a whole lot of time. Thanks for the prime, Jack. I need to just get over here for a checkmate or something. Protect. Attack. I need to free up this file. 2 minutes. I have 2 fucking minutes. Okay, he's getting out. Knight is pinned here. Knight f4. Take f4. What is wrong with you? Oh, with this. I thought you were talking about with this knight. Oh yeah, I could have taken f4. You're right. You're right. 100%. I could have taken that with that knight. I was looking more to unpin my queen. No, you're absolutely right. I could have taken here. Threatened here. No, I can't. I'm low on time. I didn't expect him to actually take that. Though I don't know why. I definitely should have seen that coming. I'm about to lose big time. I can't take this. That was so fucking bad. I've got to do it. I don't have time to think about it. What did I just pre-move? I wasn't even looking. I'm trying to think bigger scheme. Oh, I just got back ranked. No, I didn't. He can't. I'm fine. It's not checkmate. He can't back rank me. Now I can. I see a checkmate. I see one innocent checkmate. Oh my god. Come on, baby. Take the pawn. Take the pawn. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Oh, shit. I'm too slow. I'm too slow. God, what a shame. There goes that. Man. I hate just running out of time. Thanks to the prime Iguanosaurus. Wait, what? Oh, the pre-move still went through. Damn. I just can't get to the end game with enough time to actually make my checkmates. I just can't do it. I don't know how to get there with time on the clock. Thanks to the resub, Thomas. So fucking... Oh, is it my move? I didn't even see it. It's so fucking hard to manage time. Trust your intuition more. It just takes me a while to like analyze every possible maneuver. Like I do it every time. He cut that off. That was smart. Oh, Bloodnix. You're from the chat. You know my opening. That makes sense. I like to interact with the chat. When it's my turn to move, though, the last thing I need to do is look at the fucking chat. That shit is terrible. Utterly worthless. Where am I at? Maybe threaten bishop. Make a trade. Kind of throws off his pawn structure. Could come around to b5. Threaten a fork should he move that queen. I'm already losing a lot of time. I don't want to give up middle of the board with knight. So let's just keep developing. Make a trade if he wants. Thanks for the resub, E-Man. Takes 30 seconds to move. It was actually a minute. Fucking idiot, can't read. He did not make the trade. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should have been the one to instigate the trade. I'm doing it again. So what is he looking for here? Nope. Nope. Yep, yep. I'm not gonna take it. I'm just gonna look for a better position. Thanks to the prime, Nikolai. I say free up the queen. I'm gonna push a pawn. I think I see a move. Maybe. That took 1 minute and 8 seconds. That's big. That's pretty fucking big. I don't know why. I can't help but try and think of like every possible move. Even like a good move isn't good enough. And then by the time I actually do make all the good moves, I don't have enough time to finish the game, so I lose, so it's worthless. Thanks to the resub, Vigor. Both rooks are free. Thanks to the prime, Frowny. Where are we at? I think I see a little something. Jesus. Yeah, I have an idea. I just don't know how to execute. Now I'm already out of time. Game's over. Ran out of time. It's already over. Honestly, I think what I kind of want to do is speedrun to in-game. And then just play in-game. I feel like my in-game is pretty solid. So... Let's get a little wacky. How about that? Nah, I can't really do that because he just takes with bishop. No, I come out on top of that. He takes with bishop. I'm going to try something. I don't think it's going to work, but I already feel like I've lost too much time to make good plays. So I'm just going to make some risky ones. I do have an idea in my head. It's actually something that Daniel and I went over. It's not the exact same setup. It's a little different. But I think it can still work. Doesn't trade queens. No. That's because I'm thinking of something. No, it's not going to work the same way. The positioning's a little different. That's fine. Can I still pull it? No, I can't pull it off anymore. That was a big gamble that didn't pay off. I had an idea in my head. I was going to chase a checkmate. It didn't work. Obviously. I don't want to lose rook for this. So I'll just drop him back. Oh, yeah, I could have taken bishop. Oh, I panicked. It is what it is, man. Oh, well. One of those games. That's unlucky. Fuck! I've been so good about seeing that shit all day until right then. Okay, let's see how your in-game is. I'm not tunneling. I'm just gonna go to in-game. Just move on. Oh, Jesus, I didn't mean to do that. All right, let's just get out of here. Whoops. That was yucky. Oh, that's rough. I don't want to think about it. I can't believe I just did that. Just get me in the next one. Yikes. Jesus Christ. Wow, this guy's really fucking going for it. Damn. I wish I had played bishop instead of knight. I could have had something so fucking huge cooked up. That is a real shame, man. I could have had such a nice, huge play ready. No, I can't. What's the optimal way of blocking this? I don't recall. So he wants to go here. I think he goes bishop first. I don't remember. I think I just block. I think that's how you play it. Well, no, it doesn't do it. Oh, he took it with the pawn. What does that do? It didn't help me free that up. I still don't have a way of attacking that. I guess I just take with the pawn, or with the knight. I really didn't want to trade this. He didn't trade! Ah! That's nice. So, well, it's not free. Oh, don't have my knight there anymore. Can't do that big old maneuver. Let's just keep developing for now. Oh, I already don't know where I want to go. I'm already running out of time so quickly. So fucking quickly. Let's just keep developing. Fundamentals. Next to the resub Mao Sama. I don't mind dropping back if I need to. Come down here. That gives me that. I really am in a pretty shitty position here. Just not a whole lot going my way right now. I have nowhere I can go with these knights. This dude's got me locked out. Good. I think I just push knight out here. I want to try and take on here on this right there. He's blocked his bishop from attacking it. I've already taken a lot of time. Let's see how it goes. That opens this up, which I'm not too concerned about yet. Knight c3. Right? c3. You know where he can take with his knight? You don't see that? I don't have anything to take back. I'm sure he sees what I'm going for. Queen. Queen. It's checkmate. I'm sure he sees that. Is this match for the championship belt? No, just for pride. What's he looking for with that? Pinning my knight to my king? What's his next move? Probably queen. Well, if he wants to tunnel vision this, I'm gonna let him. Well, I can't do that. Knight covers it. Fuck! Do I have something to take his knight? Yes. Let's see if he notices why that knight was so important. I will trade that. I will make that sacrifice for a big play. Now, let's see if you can recognize the danger. I mean, I'm sure he sees it. There's no way he doesn't see this. I will pee in my fucking pants if he doesn't see what I'm going for here. Yeah. That looks about right. But I have this, which still puts him in check. It forces him to either H1 or G2. G2, I can threaten with nothing. This gives me nothing. I actually get fucking nothing off of this. Well, not necessarily. Hold on. If I have 4 minutes to think through this checkmate, I'm in a position where I can spend time. I come here. That's check. He has nothing to take, so he either goes H or G2. Let's say he goes... No, that's not the move. If he goes here, that's fine, because then I can slide bishop down here. Where was my other piece? Yeah, I can slide bishop here. He takes with the rook, I take with knight. That's check again, and I take his queen. So I guess it really all depends on where he goes. But if I come here, and he pushes this, my knight's fucked. I can't save my knight. Well... yeah, there's nothing I can do to save my knight. It really depends on how he responds. Do I roll those dice? Thanks to the resub, Gallon. Is it worth risking? What does the chat think? It is a 50-50. Because I'll check him here, and he has one of two moves. He goes here or he goes here. If he goes here, I lose my knight. My knight's fucked. But if he goes here, I win a rook. Or, I'm sorry, I win a rook and a queen. Well, no, I don't. Wait, what was my plan again? I've already forgotten. What was it? Here. Here. Yeah, if he goes here. I don't know, man. I've spent so much time thinking on it. It might just be worth it now. I think it's just a bad idea, to be honest. Let's just play it slow. Let's just retreat. All of that build up for nothing. Oh, I can't retreat there. You still got this. Thanks for the resub, Scutsy. I'll just push him here. He can't take with queen. He could push that up. But in that case, I'll just retreat further. Yeah, I took a lot of time on that. 252, debating on whether or not to roll those dice. He wants to attack with the bishop on my queen. Well, now I need to just react fast. No, I don't have the luxury. I have nothing to take that with. I'm just gonna trade queens. If he wants. Because now I took too much time. I need this to go to in-game as soon as possible. Oh, okay, can't think about it. I do this every fucking time. Okay, slide rook, get queen off. I'll probably just move queen here. I haven't... this pawn is pinned, so he can't take on either of these tiles. So I'm gonna go here, cut this off, and then here. What did I just lose? I wasn't looking. I don't have the luxury of looking. Okay, that gets rook off. Where am I at? I just don't have time, just take. Let's just keep trading. Oh! Thanks for the resub, Eric. I don't have time. Take. All I need is my rook and my king, and I can checkmate pretty easily. I'm good at that. Oh, he's looking for rook. Jesus. That was dumb. That just traps my rook like a fucking idiot. I'll push king in. I can't castle. I moved king, didn't I? Pretty sure I did. He can't come down here yet, guarded by king. Oh no, I pre-moved king and he never came. You're right. I could have castled. I don't remember how to march pawns up the right way. That's something I should have went over. I don't recall the optimal way of marching up pawns. You can have that one. Honestly, I really should just go for the fucking... it's too late, I've already got this guy already over here. Does this guy know how to do this? I doubt it. He can't come here. Fuck! I don't recall how to do this properly! I know how to do it if I had my shit stacked, which I'm gonna try and get now. Okay, now I drop queen, rook. Wait, what? What? I don't, how did this move happen? Jesus. Oh, I was looking at the wrong side. I don't care, I can get it with just a queen. He's so close. No, 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 no. That's like the third fucking checkmate that I couldn't hit because of timeout. Oh. He was 2 moves away from checkmate with my queen, even with his queen. Like, I could have had that. It's just not enough time. Which is why I just started suiciding every fucking piece. God, the amount of fucking times I just can't manage it properly. I highly doubt this is going to work, but it's worth a try. Let's pin that. Bold. That's a big old bold play, eh? Don't really want to retreat. I mean, I don't really need to. Can either come here or here. What do I get out of those positions? Not a whole lot. I really do need to just start acting more on instinct. That blocks my bishop. This is the better move. I'll come here. No, he wouldn't. Why would he come here? It'd be a free bishop. Alongside castle. So many people do this. Is it threatening? So I castle and then he comes here for a fork. That won't work because I'm protecting it. Again, I'm probably just overthinking. Well, C2 is a fork, but that's not going to be a problem because I was going to castle. So I don't think he gets anything out of this. He comes here, puts me in check, I guess, but I mean, that's just a free knight. Again, I'm thinking too much. I should have just castled right away. It's the optimal play. This position doesn't hold a whole lot of value for him at the moment. Thanks to the prime. Masaka Arinai? Masaka Arinai? Trying to free himself from the pin. Let's chase him off. This is a free pawn now that I've freed up that. So once he moves this, I'll take this. I imagine he'll move rook somewhere, which gives me nothing because his knight's gonna stay, so I get 1 pawn, which might not be worth it because I think I'm gonna trap myself if I do that. He saw it and protected it. He's attacking my queen. Can't go here, 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 can't go here. I think he just won my queen. I think I trapped myself. I might just need to check. No, can't check. Well, I can check. It gets his knight off. No, but then I can't take because my queen. Everything's covered. I blocked myself with this move right here. This didn't cross my mind. Okay, maybe this is one of those times where I'm going to set up for a queen sacrifice. So what can I do to get myself in the best position to checkmate? I'm taking too much time. I'm just gonna check. He'll take. Then I'll take. Man, that actually kind of fucks me that he didn't take. I was hoping he would take. Maybe I might be able to free myself by just confusing him. I can't go anywhere. That was smart. I didn't think this would cover this. I just didn't see it. Just take. Hopefully he's going to take with the pawn without thinking. Yes, queen's free. I lose a knight for it, but I lose 2 knights for it, but I keep my queen. Thanks to the resub, Donnie and Prius. I have no way of protecting that knight. Or that bishop. So that was a lot of sacrifice just to save my queen. Better be fucking worth it, man. I better find something big out of this. So this is the only usable tile, so this is going to be the only place I can go, and then I can fall back. Queen free. Lose either knight or bishop, one of the two. Yeah, he does have this knight hanging. The only thing is, though, if I take that knight, I'm losing 2 pieces for that knight. So if I take this knight after he takes one of these... Interesting. He really values that knight. Which piece should I save? Do I have something that I can't save them both. Yeah, G7 was protected by the knight. I saw chat saying that. Fucking idiots. Honestly, I actually might be able to squeak out of here without losing either of these two. This guy's playing really silly. I think... What should I move, though? I don't know which piece is best to move. I think I'm going to go knight d5. Yeah, I'm going to get out without losing. Well, no, I can't. Well, I go knight to d5. He can't take with the pawn. He has to take with either the knight or the bishop. He can't take with this pawn because it's in check. So he's going to have to take here or here. Either one gets me this. And then I can take... Well, I can't take with the queen because he still has 2 defenders. But I might be able to squeak out taking with pawn and getting out. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I think that's probably one of the best, like one of the only moves I could make to try and salvage some of my pieces. It might have been better just to let him have them. But, I don't know. I have just been hammered. So he chose to take bishop. So I'm losing. I lost one piece. Honestly, probably the best it could have gone. All things considered, that was about the best we could have hoped for. Alright, so let's get this bad boy out since I fought so fucking hard for him. I'd like him in the middle of the board, but I don't want him blocking my queen. So I think drop him over here on b4, then start developing my rook and bishop, or rook and knight. I also need to work on this board so fucking quickly. Let's just get him out. He'll push this up to try and free this lane to take my knight, I bet. I was wrong. He's still coming full throttle at my queen. Pinning it to the fucking rook. This guy's an animal. This guy's a fucking animal. I should have just taken the knight. I should have just traded the two pieces to keep the rook. Well, it's not looking good. I guess I just have to give the rook. I see no way out of this. All protected, nothing hanging. Have to move queen or I lose queen. Yep. It is what it is. This pawn's hanging. Can't take, can't take. Can't take. I have one move, which is dropping here. This guy's crushing my shit right now. Didn't even see it open up, man. Didn't even see it. I win a knight from this. I also win a pawn from this. Unless he moves king up. Well, I mean, I guess it depends. The knight's mine for sure, though. That knight is definitely going home with me. Finally, a move this guy didn't see. Fucking prodigy. Why no music? Because my fucking computer has crashed twice when playing music. Also, there's a ton of DMCAs coming out for streamers. Everyone's getting their shit pushed in. I'm also out of time. He really wants to get down here. I don't think I get much out of taking this pawn, so I don't think I will. Unless he doesn't... If he doesn't change his position here, like... Is he trying to trap me? So I take this pawn. If I take this pawn, I can't get out. So I come down here. He just comes over here. And then I'm trapped. Oh, well, no. If he came over here, I just take that. Where would he go? If I take this pawn, where does he go to trap me? Checkmate, queen, d2. Oh, you're right. I didn't see that. Actual helpful chat. You're right, I forgot all about that. See, that's that tunnel vision. I focused right here instead of the entire board. Every time. Okay. What do you mean? There was nothing else to do. I either lose my queen or lose this pawn and rook. The only option. So I can't come down. I'm out of time. Take. Just take. I have 30 seconds. Just take. Oh, I can't take. Oh my god, I totally forgot about that. Whoops. Well, I was already out of time anyway. Jesus! Thanks the prime wow wee wah. What the fuck? I can't manage time. It's the saddest fucking thing, it really is. Yeah, I don't need to castle yet. Big play. What's he looking for? Can't do that. That won't work. None of that will work. Yeah, I don't know what this is gonna do. Pin the knight. Oh, I just wanted to trade and fuck up my formation. Don't you realize it doesn't need to fuck my shit up? Just take with the queen. This could be super good for me. He's pushing up on the castled king side. I think I'm just going to pressure his bishop, and if he wants to take it, he can take it. I could open up this entire side of the board right now. I quite like that, to be honest. I'm going to kick this bishop out. If he wants this, he can take it and open up this whole file. Then I just need to find a way to terminate this pawn. Even just fucking march him down, I don't care. Oh. Oh. I thought he was gonna take here. I can't take bishop with knight He'll just take with the queen. Fuck! Maybe he won't. Maybe he takes with pawn without paying attention. Maybe. No. There was no universe where he actually took with that. I'm not gonna castle. It's not gonna be one of those games. I'm just gonna go hyper aggressive. It wasn't a blunder. I wanted to risk if he'd take with the pawn instead of the queen. Fuck. Man, this guy just loves to trade. Trading Terry out here, goddamn. Dude's up one pawn. One fucking pawn. What's my sleeping schedule? Like bed by like 3 a.m. I want to get this pawn off, man, and I really feel like I could bait it out of him. I just feel it. I don't know how to do it, but I feel like I could. Let's start marching pawns. Can't move this guy, though. This dude just fucking loves trading. Holy shit. This guy's a maniac. Thanks to the resub, Azure. Hey man, fuck it. We came this far. Let's just keep trading. Here, take it. Stack these rooks. Ah, Blunderberry, eh? What is that gonna do? You didn't even protect the open pawn. You can't. You don't get anything off of that, do you? What am I not seeing? Oh, I see what you want to do. It does make sense on paper. This fucking guy. Bro, this guy loves trading. And somehow I still have spent like 4 minutes on this fucking game. Thanks for the gift sub, Azure. Guy's a fucking madman. No, you can't take. You also can't take here. Actually, if I can force him on my side, I can checkmate his ass pretty soon. I think I can pull it off. He'll come around this way. Really? This guy is such an extreme maniac that he's gonna corner himself going for my pawns. Alright. Well, this is gonna be a tricky situation for me. I haven't had to chase someone down like this. Maybe just take his pawns? I'll come up to protect this formation here. And then I'll let him take that, I guess. I can get this with just king and a rook, which I'm going to go for. I'm not even going to bother making a queen. This guy is cornering himself on my side of the board, which is great for me. Though I haven't practiced going towards the screen, so I might fuck up, but we'll see. I will make a queen. So he did decide to protect after all. Let's march, boys. This is a free pawn. These both. Thanks to the tier 1 soul brand. I feel like I can checkmate him without the queen, but it might just be safer to get her anyway. I'm gonna do it. This man's way out of position. I don't think he sees how this works. I only need to get him in opposition in the corner. You know what? I don't care if I lose. This will be good practice for how to checkmate with just rook and king. You can take it. I don't care. I'm not going to stalemate. I'm pretty sure I can get this. So then the next move is... No, I can't do it like this, can I? I actually might just stalemate if I do that. So what I want to do is I want to come down here and get him in opposition. But the thing is, he has so many moves he can make, he doesn't have to move his queen. If he had move his king. If he had to move his king, this would be easy. But he doesn't. I don't think this will work anymore. I'll try. Because I won't be putting him in check, so he doesn't have to move his king. But maybe this still works since he's cornered himself on this rank. Does he see what I'm going for? Now put him in check. Are you dumb? Answer me, are you dumb? Put him in check and get taken by a pawn? I'm just gonna get a queen. I think I can get a checkmate this way though, right? If I... Well, I can't come here. I come here, boom. Boom, he's locked in. He can just go here though. Can't he? Maybe I shouldn't have been chasing a checkmate. Yucky. Yucky, yucky, yucky. Yeah, I'm out of time. I need to just do this now. This is checkmate. He should have traded, right? This is checkmate. Bang, check. Can't. Nice. Dude fucked up. So what I initially wanted to do, but realized I couldn't because he still had these pawns and rook. What I wanted to do is I was going to come around and just chase him the right way. The way to checkmate with the rook and the king is to get kings in opposition and then rook on the same rank. So that's what I was going to do, but realized I couldn't because his king wasn't forced to move. His king didn't need to move. And I couldn't even get his king in opposition from this area. I've got to pee so fucking bad. I'll be back in a second. Oh, I didn't mean to start a new one. I'll be right back. Thanks for the prime, Chukin. Don't worry, boys. Oh, I'm back in it. Thanks for the resub, Wookie. Piss reveal? No. I can't do that. I actually don't think Twitch allows it. Ah! One of these again. He's what is this? Fianchetto? Pretty sure that's what it's called, right? Fianchettoing the bishop? Fianchetto? Don't quite remember. Something like that. What the fuck am I looking at? We got ourselves a certified madman. This dude is insane. Well, that pawn does nothing. Frees his queen, but it keeps his bishop trapped. Thanks to the prime setas. We got ourselves a big boy. So is he just trying to give away this pawn? I figured he was going to move something to protect it, but... Oh wait, he still has the peon Keto Bishop. I forgot he hasn't moved that yet. This guy's a real big man. I can't really get in there to do what I want to do. My bishop is kind of trapped, though. That knight is still pinned, which is good. He goes here and traps my shit completely. I think I push this up too. Yeah, I think I need to push this up, stop it, so he comes. So take and take. Thanks for the resub, Rohan. I wasn't looking. What did he do? He pushed pawn. This dude is a madman. God, he's such a bad boy. Who is raising boys this fucking bad? These are some bad men. Damn. Well, I guess I drop knight. This is a real fucking maniac. Is there any stopping his reign of terror? Also, I have such a big brain plan in mind. It involves a sacrifice. So let me tell you what I'm thinking. I don't know if I should try it, but this is what I'm thinking. Push pawn up, let him take pawn, I take pawn, that frees up this file. Queen, castle, bang, stack rooks, bang bang. Thanks for the resub, Rob. But the problem is it's a 4-move combination. I need to push, take. If I was already castled, it'd be so good. If I was just already castled, it would be such a good play. I'm just gonna get this. I can't do it because I wasn't castled, but I can do a variation of what I had in mind. Well, I took a lot of time going over that. That would have been huge, though. That would have been an immediate checkmate. I put my queen in a position where I can still get that. Kind of. Where is this knight looking to go? Here to attack a bishop? Can't go here, so this is the only move it can make. Don't have time to think. I'm just going to put into action my plan and see what happens. So that was what he wanted. He wants to just attack the bishop. I think is that the end of the plan? Ah, I see. Going, well, no, that won't work. It's protected by pawn. I think what he wanted is to go here and fork. But that won't work because it's protected by pawn. And moving this bishop also protects it still. So this is not a play that can happen. He gets a free pawn here, but that's not really what I'm too concerned about. He can have this if you'd like. Thanks for the resub, Finn. That was wholesome Irish gamer. Thanks, man. So I'm going to do my plan. Come on, bro. Why is he being such a dick? Just let me have my side of the board. Why is this guy such a goddamn asshole? Why is he such an asshole? Can't take with this pawn because it's protecting this guy. This opens up my queen, given this file, which will give him something to think about. This dude is insane. Insane. Thanks to the prime. Bishop. Have to go here to protect f7, otherwise he's going to get a rook out of it. I want to do my fucking plan so badly. It's still possible, too. That's what's eating me up. I can still do it. So he wants to push that pawn down, force my queen off. Ace of the prime hawk. I'm running out of time already. I need to get my queen out. Have to keep this protected. Can't, well, I could drop a rook on it right now and then get queen out, or I can just immediately move queen, which I think I'm going to do. No, that's a bad idea, because then I might not be able to protect the next one. Let's just move rook. Better yet, why don't we just cut him off where he's going? So we know what he wants to do. He wants to go here, so let's just cut that off entirely. Now I can hold this position. That was one thing Daniel talked about. Take knight if he moves pawn. Yep. Oh, actually, I didn't even need to do that. You're right. I could have just, yeah, I could have outright just taken the knight, even without cutting this off. Didn't even consider that. I just really want to get up in there and do what I have in mind, what I've had in mind. Two defenders. He's got two defenders on e4. This is protected by this. He probably wants something over here. I'm not really sure. I need him to move bishop. Yeah, my time's running really low, I see. I don't think I can even pull this off anymore, even if I did get in the right position. I can't think too long. I'm going over too many different possibilities. I'm just going to attack kingside. God damn it. Yeah, I want to stack my rooks. I've wanted to stack my rooks for a while, but he made it impossible to do so. He wants me to move my knight. Maybe this will get bishop off. That's the only thing that can attack. Everything else is safe. Only chess tonight? Yeah. Yeah, I need to practice. I'm playing like ass the last like 3 games. I had a great start, like all night, and now I'm just playing like total dog shit. And I'm moving slow, so I'm running out of time constantly. What do you mean more like 10? Only the last like 3 or 4 have been terrible. This guy hates moving his shit. Take it. This guy. This madman. Oh, whoops. I almost did that. Oh. Maybe I can get his bishop off here. If not, I'll take his queen. I mean, I won't. Okay, I get his bishop. Ooh, should I take with the queen or the rook? I think rook. Getting the rook involved is going to be better overall. But then I block myself. If I take with the rook, then I can't free myself. Fuck, I'm almost out of time again. Jesus. I don't know how it keeps happening. I just can't help but waste every fucking second. Jesus. I actually just can't fucking help it. Hurry the fuck up. Trying to protect it. I see that. Let's come over here and attack then. Don't have time to think it through. This looks fine. Instinct is telling me it's fine. Take. Come on, baby. Find it. Gotta find it. I've gotta find it now. I've gotta fucking find it now! Come on! Thanks for the fat 50 again, Harmon. Goddamn, man. Can't take. Check again. I need to get rook involved. Do I trade rook for queen? Oh my god. Oh my god. Please. Fuck up. I need you to fuck up now. I'm almost in the perfect position for this. That's huge. Do I bring rook over now? I think I bring rook over now. He takes with queen. Then I can chase him into the corner. Fuck! Come on! You sick motherfucker. This is what I hate. This is like the 5th or 6th game now where I have checkmate ready, but not enough time to find. Well, perhaps not enough time to find. I just found it. That's game. And I just need to get my king over here, right? King can't move. I can't afford a stalemate. How do I hit this? How do I hit this? The king is fucking stuck. I need to just move this guy. Block. I can get him back in the position if I need it. I just don't have time to take any risks. I know how to find this every time, so I'm not too worried about that. Every position needs to be a knight's move away. None of his pawns can move. All you have is the corner. What? Why is it? Oh my god, he can't move it, right? Oh my god, I did it. I thought, oh, I can't believe I just did that. I panicked. I went one too far. Oh, I forgot I blocked everything. Well, I had it. I needed to stop right there and push this pawn with 5 seconds. That was game. Well, I can't believe that. That's the second fucking time I've done that. Not tonight. First time tonight I made that mistake. But the second time I've fucking done that in general. Just a free win. I needed to stop him right there. I could have taken... there was 3 things I could have done. Easiest one would have just been push pawn, get the queen, and it's immediately over. I cannot believe I fucking did that. Again. Again! Fuck! Thanks to the resub, Brave. What do you mean, add increments? I don't know how to do that. You sick sack of shit. I don't know how to add increments. I'm going huge cock on this one. Huge wiener. Can't fucking believe I did it again. Shit. Shit. Ugh. Thanks for the resub, Caleb. Just take with your pawn. Just fucking take with your pawn and let me end this game quickly. Please. God. Blue Eyes, have mercy. I'm tilted. I need this. I fucking need this. Just take it with your pawn. Or, God, why? Why bother? You don't get anything else out of that. Oh, you make me sick. Oh, God. Oh, all right. All right. It is what it is. Now I just have to drop bishop. I'm going to stay on the attack. I think he's going to forget about it. I really think he's going to forget about it. He'll probably push this, which is fine. Thanks to the resub, Cameron. I'm so fucking upset about last game. That has tilted me onto another planet. Sacrifice my horse. To do what? What the fuck would sacrificing my horse do? What, go here? Well, he takes with the knight, takes with the queen? No, it's not worth. He's not gonna, he's just gonna trade once and be done. He's gonna take a piece and be done. It's a terrible idea. This guy's gonna make a mistake. Big blunder coming. And then I'm just gonna surprise him. You make me... This guy... This fucking guy... He makes me sick. What do you want to attack? You want to come in here? Is that what you're looking at? Am I saying this correctly? You want to attack my c2 pawn? That's your big plan? Or do you want to come here? I'm guessing here? But why would you want to do that? I'm just going to push knight up and attack the queen. What is he going to get out of g2? He gets nothing out of taking g2. He can't even take the rook. He puts this in check and then what? Is there a checkmate that I'm missing here? So he comes here, puts me in check, I take with the queen, and then what? I'm just going to make my moves. This isn't protected. I can't be back ranked. This is protected here. He has nothing to protect anything here. This is under attack. I don't know what the fuck this congestion is here. I don't see what he sees apparently, but it is what it is. Queen b7 equals free rook. Not yet it doesn't, bro. I have to fucking protect my back line here. If I go for this free rook right now, I open up a whole bunch of bad things over here. Well, not necessarily a whole bunch, but you get what I'm saying. I need to body block on this. Well, not necessarily. He hasn't brought his bishop out yet. If he brings his bishop out, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're onto something. What is this bad boy looking for? Protected this. Is he in the chat? Is that what's going on here? Can just push this up. Now what? And now what? And now what, pussy? I'm just waiting for this man to push this pawn and just fucking forget that that blocks the queen from protecting the knight. I'm just waiting. This guy is absolutely in the chat though, no doubt in my fucking mind. In fact, I'm gonna look. I don't have a single doubt that he is in the stream right now. You know, he no longer has this queen protecting this knight. I could just bang, 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 scare this shit away, and then get really cooking. I'm gonna do that. Still got this bad boy on lock. Don't need to. I don't have to. I'm gonna castle. Just giving me your queen, hey? Interesting. I can't say I don't respect it. In fact, I'd go as far as to say I appreciate it. My man! You've also opened up a free pawn on c7. Do I want to take it? Haven't decided. I've decided now, though. What exactly did that do? You've now given me a free fork. I take this pawn, and now I can choose to either take your rook or your knight, depending on what you want to give me. I like it. I seem to have tilted this man. That's what happens when you blunder one piece. It's a downward spiral of like biblical fucking proportions. Thanks to the Prime Prideful Rumble. Yes. Thank you for the knight. It's interesting. I'm fine with what you want to do, in fact, to be honest. Really, I encourage it. Take rook. I couldn't take rook. If I took rook, he'd take my queen with his knight. You seem to have forgotten there was a knight here. That's exactly what I expected him to do. Now begins my assault. So, watch this. I come down here for check. Can I get a checkmate off this anytime soon? I think I can. I see one, at the very least. I at least see a checkmate possibility. Now I need to castle. Actually, do I even need to castle? Well... Do I castle now or put him in check again? Let's just get my rook involved. Okay, that is fine. Don't mind losing those. So I think next... Do I want to go to d7? Actually, I think what I want to do... I don't need to put a rook on d1. My queen's protecting this, and if she wasn't, my knight is anyway. I think I want to get my knight involved. I want to keep queen here so that way he can't move bishop. That's for sure. I have 3 minutes to find this. Let's see if I can grab a piece off of this. I don't care what piece. Thanks to the Prime Azir. Okay, he decided on the rook. Okay, he decided on both. You could have taken my knight. It is what it is. No, the rook wasn't a better choice. He'd take my knight for free. I don't think rook was a better choice at all. Thanks for the rook. You bad boy. I don't really see a mate yet, though. Looks about right. Saves me the trouble. Where did I have a missed win? Oh, wait. It doesn't mean like a missed win of the game. It just means a missed win piece. I should be on a win streak right now. But I fucking stalemated by accident. I wish stalemating didn't exist. I'm gonna lobby that we just remove that rule. Who's with me? No more stalemates. Who agrees? Thanks for the prime, Thicky. No, see, it just means missed win piece. Like I could have just taken that knight and then taken his queen if he responded. Doesn't mean I actually missed winning the game. Ah, that would have been interesting. Well, wait, but why though? So I should. Oh, I see. This time it actually did mean I missed mate. Yeah, it is mate. This is covered. I don't know why I thought this wasn't covered. Yeah, that was mate. I mean, I still would have gotten it. I had already pushed him completely into the corner. I had rook and 2 knights, so I mean, 100%. I was still gonna checkmate. Either checkmate or stalemate, both of which are great. Holy shit, Harmon. Appreciate the fat 100, man. Thanks to the resubs, Scally and the prime Adashton. I am dehydrated as a motherfucker. I'm gonna fill up on water real quick and I'll be right back. Who's ready to see another fat fucking checkmate? Oh. Didn't drag my pawn far enough, not even worth it. Thanks, Harmon. This man! There's the resub flap. 100 on actual mate this time, alright. I really just want to get a rook king checkmate again. But I'm not playing well enough for that. Like I just keep missing. Where does he want to go in here? So he's looking to take control here. I'll just cut that off now. Is this even worth it though? Then I come out on top with better positioning, trading knights in the middle. I get a pawn, a little extra material. Is that worth? I don't think it is, because then I lose. I'll just stick with the basics. I just haven't seen this. Well, I have seen this twice now. I don't remember where they would like to get their knights. Is it best just to take here? Take. Yeah, no, he's got a queen on it still, right? Just pin knight. Ooh, but this could trap me, right? Thanks to the resub, Nako. I'm taking too much time. I saw someone say this move and I actually think this looks kind of nice. I was thinking pinning knight, but I do appreciate this move. Oh, I just ripped some good ass. Oh! Double ass rippage. Where's this guy trying to get? Thanks to the prime, Jimmy. Where's he looking? Can't go here. Can't go here. Can't go here. I don't really see what he's seeing. I'm just going to pressure the queen. Do I just trade this? Probably not. Thanks to the resub, Chronic. Thanks to the prime, Ato. Maybe I keep this position, keep bishop pinned, push pawn up to defend. Bang, bang. I have two defenders on this. So he does take... What does that open up for me? Opens up this file. Not that it's great. I don't think that was worth, actually. But that didn't give me anything. Fuck, that was just a bad idea. I'm up to trade queens. There we go. Activate rook. That's fine. Which do I take next? Do I take with knight? I have confidence in my in-game. I'm not too upset about that. You can't take this, because this pawn's blocking his bishop from protecting, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. I feel like trading isn't the worst idea. Oh god, I only have 5 minutes. Yeah, I did lose that bishop, so I am down material. Maybe it's a bad idea. Pretty sure that's what he's gonna do, though. Like, maybe drop rook here. I don't know. This guy's trading a ton of shit. Thanks for the resub, Stuntia. My rook is in a nice file, though. I could absolutely get a dirty back rank going here in a minute. Thanks for the resub, crewman. Most that happens is we trade knights. I'm doing this. Then here for this. He'll see it. No doubt about that. He'll definitely see it. I have a hanging pawn. Yeah. We just blundered that. Yeah. Well, that guy was... Well, he was fucking quick to give up. He's like, oh fuck, I made a mistake. I'm out. Whatever. Honestly, I feel the same way sometimes. Interesting. He's really going for it. I can always at least respect when someone goes for the cheese. So, what's the best way of dealing with it? Is it pushing knight up?
Chef Vortivask is an innocent man.
I'm pretty sure it's just developing knight, right? Then he has to get the queen out so he can't keep doing it anyway. Like, there's no point in ruining this and fianchettoing my bishop or anything. This natural development forces the queen back. He's still targeting this. So I obviously still need to at least be aware that this is what he's looking at. Actually, tier 1 K-Berry. Thanks, Harmon. But for now, it's not really like a threat. Also, he fucked up. So this is for anyone out there that's kind of new. I made a mistake because what he should have done and what he didn't see is when he came here, he's threatening this. I've pushed this up. Oh wait, never mind. Never mind. He couldn't have made any big plays actually. My genius. My positioning was fine. I was wrong. Don't listen to that. I was just outright wrong. Thanks to the resub, checkmate, lad. Should I develop or force the queen out? I'll develop first. Fundamentals. Appreciate the 5 gift subs, Harmon. Thanks to the resub text. It's a weird position. But I don't have any real way of punishing that. His queen is super fucking exposed, but I need to drop bishop. Actually, I don't really need to drop bishop. I can keep pressuring the queen. I could push this pawn up and then castle longside. No, I can't, because my knight's blocking this. That'd just be a free queen. I need to keep knight here, so that way I don't just give a free pawn plus check. So we'll just drop bishop. Knight d4. Knight d4. Why? What am I not seeing about d4? That just gives him a free pawn. He takes pawn and puts me in check. What am I missing? I took wait. See, that's the problem. I looked at chat and then I started considering that. That's not a good move. If I go here, it's just a free take. Is he looking to trade? What is he looking at? Oh, I'm taking too much time! Fuck! I'm doing it again. I'm just gonna castle now, I think. What the fuck is this? What is this attack he's going for? Is he trying to get here? This isn't protecting anything. Thanks for the prime, Maldy. Is he still trying to attack on this? Because that's not gonna work. I'm just gonna take this. This'll fuck up his pawns. My bishop's already not doing too much. I'm running out of time. Push this pawn up. Okay. Threaten. No, that gives it away. He just moved his bishop there to cover that. Hello, girls. taking way too much fucking time again. God, I keep doing this. I just need to make a move. Take, if he wants, which he won't do. Okay, he's blocked his own path. I want to free up my queen. Let's do it this way. It's 2 moves, but it's still good enough. 350 already. He took a pawn. No point in not taking it back before going here. He can't take it, or he loses queen. Maybe he forgot. I don't know. Thanks to the tier 1 SD kip. He sees this. Reinforcing. This guy's all about fundamentals. He's got this here, otherwise I'd throw knight. He's got 2 defenders. No, it's not. Defend. I'm so low on time. This guy's still got 8 minutes. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. I just need to make quick moves, instinct plays. Looking for rook. I can't block. Not like that. I can push this up too, but it gets taken and then taken. I have nothing to respond with. It's kind of trapped. Can't put queen there. Fuck. Eek. 2 minutes. I'm gonna run out of time. I don't know what to fucking block her with, or like how to handle this. He's just gonna take that for free. That's all I can see. Take, still take, but I don't have time to think of something else. Take, retreat. Does that open something up? Attack. He didn't see it. Puts him in check so he can't take my queen. This becomes free. Still can't free my rook though, so I am still losing that, but that's fine. I should have taken... I wasn't paying attention. I should have taken with the king. It's okay. We still have a minute 26 to find it. Thanks to the prime Ryan. He didn't see this as free. That leaves this open. Why do I actually make like fast, smart moves when it's like 2 minutes on the clock? Why the fuck can't I just do this normally? Shit. Every other fucking time I'm out here taking like 1,000 goddamn hours to make a single move. Just one fucking move, and it takes me all day. I don't see what he's pushing for. I don't have time to think it through. I'll trade. It gives me better positioning. Attack. Threaten. Don't have time to think it through. Don't have time to think it through. He can't go here. He has to go here. I just need to take this. I just lost that. No, I didn't. Come on, come on, come on. Now here, here. Got it. I was 2 moves away from checkmate. I am so tired of that. I am so fucking tired of timing out when I'm 1 or 2 moves from checkmate, man. Fuck. Ah, this time management makes my dick so soft. That is at least the 5th or 6th game tonight that I've timed out 1 move or 2 moves away from checkmate. Here, it was 2. I just don't fucking get it. Shit. Fuck. Damn it. Alright, my wieners, it's soft as shit. I think I'm gonna call it a night on that one. I can't believe it. Again! Honestly, I should have just taken the pawns and got the draw. I should have just said fuck it. Oh, no, I lost 9. I'm still at 740. Could I have gotten checkmate a little sooner? Did I take a little too long with the queen? I feel like there was no way to get that sooner. He had the pawn protecting it. Let me see. So blocking with the knight. So I missed that. I didn't miss checkmate anytime soon, though. I guess, I did miss it a little earlier. I could have slid down. I did the classic walk, though. So typically, what Daniel taught me is you just walk them down on parallels like that. And sleep well, Harmon. Thanks for the generosity. Yeah, shit. The queen ladder, yeah. That's what I was taught. The queen and rook ladder works for both rooks and queens. Works for a rook and a queen. Just the ladder. The ladder is so simple. Like, it's so easy to remember. It's super easy to set up. I don't have to overthink things. So I like using the ladder, but I guess I just didn't have enough fucking time. Ugh. 2 moves, man. I needed one more second. One more second and I could have made both moves on a pre-move. That is so upsetting. Ugh. Jesus Christ. The pawn would protect it? No, that's when you push it up. You just take pawn. Oh well. Alright, I'm calling it a night though. Alright everyone, thanks for tuning in. Everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. Sub means a lot. Thank you for subbing. Enjoy those emotes. Thanks for the resub, Mock. Your subs make me better at chess. That's what they're fueling right now. A chess addiction. An addiction to improvement and self-betterment. I appreciate the generosity. I hope you all sleep well. Take it easy, everyone. See ya.